There's fuck. Yep. And back to this.
That is a kind of cringy thing to say, right? Oh, I'm a 34-year-old woman. I don't want to, I'm not sure if I want to collab with this 19-year-old streamer because, there's a massive age gap. What are you guys doing? You going on a date? No. You guys are just making content together. So is it a little cringe? Yes. But what is she really trying to say there? What is really going on through the mind of Valkyrae? Well, Valkyrae is a 34-year-old woman. She's still making content online, but I think as you age, obviously your interests change, your priorities change. Maybe you're not as in tune with what the youth are talking about. So do I think her calling it inappropriate is cringe? Absolutely. Do I think it probably speaks to a bigger mindset change now that she's a 34-year-old woman and she's thinking about, oh, okay, I'm going to work with somebody who's still technically a teenager? Yes, I do. I think Valkyrae probably doesn't hang out with anyone under the age of 25 in her day-to-day life. Obviously I'm assuming that. I don't know her own life, but she's a 34-year-old woman. Typically you're going to hang out with people in and around your age.
And we hate women here.
Group. So for the chuds in my audience that might not understand what I'm trying to say, the term inappropriate, probably cringe to use in this sentence. But having legitimate fears about not being able to relate to someone 15 years your junior, I don't think that that's particularly crazy. Now, thankfully, Techtown's favorite lawyer, Ladyboy Mindset, decided to weigh in. This logic is part of why modern corporate culture is so screwed up. Imagine being pulled into HR because you are in your 30s, 40s, or even 50s, and being told it's inappropriate to speak with your 19-year-old coworker, even on strictly work topics because of the age gap. So fun fact, this does not happen, okay? Speaking about strictly at work topics, okay? That's not going to get you pulled into HR. That's just not going to happen. And of course, it doesn't surprise me at all that somebody who preaches go east would take a clip of Valkyrae being unsure about an age gap and whether or not it's inappropriate to, interact with that person, and then make it about, I suppose, themselves and American work culture and HR. It really makes you wonder what legal mindset might be getting at here. Maybe something that he experienced himself. Maybe he went east for different reasons. Now, coming back to Techtown's coverage of this, despite having already watched a couple of minutes of this coverage and knowing what kind of coverage it's going to be, I will say I could have predicted it based on his relationship with his girlfriend, fiance, who is nearly 11 years Techtown's junior. So you can imagine that Techtown's going to have a take about even pondering the question of if it's, morally acceptable to hang out with somebody so much younger than you. And let's be clear, this is a question you should be willing to ask yourself and a question you should be allowed to ponder. Is it cringe? Is it cringe in the way that she's done it, where it's inappropriate? Oh, this is an inappropriate. Yes, of course. I do think it's cringe. But the crash out that Techtown is about to offer you is not, I think, is way above and beyond.
Techtown's crash out is by far cringier. Especially with his gay fucking brand symbol here. He's been through what Guts went through. That is infuriating.
Beyond what this is worth, okay? This is Valkyrae, get over yourself. That's as much as I'm willing to give about Valkyrae calling the age gap inappropriate. I think that's the biggest thing is get over yourself. It's not inappropriate. But I think, again, the discussion is one that you should have. It's something that you should think about.
Yes, guys, that's right. Streamers are now so performative, they're considering it sexual assault and sexual harassment.
That's not what she said. That's not at all what she said. She said inappropriate. And again, I think calling it inappropriate is cringe. But why are you bigging it up like this? Why are you calling it sexual assault or sexual harassment? Personally, I think it's a couple things. He wants to foster a culture and a community that's very look at these woke people. Look at these people that are just they're calling everything sexual assault. They're calling everything sexual harassment. And by doing that, you kind of lower what the value of those terms mean. And then that way, when those fans find out, oh, there's a protective order against Techtown for sexual assault. Okay, that can happen to anyone. Techtown said that, sexual assault is getting thrown around willy-nilly. Secondary to that, obviously, he's got his relationship with his girlfriend who is, 10, 11 years younger than him, which, by the way, on its face, not necessarily something wrong with that, but it's something to keep in mind. And then, of course, finally, Valkyrae, her affiliation with Hasan, this is something that Techtown will always, bite his teeth into.
Right. Streamers are now so performative, they're considering it assault and sexual harassment to play video games with people too much younger than you, even if they're
Again, she never says those terms, but yeah, go on.
above the age of 18. So let's hear Valkyrae talk about why it's sexual harassment to play video games with a 19.
He's just repeating the same shit that she did not say.
Sexual harassment?
How old are you? Because I've been thinking about, you know, how young is someone to collab with? You know what I mean?
I don't think that that's a bad thing to think about at her age. I know that sounds like I'm fucking, oh, she's auntie now, but she is 34. I think it should be encouraged at times to be like, you know what?
She's
like,
my age.
Let me reassess what I'm doing at my age.
man.
Yana wanted to play games with me,
man.
and she's 19.
She's 19 years old, and I just feel like if I were to play video games with her, that would be the same as me raping her.
Like, dude, why? This is cringe. Whatever I was saying about Valkyrae using the term inappropriate is cringe. This is cringe. This is soying the fuck out over the most minimal woke shit ever. Like, it's such a huge overreaction, and it's so clearly motivated by the culture and community he's trying to push for. We're about 1:13 into this video, and Tectone has said the term, like, rape, sexual assault, sexual harassment like 10 times at this point. By contrast, Valkyrae never mentions it in the clip.
And I would never do that. Bro, this is insane.
I would never do.
We're making it a big deal to play video games with 19 years old. What? Is it sexual harassment to go into a Fortnite lobby? What in the fuck are we talking about? I don't ever want to see Valkyrae go into a public lobby of any video game ever again. We're going to virtue signal over this. This is crazy.
I mean, I guess you could call it a virtue signal. I doesn't read that way to me, though. Like, it feels, actually, if anyone's virtue signaling here, it's Tectone for this insane overreaction and the insane inclusion of terms that have nothing to do with what she's talking about.
Crazy.
And I was like, even though she's a woman, it feels inappropriate. You know what I mean?
No, nobody knows what you mean because
I mean, I don't think it's that crazy. I know, listen, it's so bizarre because Tectone's like 32. I think he's turning 33 this year. Like, you should be at that age able to think about, okay, like, how much do I have in common with a 19?
Tectone's 32. 32 going on 45.
Year-old. How much do I have in common with an 18-year-old? How much do I have in common with a 20-year-old? Likely not that much. Not that much.
Destiny said the same thing.
Like, obviously, I think using the term inappropriate is just, I think it's a misplaced term here. But I think having a conversation with your stream chat about, hey, like, what do we think about me at my age collaborating with a 19-year-old? I think that that's a fair conversation to have with your audience. I don't think that that's a brave take that I'm offering you guys.
because what you mean makes no fucking sense. A 34-year-old woman can't
Dude, he's yelling at the camera here. Like, he is genuinely about it.
Performing.
You know, he is engaged in this discussion.
play video games with a 19-year-old
By the way, there's only been 24 seconds of the Valkyrae clip played so far.
woman, or else it's inappropriate. What if you were to have a kid? Could you hang out with them, or is that inappropriate?
The relationship between a child and some random 19-year-old you're not aware of is obviously going to be different. Maybe this is something that Tectone's not aware of because of the relationship he had with his father and his sister.
This is a person that women look up to and aspire to be like and get advice from.
I think that this take needs to stop. I think there's certainly a handful of women that look up to Valkyrae and want to be like her. And by women, I mean probably young girls, like teenagers. I don't think that there are too many, 20 to 20.
Like the pause here that they did. She's like, "Oh yes, hello. Would you like a nice mask? I can sell you a mask. It will not turn you into anything, I promise."
25-year-old women that are like big fans of Valkyrae, watching her every day. Maybe they watch like her podcast that she
Legend of
does with
Hassan.
Pokimane or some shit. But
Valkyrie's mask.
this idea that she's like the Joe Rogan of women. let's cool it here.
What happened to common sense?
You're a 25 teen?
Can you allow 19-year-olds to watch your stream, Valkyrae, or is that inappropriate?
Dude, he's milking it so hard.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, okay, maybe that's old enough. How old is Arky for reals? Yeah, Yana's 19. She's a beautiful baby angel.
All right, now you made it weird by calling her beautiful. Brother, you literally collab with Jason the
How's that weird? I think you can call her beautiful and still feel that you're not sure if you want to collaborate with that person.
No, please tell me Tectone's not gonna pull. Well, Jason the Wing collaborated with David, who killed somebody, and now you're culpable. No, don't do that. Don't do that. You ain't gotta do that. Oh fuck.
You know,
Being like 3 months ago when he was 19, 20. So Jason was 21 and you collabed with him back when he was 19 years old. So even by your own standards, what is 32 and 19 okay, but 34 and 19 isn't okay? Like, these people make up their own set of rules in order to virtue signal.
she's
Yeah,
having
well,
a
he didn't
discussion
go
with
down
her
the
audience
retarded
about whether or
path, I
not
thought.
it's appropriate to collaborate with a 19-year-old. Like, she is not writing fucking streamer law here. And yeah, I mean, it's possible she's collaborated with someone like Jason the Ween in the past who's, you know, younger. Maybe he was 19 at the time. And that now, 2 years later, she's like, you know what? Like, my mind has changed a bit. Like, I have different perspectives. Like, that's entirely fine.
And make themselves seem holier than thou, and yet they can't even uphold those same bullshit they spew out of their mouth. Oh, he's a guy. Oh,
I can sing and is gorgeous. And she's been wanting to play games. And I was like, man, I just don't know how to, like, maybe if it's like a group thing. And I'm like, what kind of game? I don't know. I don't know. I genuinely feel too old. Like, seriously.
Tectone is like losing his mind to someone being introspective. Someone who feels that they are aging, they are changing, and they're not sure if they can, you know, collaborate or work with somebody that much younger than them. Again, yes, I do think it's cringe that she said inappropriate, but
It's
other
still
than the
kinda
term
gay, though.
inappropriate, everything else in this conversation that she's having with her audience, this is an interesting, or at least, you know, relevant discussion to have. Like, this is something that you should feel comfortable talking about. But let's see how he freaks out this time.
I mean, guys, like if you want to understand why the current generation of women is so fucked up, it's because women like these are the figureheads of the new movement. And they brainwash women into thinking they can do absolutely nothing without it being weird. They tell you that you can't play video games at 19 years old. They tell you that you can't
What? That's your response to her saying, you know, I kind of feel old. That's your response? Really?
have kids. It'll ruin your life. It's like the people that are at the forefront of the modern feminism movement are just brainwashed psychopaths with such a confusing moral compass.
How the fuck are you taking all of that from this clip? Like, how, like, listen, I'm sure Valkyrie has some political opinions I don't agree with. This clip, analyze this clip as is. How are you losing your mind like this and going into rants about how progressive feminist women, you know, they're all motivated by Valkyrie and women like Valkyrie, you know? Dude, Valkyrie is like, listen, I'm kind of auntie now. I'm kind of auntie, and I don't know if I want to work with all these kiddos. Like, is that so crazy? Is that so crazy? Really? I don't think so.
Compass that they don't even apply to themselves over the most mundane, innocent things. Oh my God, you sat in the same restaurant as an 18-year-old and you're 32?
And I think it depends on what the motivations are. Like, if you're wanting to build up younger streamers and help the ones under you grow, you know, you should try to support them and promote them. I guess you don't necessarily have to play games with them or collab with them, but you could endorse them, I guess. I don't see what the problem would be doing that. Unless Valkyrie just doesn't want to. You know, she doesn't owe anybody anything, but it feels bad, man. You don't.
You practically them.
Dude, that's like literally not what she's saying. Oh my God. Ugh. It's gross. And it needs to be called out that he's doing this because it so clearly serves the purpose to normalize sexual harassment and normalize, you know, the actions he took against his ex-girlfriend. Like, I'm sorry, this video does not warrant such a crazy crash out from Tectone.
Is that weird? No. Oh, he's a comedian? I don't know. Anyways, so yeah, I'm trying to figure out like
When confronted with her own logic, her response is, I don't know. Did you guys think that's weird? Because she's completely audience captured and she can't create an entire
Dude, oh my god.
You don't
She's
know what that
literally
even means.
Having a discussion with her audience about whether or not this is an appropriate thing to do. I don't think that that's audience capture. I really don't.
That's weird because she's completely audience captured and she can't create an entire take of her own by herself. She relies on her audience and she
Bro doesn't know what a discussion is.
relies on her boyfriend, although I think right now ex-boyfriend, in order to tell her everything that
Okay, a weird random jab.
she does. I want to remind you that Valkyrie apologized
By the way, this guy was like crying his eyes out and losing his mind that Emiru chose Mizkif over him, by the way. That's like a thing that I've noticed. He was like a weird, sad little chud that was like, oh, Emiru, I can't believe this happened to you, Emiru. Mizkif is so evil. In reality, he was like trying to
We've
bang
all
Emiru
been
the
there,
entire time.
Shalebi.
But he's got
Well, maybe
no
not
riz.
you with your fucking
Rizless
perfect
rapist Tectone was
chiseled
trying his best to get his Asian foid, and
wide
it never happened for him because he's a
jaw.
Rizless rapist.
for saying no cap on a stack for real. A lot of people think that I'm lying about this. Did Valkyrie apologize for using AAVE, African American vernacular?
Okay, so she did something cringe.
Who
Okay,
gives a
moving on.
fuck?
man, I just don't know how to
Just say no. It's okay to just say no, guys. I'm not gonna be offended. If you don't feel comfortable with the collab, just say no to it. But yeah, I appreciate it though. But I don't think I collab with so many different people of all ages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just having fun.
And that's probably the anticipated perspective of a 19-year-old. They probably don't have an issue with it because they don't have the lived experience to understand what the issue could be. And I'm not even saying that there's necessarily an issue in them collabing. I just understand why a 34-year-old would have like reservations, you know, why they would think twice, why they would be like, you know, maybe I'm a little too unky.
I'm afraid I'll
you know, a little
rape.
too auntie. You know, a little too
I'm
old.
afraid I'll rape
You're
this
allowed
child.
to think that, okay?
Yeah, I'm just having
Yeah,
fun.
I understand both sides.
Yeah, you are so lucky I'm on stream right now.
What does that mean? What does that mean, Tectone? What would you do if you were off stream? What would you do?
You are so lucky I'm on stream right now. What in the fuck are you talking about? Saying you understand both sides and shit. My brother, this is every
My brother.
mother streamer fence sitting like crazy with anybody they see an opportunity to get views
No one
from.
wants to be
Both
yo, brother. They
sides.
get raped.
Both sides.
Yeah. No beef here.
Oh God, they're so fake. It's insane. They're so.
What do you mean?
Sometimes you don't need to have a fucking bombastic, crazy take. And maybe if you were a little introspective, okay, you would think maybe I'm having a bombastic, crazy take because I have weird problems with consent. I have a weird history. Okay, I've got situations that inform my perspective that maybe most other people don't. If Tectone could ever, you know, formulate a thought in that way, maybe, just maybe, he could evolve as a human being. Now, yesterday I watched some J-Stock. Shout out J-Stock. And something I noticed is a weird interaction between Tectone and his girlfriend. And I figured I would speculate.
Check this out. Dude, at this point, I'm just waiting for the new Tectone allegations to drop. His fiance has no pants on. She doesn't want to be on stream, and he doesn't understand the meaning of no when she says no, as she doesn't want to be on stream because she has no pants on. Even his edgy chat is saying no means no. Bro, what? Does he get angry here? It looks like.
All right, so shout out J-Stock for introing the clip. I'm gonna go find it on Twitter now. All right, let's give this clip a watch.
And then record the guy without his consent where he was naked. Holy fuck, motherfucker! Why are you slamming the door like that?
So that's a little crazy. That's a little crazy. I've been in relationships in my life, and I don't think I've ever called one of my girlfriend's motherfucker for doing something like this, like slamming a door. Like let's run this back.
Open
Feels
and then
so
record the
much
guy
better.
without his consent where he was naked. Holy fuck, motherfucker! Why are you slamming the door like that?
And he's raising his voice. Not ideal. Not ideal. All right. I don't think relationships are built on raising voices and calling each other bad names.
You scared the fuck out of me. Oh, hold up! I thought I was under attack. I was about to bring out my crossbow.
As many have pointed out, crossbow. Why not a gun? Is there a reason?
Hold up.
Oh, look at that. She brought him a bottle of water. What a sweetie pie.
Giving me a fucking stroke. Sorry.
What a good woman.
Sorry for calling you that, by the way.
what?
I called you a motherfucker. You're not a
Okay, well, he apologizes. Although at this point it seems kind of performative for the stream.
fucking stroke. Sorry. Sorry for calling you that, by the way.
motherfucker.
I called you a motherfucker. You're not a motherfucker. I apologize. That was a reactionary from my adrenaline fucking exploding through my body. Holy crap, that was so loud. That literally
shit,
sounded
I'm
like
not
a
gonna do it.
fucking gunshot.
Well, yeah, because I have to use my whole
No. I'm not blaming you. I'm saying
But I'm blaming
Okay.
you.
it just sounded like a fucking gunshot.
Oh, well, maybe get that door fixed.
You know what's crazy? You're also an adult.
Oh, maybe
You could also go get that door fixed.
No, go ahead, get that door fixed.
You could also just make the call.
Not your
while you're
house.
sitting-
Very passive aggressive. Very passive aggressive.
Look at you. You're not even wearing. You're not even wearing pants.
Oh, we're chastising our significant other on stream. Very weird, very strange. So we're saying she's too lazy to make the phone call, too lazy to put on pants, and
Are
she's
you
slamming
wearing
doors,
pajamas?
motherfucker. Interesting.
You're in your slippers. You're wearing my shirt.
This is my shirt.
Oh, I'm just so busy. I can't make the
This
call.
is my shirt.
Now he's gonna say the kill shot because I have pre-watched this clip. He's gonna say the kill shot.
That is your shirt. That's a big ass shirt, though. To be fair, you can make the call. You get it. Why do I gotta call
I'm busy.
him? Doing what? Sleeping?
Packing.
Ooh, now that's a bad one. Busy doing what? Sleeping? That is an interesting quote that you should think about because essentially he's calling her out here. You're not too busy. All you do is sleep. You're just sleeping. You're not even wearing pants. You're wearing my t-shirt. You're wearing slippers. You can't even get the door fixed. You're slamming doors. Like, you know what I mean? You start to hear all
Like
this
a
and you're like, oh
bitch.
wait, this is what he's saying. This is what he's comfortable saying on stream. What is he saying off stream? How do those discussions go? How do those conversations go?
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right.
Calls her his
Also,
beautiful goddess.
There's a YouTube video that says that if you ever have my kids, you're gonna end up a single mother because Tectone's gonna leave you, and it has
Why on earth are you watching videos about that? Why on earth are you then referencing those videos to your fiance? Like, why? What are we doing here?
40 views right now.
No.
I know.
It has 40 views, and you're one of the people that watched it. Awesome.
I'm laughing.
I don't know. But I'm not even gonna let you guess what their Twitter bio looks like. I'm not gonna get you involved in that. But their Twitter bio looks exactly about how you expect.
Yeah.
Dude, this guy's so fucking cringe. Oh my god, they got rainbow flag in the Twitter bio. They got pronouns in the Twitter bio. I also love her like half-hearted engagement.
How you expect.
Yeah.
She's just agreeing to agree.
My chat for 5 seconds while I go piss.
No, sweetie, look at me.
No, I'm saying just stand next to the computer and just talk to him.
No.
For 30 seconds?
Just go pee.
We're just talking for a second.
I gotta go. I'm packing.
Just come here real quick.
No.
Just come here real quick.
No.
Just come here real quick.
I said no.
Just come here real quick.
Bye.
Just come here real quick. Sweetheart.
Tectone and the concept of no. Something that is very foreign for him. Like she's literally not wearing clothes and Tectone's like begging her to come on stream.
Sweetheart. Sweetheart. 5,
Don't fucking count down like I'm
4,
a kid. I'm fucking weird.
3. Hey, don't make me get to 1, young lady.
This is weird. What kind of shit is that? What are you trying
Very
to what is
pedophilic.
this? Anyways, Tectone being a weird, creepy creep. Is anyone surprised? No. Anyways, ladies and gents, thank you guys so much for the consistent viewership lately. It's genuinely so fucking inspiring to know that there's an audience that wants to see what I want to talk about. And I appreciate that a lot. I talked about it a bit in my YouTube community post section. Your lifestyle will make or break you, yada yada. You guys have read it or you haven't. Obviously, this has more to do with balance in my life and, meeting my fitness goals, which matter a lot to me. But I also think if I can get this right, if I can continue to structure my days in a way that allow me to be consistent with YouTube, I think that there is a lot of
Diving
interesting
into
things
that.
that could happen with this YouTube channel, a lot of upward growth. And like I said, a lot of that is thanks to you guys for consistently watching the videos, engaging, liking, comment, subscribing, all that stuff. The Clippers, shout out the Clippers, guys like Substance. Every form of engagement you guys are offering to my content is much appreciated and
Substance
very
is a
much
good
valued. Goes a long way. Anyways, thank you for watching. Thank you for liking, commenting, and subscribing. I will see you tomorrow.
Oh god, no, not a Stimpy
Well,
video.
this is-
Fuck. It already played. Yeah, let's see, what else is going on? He lied again. New leaks.
Okay, so right after
Shut up about was wrong about calling the attacker a Hassan fan. I am correcting the record right now. Turns out it was other attacker who was a Hassan fan. My bad. Well, he's been charged with making terrorist threats. We don't know what he's done exactly. Go ahead and say if you spread misinformation about somebody, you have literally zero ethical obligation to correct it. Surely that is your real and genuine position.
After I uploaded this video, I saw a tweet by Dev that I had to include. So if you already saw this video, sorry, my bad. I'm re-uploading it with this segment. He does some of the most pathetic post-hoc cope I think I've ever seen, saying that he takes back his "I was wrong" because some other guy who got arrested for terrorist threats was a Hassan fan. Not the guy who did the White House shooting, by the way. Seemingly just some random dude. So just keep this in mind during this video. Dev does not give a fuck about lying about political opponents. He will just do whatever he can to justify lying about Hassan, despite him totally just being in the wrong and admitting so. So yeah, awesome. Enjoy the video. Saying that Short Fat Attacker responded to my criticism is not entirely honest, as instead of taking accountability for lying about Hassan, this dysgenic freak decides to go 4 replies deep with Kilo. Let's take a look at some of these genius responses. This crowd literally just hates anyone who doesn't rabidly dislike Destiny. Kilo responds saying, "You don't figure it could be the rabid dishonesty?" Dev responds saying, "What rabid dishonesty? Yes, I like traps. Yes, I'm bisexual. Yes, so is my girlfriend. Yes, I'm a liberal. Yes, I'm anti-Trump. Yes, I hate the far left and the far right. Yes, I've burned bridges with shitty people. People doing exposés on me, acting like I've been hiding anything, are retarded." Taking a look at just these first 2 tweets, Dev is initially painting critics as deranged anti-fans who could never have real issues with anything he actually says. This form of otherizing is quite common in DGG or adjacent spaces and is used to prime an audience against critics or opponents. I would be good faith here and assume Dev doesn't think he was using a dishonest tactic, such as this, but his next tweet, he tries to tuck tail and cower, avoiding anything he's lied about, framing all the critiques against him as just embarrassing gooner shit. When Kilo presses him on the Hassan lie, he says, "Oh, sorry, I was wrong about that." Personally, I don't see "I was wrong about that" as taking accountability. It is not only implying this was a mistake instead of a lie, which is wrong. There was zero evidence for the claim you made about Hassan, so you had to have either known there was no evidence before saying it, or you did zero looking into the claim. Not only this, initially you tried to obfuscate lying entirely by acting as if the critics only talk about your gooner shit, clearly showing you not wanting to apologize to Hassan or lying about him. To dumb it down, think of it like this. If someone cheats on a college exam, gets caught, then says, "Yeah, I messed up," instead of something like, "Yeah, I cheated, and that wasn't okay," it comes off as if you're attempting to downplay your actions and not fully own up to it. Add this to the fact that Dev is only tweeting this out in a throwaway argument with Kilo instead of replying to his initial misinformation or taking really any other significant measure to correct himself. It would lead any reasonable person to conclude that Dev is attempting to dodge accountability for lying. To be clear, this isn't me shouting from some soapbox saying that Dev needs to take accountability and he needs to make a massive heartfelt apology to him. I'm saying that Dev is continuing.
My thing is why did Dev's hooved wife here show up to the FF7 function dressed appropriately, and this fuck ass ninja come dressed as, I guess, Vivi? Like, you didn't even get the right fucking... Like, you're short, ugly, otaku. You're short, you're fat, you're ugly. You could have easily, like, I don't know. If anything, you could have put the Moogle thing on. She could have dressed up as Kate Sith and just rode your back. and blown your back out. But I guess not. I guess you didn't take this seriously. You didn't want to do Final Fantasy VII right. And you acted like a big gay fag.
To be dishonest in his method of avoiding taking responsibility for lying. At the time of me recording this video, his tweet lying about Hassan has almost 1 million views. So don't get me wrong, I do want him to correct this misinformation to some extent, but ultimately his avoidance shows he is yet again being a dishonest freak. Okay, literally while I'm editing this part of the video, I was sent a tweet. Shuan Head came out against Dev, calling him a liar. Awesome. I made a tweet with one of her Discord DMs basically saying that Dev makes her uncomfortable and that he's a bit of a weirdo. Dev responds saying that the Discord was free to join. Who cares? Blah, 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 whatever. Sean Head just calls him a liar. Awesome stuff. Love to see it. Also figured I'd throw this in here since it worked last time. Here's Food Shops calling a 17-year-old girl who she was dating at the time her IRL lolly, as well as Food Shops allowing her to join her Discord server when she turned 18. Food Shops claims this person was a catfish and claimed to be older, but they were banned from DGG for talking about dog cock, and then once again, when they were found out to be a minor. They were banned from Zonia's Discord as well for being a minor, so a bit strange, to put it lightly. Food Shops was like 26 or something during this, in fairness, if that matters.
That's it. What else we got? Only lose me toes. Rao's doing as good as Tommy C. Dude, Tommy C is washed, bro. Tommy C, you're raped. Also, is the burnt Peanuts like he's kind of fucked. What is this? Is this a porn game? Is that a porn game? Oh. Like Queeman's about to stream. Well, he shouldn't. It's taking all my viewers. Mo's out. Escape from Tarkov meets Stalker. Matter. Is he gonna look up and there will be a man? Oh no. I don't like that. For the quartering, I'm so sick of the quartering. Don't find him cool at all. I find him lame. Kind of boring. Because every time everybody goes over him, he's just kind of. Everybody's kind of like. Says the same stuff. And there's never like anything to go in depth on with him. Secret anti. There was something I feel like I had something in here. Where is Oh, not We're still playing DMZ. Big 2024? 5, 6? I got it at some point. Myth Wasp. Oh.
109 times they were invited. 109 times they were kicked out. But why does this keep happening, often in violent ways? History is stuck in a cycle of misery, and to understand it, we must understand the competing incentives between host and guest populations. When a foreign population enters a land of a native population, there are three broad outcomes. Outcome 1, assimilation. The foreigners integrate with the natives, slowly becoming a part of them, adopting their customs and following their laws. Outcome 2, conquest. The foreign population does not assimilate and instead takes control over territory that used to belong to the native population. Now it is the natives that are either forced to assimilate, if possible, or abandon their homes. But what if the foreign population refuses to assimilate, but also lacks the ability to take territory for themselves by force? Outcome 3, limbo. The guest population does not join their host's people, but they're still technically on their land. Does this count as an invasion? It's hard to tell. Two competing entities cannot occupy the same niche, yet here we are. The host population isn't sure what to do. Do you force them out? Seems extreme as they're not armed invaders, and yet now land that used to be theirs is de facto under foreign control. So maybe then we just hope that at some point in the future the guest population will assimilate? Hope is not a sound strategy. Assimilation can be difficult even with cooperative groups. But what are the consequences of having two de facto nations within the same territory?
Individual societies with universal standards. All societies are based on collective structures, context, therefore are aligned with.
Exploitation. Often one or both populations see the other as outsiders and discriminate against them. If the guest population manages to get into positions of power, they will enact policies that benefit their own people, even at the expense of the host population.
No whites, sir. Need diversity.
We see this today in hiring practices. There are many cases of a company giving a member of a guest population a chance to oversee human resources, only for that company to then start only hiring the overseer's co-ethnics. A twisted game emerges where the guest population tries to win the host population's trust so that the hosts give them a chance to get into positions of power, only for the guest to then take advantage of his position. Individual members of the host population may start noticing that this is happening, but then be individually compensated in some way to turn a blind eye to it, or even incentivize it. This is called diaspora politics. But you can't bribe everyone. And there have been cases where a host population believed a guest population was doing this, when they actually weren't, but still served as scapegoats for society's problems. As exploitation of the native population increases, real or perceived, so does built-up resentment. Eventually, that resentment reaches a breaking point, where the host population believes violence is justified and acts on it. Depending on how many generations pass since the guest population arrived, the guests may have
Justified being expelled sucks. Youth will almost certainly see themselves as victims as they actually did nothing. That anger to their next host.
built real roots in the land that they are now forced to flee from. This will create a cultural distrust against those seen as outside their group, which will make them more likely to engage in exploitative behavior with their next host, and less likely to assimilate, especially if they were scapegoated or believe themselves to have been. And since they've been kicked out of their home, they actually need to find a new host. And so a cycle of misery and violence perpetuates. Diaspora politics are zero-sum games. Therefore, if you are a host population, be wary that you only accept guests that you know you can assimilate. If you are a guest population, make sure you're willing to assimilate yourself. If there's another country that you feel more loyalty to, then you should live there. Short-term gains from exploiting a host
true.
are not worth the long-term consequences.
What? I'm giving this a like. Who the fuck? These are non-Jews equal. Non-Jews. Ooh, that's gonna be a Oh shit, did Piper Perry drown in a river? Oops. Anything particularly interesting to look at? You probably need deep. In a minute. So we are trying to open the Hormuz without a deal with Iran. That sounds like it'll go very well. Very, very well. For the Don boy. For the Donny boy. Jimmy versus Satan. Whoa. That's a crazy thumbnail. Rabbi Shmaloogle.
Reported.
Jew hater attacks me at airport. I exited the plane. Jew hater publicly at Newark Airport. British. How did he get into the USA? Why aren't we monitoring?
Yep.
Don't care about these.
Here with Jake GTV, we're gonna watch a little bit of Rabbi Shmuley.
Yeah,
So
the
let's keep
gremlin.
it going. Yeah, these are the easiest.
The
Anything
Israeli
with Shmuley
gremlin.
is easy
Mhm.
material to laugh at, and we haven't watched this video.
Yeah,
So.
walking demon.
How is it that a British man is allowed to walk
Stop
over
this,
to a
hold
Jew?
I already got it.
Hold on. Sir? Okay. Why does it look wet? Do something different to it? This doesn't look as fluffy as usual. Really like poofed up. Look kind of gay now.
Ouch.
I'm not attracted to you anymore.
Oh no, all my validation.
How's your visit? For what?
My XDM.
You just had that?
He found it at a gun store and he's like, "You have one of these, right?" And I was like, "Yeah." He goes,
I need to be friends with this guy. How old is he?
like 30.
Okay. Need to meet this.
That's it. I'm not mad at your dad anymore, but not because I like him. I just want to be friends with the cop.
Things need to work out for me. I need favors done.
Crying with this now. Like, I didn't hear that.
Oh, okay. Here, let me rephrase. I'm gonna go commit crimes with this now.
Yeah. Maybe up to the ear.
Maybe record that so that way you know.
Yeah, did your body cam pick that up?
So that way you don't forget.
Yeah.
Watching Rabbi Shmalugel clips.
Rabbi Shmalugel. You just call him that now?
Yes. Well, apparently, so I don't know if Shmalugel was recording, if something happened before this, but Rabbi Shmalugel isn't doing himself any favors by just, this is how this video starts. It's the rabbi is filming, and he's run up to this guy for seemingly no reason, but says this guy is a Jew hater and attacks him at an airport. But if you watch the video, it's Rabbi Shmalugel going towards him.
Assaulting him.
So it's we just, we're all honest, if Rabbi Shmalugel got shot in the head, I don't think it. But
I don't really fuck about him.
well, he's insufferable. He's playing this Jew minority card like how you would like other people from other minorities playing like a victim card. But with him, it's like even worse because he goes towards his so-called attacker.
Well, he also runs the cop cars on the street.
Yeah, would have been hilarious if when Salvo, was making fun of him, if when he ran into that cop car, they just didn't see him and ran him over. That would have been
the
awesome.
Cop in the passenger seat.
This Jew's attacking me. Weapon under the yarmulke. Bang, 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 bang.
Quick plant.
Dude, he posted this himself.
Yeah, I think he was walks through the line. Jew hater attacks me at airport. As I exit into the plane, this Jew hater attacks me publicly at Newark airport. He's British. How did he get into the USA? Why aren't we monitoring Jew haters who enter our country? Well, they kind of are.
Such a victim.
Such a victim. This guy's always playing the victim. Mr. Tabad Lubavitch, like gangsters behind him.
Why aren't we
He meets every
moderating
world
Jew
leader. Yeah, he
haters?
wants to have their own.
Yeah.
This guy ran up to die on the streets and they took it to the supremacy track.
Attacks you at an airport.
That's a separate thing, but let's watch Shmuley go.
An anti-Semite walks over, attacks you at an airport. How does he have a visa here? He won't say his name. I'm going to give this to the State Department. I'm going to find out exactly what visa is he here on. What's he doing in the United States? How can he attack American citizens, Jews? How is it that a British man is allowed to walk over to a Jew and an anti-Semite walks over?
How is a British able to walk to a Jew? See how he speaks with the supremacy?
Yeah.
You can't walk over to a Jew and like, I'm going to turn this to Homeland Security. He really has these connections.
Yeah, and they want to be a protected class, just like transgenders and
He's
all
like,
these
how
classes that they just want to protect over
How can a-
normal people. Like we can't joke.
How does he say that?
How Jews. How is it that a British man is allowed to walk over to a Jew and an anti-Semite walks over?
He's like, how can a man walk up to a Jew, an anti-Semite walks over to a Jew, and it's like, oh, easy, with one foot in front of the other, retard.
I just walked through their shit.
Yeah. Oh,
I'll be treading on you, one of it.
I'm gonna break his nose so that way it looks normal. Oh, fuck. Rabbi Shmoogle, you're making me hate all of them.
How is a British able to walk to a Jew? See how he speaks with the supremacy?
Yeah.
You can't walk over to a
Yeah, they just want to pull.
I'm going to give this to the State Department. I'm going to find out exactly
What's the State Department gonna do with
this? Here on.
They're gonna
what
say
to
you're
do in the United
harassing him,
States. How can you
retard.
attack American citizens, Jews. How is it that a British man is allowed to walk?
replay. Okay, that's the whole video.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what we got.
Oh, they watched the salvo one.
I can't even look at him that loud.
Julie is a Zionist fucking pig. Here he is, right on camera. Hi, everybody. I have no problem saying it. Rabbi Shmuel.
Yeah, we've seen this before.
Please.
Yeah.
There was the one in the
Salvo
hotel. I don't
pigs.
know if you saw like last year where he's like the reaction video of the two of us because it's like fun. We can too.
Israel did post something saying we will dance again.
Yeah, that's so crazy.
Like, bro, what?
Noticers, that's what they're called, will get that reference.
Just like they're saying age is just a number. It's like they tell us exactly what they do, and we just have to understand they're not lying when they're telling the truth, but they lie every other time. And it's like hard to
want to put it in your face.
so Talmudic,
Wanna,
man.
like, blatantly, like
So
mock
Talmudic,
you.
yeah.
Okay, let me see. I think we're gonna do all kinds of things. I think that I wanted to do that one video talking about his wife. I think that's important.
Yeah.
Let's do this one. Then we decided to do it.
Yeah, and that could
Shmuley
segue
videos-
over to
Shmuley videos are
him
so
talking
easy.
about
Yeah,
COVID, bring in RFK Jr.
yeah, let's
with
do this.
Shmuley,
Let's
and then
do
we
this
can
one
do
first, and we'll
RFK
do that,
Jr.
and we'll wrap it. I'm sending you one. We'll do these two, then we'll wrap it.
Wait, the one that's.
Oh my god, just go on to the next one. Fuck.
He's funny. He thinks yeah, well, it's
Okay. Yep. RFK Jr. showing us who his true owners are.
You belong to us.
okay. All right, I think it's. Well, let's start.
There you
we'll
go.
start doing it. It's interesting that Shmuley is friends with RFK and all these people because he's such a clown, but yet he has all this power. It seems like
Right.
he broke his power. Probably preaching about Lubavitch.
He knew a bunch of shit too. He
Yeah.
was very open about, with COVID-19, everything that Anthony Fauci was doing, Bill Gates behind the scenes. But when it comes to Jews, he's like a total cuck.
It's just so weird.
And
He's
his
like-
uncle was killed by him.
He
I
says
mean, come on
He
now.
says he's anti-war, then he starts stuttering when you mention the war in Israel. That's
Exactly.
why I was just disgusted by him. I had a lot of friends that supported him. I was like, no, look at this. You
Yeah.
cannot support him. It's all right. Let's get that video. Switch up. Yes, like you can't support
Harvey
someone that's so
Oswald?
disgusting.
Yeah.
They're supporting.
Oh no, he wasn't. Interacted with Jewish individuals during Union. Jack Rubenstein.
Genocide.
This wasn't as awesome as No more Jews. No more Jews. Joke. That's a joke. God's least favorite streamer. Yeah, we'll take a look.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel.
Genki desu ka? O genki desu ka?
Come on in and sit down because today we're going to be talking about the food VTuber epidemic.
Just go to Hot Topic with a sourdough roll and you'll get a goth picture. You will.
The streaming world has evolved quite a bit in the last decade or so. For most streamers, the goal is to showcase an authentic personality by putting their face on their content. Is that what you think of when you think of streamers?
You want to seem like, I'm normal guy. I'm a normal girl, big boobies.
And the chat's like, look at oh humble me. But over time, however, tubing has morphed the streaming landscape drastically. Today, many people use elaborate avatars and play up their own original characters. However, not all VTubers are confined to the brightly saturated characters with fat, swinging, big fucking titties. Anime. No. VTubers are no longer anime girls, Nick. They're much more. In fact, it appears we're now entering a brand new era.
I thought this would be more about the unit. You're just going over it all
Jews,
as like a fucking blanket. And I don't like it. Should watch that Erica Kirk shit. I don't want to watch. I want to watch the Erica Kirk by itself, not with like someone. But before I do that, I will watch this.
Well, there's
someone else's commentary, but I gotta pee first. All right, we're back. All right. Little nasally Jew whine about
Certainly a lot of truth to the
anti-Semitism.
idea that left-wing teachers are indoctrinating kids into a viewpoint on the world that does cross paths into, what causes the symptom that is Jew hatred. I think that's for sure true. Honestly, I think that the bigger danger when I look at young people right now is social media.
Who is this Morticia looking bitch? If she was any paler, she would look like a corpse.
Okay, I love this story because we're going to show you the longer clip and you're going to see every accusation is a confession. So we look forward to that. And then he accidentally admits how much Israel tries to control the media and does control the media. So Yaz, tell us about it.
All right, so before we go any further, here is some more of Ben Shapiro's comments. And I want you to pay really close attention to his specific talking points. Let's watch.
I mean, if you spent any time on X at all over the course of the last couple of years, it is unusable, truly unusable. I mean, just a vile stream of trash. And I think that was true of TikTok as well. I mean, what do we do? I mean, I think that you only do what you can, meaning that I don't control the algorithms. Hopefully somebody who's more responsible now will help control the algorithms. I'm glad that TikTok was taken away from China. I'm not sure how much algorithmic control was given to the new owners. That's sort of the big question. I think that, Elon should obviously boot the bots from his algorithm, because I think a lot of this is foreign bot driven, frankly. Yeah. And I think the algorithm creates extraordinary virality. Yes, there's money being used, 100%. The extraordinary virality is being driven for unknown accounts. You can see it in your recommendations. I remember at one point I actually reached out to Elon's people directly about this. So yes, I agree with you that young people are being faced with a plethora of bad information.
All right, so this week, Breaking Points interviewed a former TikTok executive who now happens to be running for Congress. So he joined the company shortly after October 7th, 2023, and he explained exactly how the Israel First Lobby ran a pressure campaign on TikTok in case you had any doubts as to who is in control. Let's watch that.
In my job at TikTok, we're getting all these inquiries from different elected officials, pro-Israeli or lobbying organizations, think of ADL and all of those. The pressure was unbelievable. Words cannot describe the amount of pressure that existed, and it became the number one headwind for the company that could result in the lack of its existence in the largest consumer market in the entire world. We were getting inbound inquiries, and this is public information. You could see a lot of these letters online.
Is this guy's eyelids unnaturally darker than the rest of his body, or is he wearing makeup? Because I don't know. He looks strange to me.
I mean, every few days, every other day, from pro-Israeli lobbying organizations, from pro-Israel perspective legislators, and the company was just being inundated.
All right, so who is in charge here? This is the United States of America. Are we in charge of our own media? We have someone like who we just saw who is confirming what a lot of us had suspected, and that is that Israel, not the Jews, I want to be clear, but Israel is controlling, or at least attempting to control, a lot of our media that we see and consume here in the United States. And we see it everywhere. We see these pro-Israeli talking points that are being boosted in everyone's algorithms. We find it very difficult to see anything pro-Palestinian. And certainly we don't really see a whole lot of that from mainstream media sources. We do see it from other smaller places. You see it from us, definitely. But CNN is not running anything pro-Palestinian, or the New York Times or anything like that. Cenk, I was confused as to how Ben Shapiro has a direct line to Elon Musk to tell him what to do with his algorithm, because I didn't think he was that influential. What do you think?
Yeah, so that is curious, isn't it? So let's go to all the confessions there. So he says, well, first of all, X and TikTok are trash, right? Why? because TikTok shows the actual videos from Gaza. And once you see 2 of those videos, you'll hate the Israelis forever. And you should, for what they've done. It is horrific. Not forever. If they turn around and they get to peace, sure, God bless, welcome back to the League of Nations, right? But for now, they're a disgusting fascist government that is slaughtering children in Gaza, Lebanon, and now Iran. So he's like, don't watch. Whatever you do, don't watch. We've got to control the algorithms. Thank you for confession number 1. He said, we need help in controlling the algorithms. Then confession number 2, well, TikTok, we're okay now. Well, if we can fully control the algorithm. You're just confessing on air that of the thing that you call a trope. Okay, so look, before, and it's been amazing how they've begun to confess completely. Before the Ellisons bought it, Ellison, by the way, Larry Ellison is the biggest donor, to the IDF. He thinks the IDF is a charity. He's given them $16 million. Like, attaboy, way to murder more Palestinian children, okay? That's who bought TikTok, is now going to help control the algorithms. But Mitt Romney, I'm gonna go to clip 5 here. Mitt Romney started admitting this while they were pressuring TikTok. You better sell, you better sell. So that TikTok executive you just saw, that's what he's talking about. And the company's thinking, well, this is gonna affect literally billions of dollars, even if we have to sell. If we're forced to sell, it'll shave off at least, Scott Galloway did a great segment on this, shave off a quarter of our valuation at a minimum. That's potentially tens of billions of dollars, right? That they're gonna steal from us. And Romney back in the day was like, oh yeah, it's because of the Israelis, watch.
There was such overwhelming support for us to shut down potentially TikTok or other entities of that nature. If you look at the postings on TikTok and the number of mentions of Palestinians relative to other social media sites, it's overwhelmingly so among TikTok broadcast. So I'd note that's of real interest, and the president will get the chance to make action in that regard. Typically, the Israelis are good at PR. What's happened here? How have they and we been so ineffective at communicating the realities there and our point of view?
Look, one of the biggest problems with political media right now isn't just bias. It's how quickly the same story gets spun into 2 completely different realities depending on who's telling it. That's why I recommend Ground News. It's a website and app that pulls together reporting from across the political spectrum, so you can compare how the same story is being covered, who's using seizure by what boots on makes of the covers the aimed. You start to see how public consent gets manually through Ground News.
That was back when they were pretending that the problem was, China. We're worried that China owns it. But here, Ben Shapiro even admitted, we'll try to get the algorithm away from China and give it to Israel. Wait, you say, well, now, Mitt Romney said it. Ben Shapiro obviously 100% in favor of Israel, and that's what he's talking about here. But it's not like the prime minister of Israel said it too. Oh, wait, that's, I believe, video 7.
But we have to fight with the weapons that apply to the battlefields in which we're engaged. And the most important ones are social media. And the most important purchase that is going on right now is TikTok. TikTok, number one. And I hope it goes through because it can be consequential. And the other one, what's the other one? That's most important. X. X.
To this day, if you say Israel's controlling our media, literally almost everyone in mainstream media goes, anti-Semite, that's a trope. Dude, the prime minister is saying, we just bought TikTok. What do you mean we? Like, we're buying TikTok and we got to control X, and Ben Shapiro comes on, they're watching the truth. We don't want the truth to get out. We got to control the algorithms in TikTok. But what control? What, me? Golly gee, right? Okay, so we already got 2 confessions. Here's the 3rd confession. There's a lot of foreign bots on X, he says. You betcha. Why does he? Look, guys, what projection means is, if you don't know it, is like whatever you're thinking, you project onto the other person, right? So Israel has wall-to-wall bots on X. You can't throw a tweet on X without hitting an Israeli bot, or 100 of them, right? So he's assuming like, well, if we're doing it, I bet Kazakhstan's doing it too, and Pakistan too. Like, come on, brother, okay? And then the 4th confession is, there's a lot of foreign money influencing. Oh, come on, foreign money. not everyone is as evil and duplicitous as the Israelis. So but he assumes that everybody must be. So he's like, I mean, aren't you all trying to buy America like we are?
Okay, I'm done with this. Erica Kirk. He did it on Charlie Kirk's channel? You bitch.
It seems to me that nothing will ever be enough for the evil in this world. Our country has become unrecognizable. These people have perverted the truth to the point that they motivated.
What do you mean, these people?
The murder of my husband. They have continuously tried to assassinate the president and anyone.
Only be received into the merciful arms of Jesus, our loving Savior. I don't know. I don't even think Jesus could save this man's smile.
Who stands in their way is labeled hateful, racist, fascist, and every other trigger word that is grossly dishonest. We want the best for our country. They don't. This is why Charlie started.
Damn, she got a ring on every finger.
Turning Point USA in the first place. He didn't trust the radicalized liberal teachers. And this past Saturday, it was a school teacher, of all people, a school teacher,
brother,
that attempted to change our history for the worst with bullets. And everyone is asking, why?
MG. Mega gangsta. Erica.
Even went to the White House Correspondents'
What is the
Dinner.
other?
And it was because many of the
Are all of
journalists
them
in
letters?
that room have attempted to dehumanize me, and I wanted to meet some of them face to face.
You've dehumanized yourself with that freak show you put on during your husband's funeral.
Quite frankly, why have a
that's a
conversation
star.
about me when you can have a conversation with me? So, for example, a journalist from the Daily Mail came up to me. She introduced herself, and she was very gracious. She was saying, "You look so beautiful. I'm so sorry for your loss." To which I replied, "It is so nice to put a name to the face, especially with all of the slander, the lies, accusations that are out there surrounding my husband's murder and myself."
Can you prove that?
And I said to her, "You know what's so interesting? This is my first time at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and I find it so fascinating, the dynamic that is going on right now, because everyone is all dressed up, and you guys are co-mingling in and out of each other's cocktail parties. And so for one night,
Wait a minute.
you are able to put
Drewskis
aside
respond to this?
all
Hold
your
on.
differences." Every morning I wake up to a new headline lying about me. I have
Change started happening. His wife, Erica Kirk, began stepping into the spotlight almost immediately. Shows, interviews, public appearances, and for a massive portion of the internet, something about it didn't sit right. That reaction, that sense of something being off, is what gave this whole situation oxygen. It's what gave Candace Owens ammunition. It's what gave Drusky a target. And it's ultimately what made the skit go supernova. Because here's the thing about the internet. It doesn't care about your grief timeline. It doesn't care about what a therapist might say about healthy coping. Was edited, but it existed. So what did Drusky do when all of this exploded? Nothing. He said absolutely nothing. No statement, no video, no Twitter thread. He just kept posting content, kept retweeting people laughing about the skit, kept announcing new projects, including, by the way, that he'll be hosting the 2026 BET Awards. He announced a major career milestone in the middle of the biggest controversy of his career.
He's just got the face for it. I thought this would be like a response video, though. Damn. Damn. Thought we were gonna have something juicy. I'm gonna sneeze. Tasty. All right. Is Queeman? Oh God. I'm sorry, Queeman. I'll never joke at your expense ever again. Love, Ishi. Fumes on set as Emma Vigeland exposes news sinking on. So incompetent without this guy before. Remember where?
I'm here to offer a public apology for my criticisms of Israel. I'm deeply sorry. This is a learning moment for me, and I'll share with you the 6 lessons I've learned from my grave mistakes. But first, here's my full confession and apology.
Let's hear it, Goy.
I've made videos recently erroneously criticizing the Israeli government, and while there was plenty of agreement with my perspectives, there was also some rageful backlash. And I took note of the many hostile comments insulting me, calling me a Jew hater, an anti-Semite, smearing my character. And those comments have completely changed my mind on the topic of Israel. Quite frankly, the intimidation worked. I realized I was being an anti-Semite, full of hate, and I now fully support the government of Israel. I'm sorry for everything I've said. Sincerely. It was wrong. But here's what surprised me. I took painstaking efforts to deceive you, the viewer. In my videos criticizing Israel, I would carefully put in nuance to draw the distinction that I wasn't talking about Jewish people or citizens of Israel, while clearly stating I was talking about the government of the country of Israel. Like this. By the way, if you're sitting there going like, this isn't a look at citizens of Israel, this is a look at the Israeli government. But so-called haters like this saw right through that and knew that I was talking about Jewish people. The very people I wasn't talking about and deliberately said I wasn't talking about. Not only that, but they rightfully pointed out that I hate Jews. My only question to these commenters is like, how could you tell? That's what I was, because I tried so hard to hide it. And other helpful comments like this one helped awaken me from the Jew hate I had just fallen into. F you, you f***ing moron. There's 57 Muslim countries. We can have one. Go f yourself. It occurred to me a person like this is excellent at spotting hate because...
Okay, 57 Muslim countries. We can have one. Okay, I would agree with you if you didn't have dual citizenship with America. Because then that would mean you have more of a... what do you call it? If you like Israel over America, would support Israel over America. So Go live there? Support the country you love the most, I guess? Because they'll let you, if you're Jewish, they'll let you just stay there. They'll let you live there. It's like their thing, man.
She clearly has none of it inside of her, and she correctly spotted it in me. These types of comments were very effective. They typically involved hostility, character smearing, insults fueled by anger. In other words, they're the loudest people screaming. And that might make you think that if you don't agree with them, then you're in a small, shameful minority of people. But according to this poll, they're actually in the 5.
Which best describes how you feel about the government of Israel. In God's work, I don't trust them.
0.5% minority of people. What does that tell you? Well, it tells you that 94.5% of people need hostility and emotionally charged insults thrown at them so they can be convinced to think like you. Just like I was. I mean, my realization was like, look at the behavior of these people calling me an anti-Semitic sack of shit. What do they believe? Because I want to be just like them. And realizing that they have the exact same perspectives as Lindsey Graham gives me a good principled man to set my sights on to emulate. And even though people like say it, I honestly don't think Lindsey Graham is gay. Side note, I also noticed that most of the haters had Israel flags in their bios. And just to clarify, when people were doing that with Ukraine, saying Ukraine's our greatest ally, we know it was just people falling for anti-American propaganda. But with Israel, it's different because Israel is our greatest ally. And I stand with Israel. At least I do now. Now, before I get to the very humbling lessons I've learned, I want you to know that I recently sat down with 2 of my closest friends who are Jewish. Here's what I said to them. I apologize for hating you guys. They said back to me, how have you been hating us? I said, well, I've been openly criticizing Netanyahu and Israel's government, and I've learned that's really me hating you Jews. And they said, no, it's not. We have family in Israel and they hate Netanyahu. They went on and said, according to polls in Israel, only 40% of Israelis trust Netanyahu. They're really frightened by the guy and how he runs things and the direction he's taking their country. So I said back to them, I don't think that matters because citizens in the state of Israel are God's chosen people and Netanyahu is their leader. And they said, well, you've obviously been indoctrinated with dispensationalism and Zionism. Prior to those made-up ideologies, there were completely different interpretations for what Israel and God's chosen people meant in the Bible. And I said, I don't think that matters. But they just wouldn't listen to me. They said, besides, if God was referring to literal Middle Eastern Israelis, a ton of people in Israel don't have that DNA because they come from Europe. That's why DNA tests are outlawed in Israel, aside from some medical and legal testing exceptions, because they don't want people to know. And I said back to them, God, I hate you people. And there it was again. Then they called me gay and didn't accept my apology because they weren't convinced that I actually hate them. This one's insightful. JP Sears saw how much money Jew hating makes, so he decided to join in. Remember, retards like JP look at this map and think Arabs are the victims. Dude, I have become very wealthy from Jew hating. But like, how did they know that? I don't even know how I'm gonna earn money anymore. Do you think I'm a retard? Yeah. Oh. Now, with my apology, I'd like to offer the lessons I've learned from my mistakes in hopes that others can learn from them too. Lesson 1, you should be aligned with the side that's doing the censoring. Because prior to my video called, Hey Man, What's Zionism?, being censored from YouTube, I wasn't. And now I am. And you should be too, because censorship is known for being on the right side of history. And please do support your politicians who are actively trying to pass bills making it illegal to criticize or boycott Israel. Lesson 2. I've learned that distrusting any government makes you a stupid sack of shit. I mean, if you're not in lockstep with the persistent narrative and talking points of the government because your senses and thinking tells you something else, then you hate Jews. Lesson 3. I've learned that when there's tribalism, intimidation tactics being used, threatening to outcast you from society by destroying your reputation, Jew hater, anti-Semite, etc., you want to immediately comply and fall in line. Acting out of your fear of not belonging aligns you with truth and really gives you more freedom as an individual. Lesson 4. I've learned that Israel in no way has influence over the US government or US politicians. And the politicians that are funded by the Israel lobby AIPAC, which the ones in red are, it's not an indicator of those politicians being influenced by the lobby that pays them. And it is indeed anti-Semitic to think that there's any level of connection there. Lesson 5. I've learned that thinking it's a crime, let alone evil, to commit genocide, prisoner rape, or killing children is not only not true, it's anti-Semitic to think so. Lesson 6. I've learned that we need to do whatever it takes to fight an ongoing war with Iran, and it has nothing to do with Israel. If you think it does, Jew hater. The truth is, our government says we need to, and we should trust that. And perhaps while we're over in Iran, for as long as it takes, we could scoot over to Iraq and finally find those WMDs that we're told they have. So with my apology, I hope you can learn from my mistakes faster than I did. With all of that, once again, I'm sorry. Sincerely. You really think I'm a retard? Yeah? What about the sack of shit? Did you know your bone marrow already holds millions of stem cells? And this cocoflavanol powder helps mobilize them into your bloodstream to support repair where your body needs it most. It's backed by Harvard-linked research and supported by herbal medicine expert Dr. Simon Mills. Check this out.
Dark chocolate is a medicine. End of. It's one of the best medicines around. Is 50 grams, 100 grams of 75% or more dark chocolate. Brain health as well, cardiovascular health. They do studies where they've put cocoa into volunteers, that means students usually, so young kids, and they were able to show changes in the blood flow within minutes, certainly within an hour of eating cocoa. Beneficial changes in your blood flow.
They call it the heart medicine.
Yeah, heart, circulation, brain, but it also...
Kevin Nash is weighing in on the fucking Israeli problem. That's crazy. Holy shit. Alright, is Queen been talking about anything yet?
If Kamala would have been different.
And once
again, we have Hassan engaging in activities which may very well violate California law.
Sam Cedar, another one I'm ready to burn, because he also protects Hassan at all costs.
God, I fucking hate Hassan so much. Hassan is a fucking stupid, tanky, jihadist, apologizing piece of shit. Fuck Hassan. What a fucking asshole.
Because Hassan is the most unlikable human being on earth unless you want to have sex with him.
Like when we go to his channel, I gotta stop talking about Hassan so much, to be honest with you. It just bothers me that
Okay, so you think that Hassan is not fun to talk to about anime?
I think normalizing Hassan is dangerous.
Because there's genuinely so much to attack Hassan for. Every day there's a new thing to bash Hassan over the head with. Because he's just so fucking stupid and malicious.
I genuinely do believe that Hassan is one of the worst people on the internet.
Hassan Piker is the most dangerous person that if you're over the age of about 35, you've probably never heard of.
So Hassan is one of the most terrible human beings on earth.
At least your villain, Ethan Klein, showed real emotion. And when he discovered the news on his podcast, he was sobbing. And I believe his tears. I don't believe Hassan Piker's crocodile tears.
The people that simp for Hassan who are like, he's hot, whatever, it's so pathetic. Even if you think it's hot, it's so embarrassing. It's so cringe, guys. Please, I'm gonna fucking die.
I haven't seen you in pretty much never.
Yeah.
You want to be in my vlog?
Sure.
Starting it up.
Oh hell yeah! I just started vlogging.
Oh.
Recently as well.
I feel you. It's hard. It's awkward.
Yeah. I came here to say thank you.
Wait, why? No, thank you
For supporting 31st so much.
Thank you for the big baggy pants. I love them so much. Oh my god.
Well, have a good show.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Hassan's EP voice is so gay. That's facts. Yeah, I just woke up. Yeah, that is facts. I might be ready to hate Hassan again.
Yeah, look.
I don't know why Parry's banned in my chat. I'm not sure. I haven't really bothered looking. I'm gonna be real.
Parry got banned? What did Parry do?
I doubt he was contributing much yesterday. I think he sent me some shit that sucked.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing him in the ban list. So I've got no idea what's wrong with that. Yeah, it doesn't show up in the ban list, so.
Unban him, Quee Man.
Yeah, he's not in there at all. Yeah, I did ban him when that happened, but I unbanned him afterwards.
I see.
Yep, don't see him. Can't do anything about it. There was something else I wanted to look at.
Around the scene.
Fuck, whoops. Guys, Pisco keeps mentioning the Oreo. I didn't realize.
Oh, no.
How do you think Diorio lives with himself, like knowing that he's running from some like dweeby Mexican lawyer?
Dior.
Somewhere in this.
Speaking of diabetes, I need to get some snacks.
Guy Nicholas Diorio is?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's timestamped at the right spot. What, he says it right at the start?
I was asking that. When I say permanently banned, that's what permanently banned means.
You guys know who this guy Nicholas Diorio is?
Yeah.
Dude, what is...
Yeah, he blocked me. I still don't know why. Anyway, you're banned. I'm working on that. I didn't do anything to him. I don't know what's going on. I'm still banned or blocked.
Wow. You've never talked to him?
Never once. Not once.
Do you know who he is?
I'm just hope. I don't know who he is. He's some guy, and I just like clicked on his profile and I'm blocked. I'm just figuring if someone knows him, I could reach out to him and be like, "Hey, dude, tell me why you banned me."
I can't
He's in
private
the
loss on
commentary community, which is a very strange, like, label for them. You know, like it's very broad. But yeah,
Do they comment on stuff?
He's like Turkey Tom. You know, covers a lot of like drama.
He's like, you know how Hutch like always talks about Hassan? He's kind of like that. He's like, yeah. He's
Oh, like that. He's like Hutch.
Yeah, he kind of
Like
like emulates the Hutch formula, I would say.
But like times 10.
Right. Like Hutch, but worse. Right.
Label for them. You know, like it's very broad. But yeah.
Do they comment on stuff?
He's like Turkey Tom, you know, covers a lot of like drama.
It's like
How does
Hutch like
how does Pisco stomach Hutch? Seriously.
Oh, like that. He's like Hutch.
Yeah, he kind of like emulates the Hutch formula, I would say.
But like times 10.
Poor Hutch, man. I tune in your stream, Hutch, and I see you're watching Hassan like on such a regular. I feel bad for you. I know you're having fun, but I'm like, poor Hutch has to watch this guy all the time, man.
He just won't.
He has to watch it.
It's no, but it's
his cross to bear.
It's
like the Night's Watch.
It's the Hassan news cycle that just is not. It just refuses to end.
It never will. It never will.
Well, I mean, we'll see. I mean, it would have ended if Syed had gone down in the polls after his appearance, but he didn't. He went up in the polls, and so like I assume we're going to see more of Hassan.
Sure.
Have you endorsed for the Michigan primary?
I would vote for McMorrow if I lived in that state for sure.
Okay, so that's kind of an endorsement.
Yeah, I would suggest.
That's breaking news.
Yeah.
Wow.
Pisco
Who would
using
you
a
pick? Who would you guys go
backdrop.
with?
I'm still undecided. I have to think about the whole field.
Yeah, I haven't
Really,
looked
Pisco?
I haven't looked
Yeah,
into
no, I
the-
have to think
the
about it.
Differences enough to really make a firm decision.
Yeah,
I mean-
when I make a decision, I wanna know a little bit first.
Put Hassan involvement aside, and that guy, what's his name, El Sayed, he's very progressive. So seemed like an
I'll
easy
tell you
pick
this
for
much.
you.
I'll tell you this much. The candidate who's most against the war, most in favor of accountability for the next administration, most in favor of structural reform in terms of judiciary and things like helping Puerto Ricans vote, stuff like that. Those are the kinds of candidates I like to see. If it happens to be him, then that's who I'll endorse.
Do you think about like effectiveness? Do you think about like potential effectiveness at all in your calculation?
Yeah, I do. I think I have to. Yeah, because if I take the view that someone is going to be incredibly ineffective,
I mean, I think that's all the Dioria related stuff, but I'm kind of interested to hear what Pisco's saying about that.
I wouldn't think that they're like the lesser of two evils or whatever. And
when will you debate Hutch? Well, LT, there's actually a video I posted on my channel just 2 days ago explaining that. So I'm sure you're aware of that.
They played a role in terms of who I endorsed back in the day for
So-
president in the primary.
Has this parade changed your mind at all?
Which parade?
Oh,
that's so awesome! I like it when they dance.
Try to
Getting PCA flashbacks. The high hopes dance.
True, Pisco.
I liked it when Kamala dances. I like it. I
I
think
don't know. Did people see the Zach Polanski stuff yesterday? Did people see that? This shit's crazy, man. Zach Polanski when he was a Lib Dem.
Boom, boom, boom. I'm disturbed from the TV as my best mate and flatmate is shouting to me. He shouts, "Zach, can you turn it down, please? I know you want to enjoy the full drama of Lib Dem conference, but the bass in Paddy Ashdown's voice, it's making my whole room shake." Whoops. Well, part of the answer is soup. And when Nick told the nation our party will come back, our party will win again, it will take patience, resilience, and grit, we said they're qualities we eat for breakfast. What have you done today to make you feel proud? What did we do in 5 years in government to make us proud, Liberal Democrat Conference? And let's stay proud to be Liberal Democrats. Listen, baby! Lib Dem fight back. Lib Dem fight back. Lib Dem fight back. Lib Dem fight back.
So peak, bro. It's so peak. Okay. Dude, what is there? What is there? What's an easy start?
Ding.
Lewis Goodall talking about Farage taking a bunch of fucking money. Yes, please. Yes, please. Thank you, Lewis Goodall.
Cast your mind back to those early days in the summer of 2024 of Starmer's government. I think it's fair to say that he did not enjoy a honeymoon. If he did, it was basically a dodgy, wet weekend in Bognor. No offence to Bognor. And he ended up in a situation where very quickly he was in the mire, stuck in the quicksand of what was called a scandal. I said at the time, I didn't think it was much of a scandal. I think it was a lot of hypocrisy on all sides in politics and the media. But of course, you'll remember it as Freebiegate. Huge, huge attention being paid into whether the Prime Minister had received a free pair of glasses from party donor Lord Ali, or had got some new suits and a tie. And Victoria Starmer had got a few new frocks. And then we had a situation where
all right, we might come back to this later. But
over accepting some corporate hospitality to see a Sabrina Carpenter tour or ticket or whatever it was.
All right, so the PBD crew continues to get on each other's nerves. I think they're all pretty much fed up with Adam at this point, especially Tom. Him and Adam have this really passive-aggressive beef going on. They get so annoyed by each other, and Adam is always taking subtle shots at Tom, and he interrupts everybody. But now Tom is starting to give Adam a taste of his own medicine. Like, I think he's starting to interrupt Adam on purpose now, and he tries to bust his balls during the show, which gets Adam so annoyed. It's hilarious. Because pretty much everybody finds Adam insufferable. Even PBD, you know, he had to have that talk with him about how badly he embarrassed himself during the Dave Smith debate on Piers Morgan's show, because PBD thought Adam was making his brand look bad, and he just gets annoyed with Adam all the time, too. Like, when Adam interrupts or goes off on some long, boring tangent, PBD will be like, what's the point of this? Where is this going? Or he'll even tell him to just stop talking. So I think they all kind of find Adam insufferable, but things are really starting to boil over between Adam and Tom. They're always taking these really passive-aggressive shots at each other, and then when things start to get too serious, PBD has to quickly move on. And it's always really uncomfortable. Like the other day when they start going at it, even PBD is like, all right, this is too awkward. And a few episodes before that, Adam kept interrupting everybody, and then Tom interrupted him. I don't know if he did it on purpose, but it seemed like he might have, just to get to Adam. And Adam couldn't believe it. He's like, what is your deal? But this is starting to happen more often, and these two really know how to get on each other's nerves.
Middle school, high school, I think it's like 80+%.
But these people are making the point, right? It's a point you've made, Adam.
Hold on, Tom, you're interrupting me, buddy.
These folks were, you know, you talked about, you know, Gays for Gaza, and they said, do you really know what it would be like if you went over there? It's just like these people waving these flags.
I appreciate the interruption, Tom. I love you. What percentage of teachers
we're not going to fight? It's Good Friday.
Are male?
You professional.
It's 10%. Tom, what are you doing here, guy? I'll wait for you. Go talk.
Oh,
no, I'm waiting for you. You want to interrupt?
Sweet. This is sweet. You won't let him talk. You won't let him talk. And now you're holier than thou. Good Friday.
We take a moment to pray again.
Yeah.
And pause.
Okay, I'm going to move on. Love the neighbors, Tom. Listen, I don't know anybody other than Russell Brand that's basically caused a frenzy on Piers Morgan that maybe he didn't over deliver. I don't know anybody that would fall into that category.
Wait. I just thought of another guy.
Tom, stop it. But from a moral perspective, that's completely disgusting. 16 years old, you're 30? Unbelievable. Although there's, I think, 35 states in America where 16 is legal. It's a weird loophole. But I will give him credit.
Number?
I will give him credit. Tom, why do you keep talking when I'm talking? What is your deal, buddy? Anyway, speaking of creepy people, thank you, Tom. But listen, Russell, I get it. You're creepy. I'm surrounded by creepy people sometimes. Just do better. Right, Tom?
Yeah, that was awkward.
The whole believe all women thing.
No, exonerating.
Tom,
not found
stop
good.
it.
Exonerating.
Thank you, Tom. I wouldn't have been able to communicate a sentence without your brain.
So now Tom is starting to talk back to Adam, because usually Adam will be goofing on him and interrupting him. Adam just loves to hear himself talk, and he'll talk over everyone. So it's great that someone else is trying to put him in his place. I mean, PBD does, and Vinny will argue with him. But Tom is more mild-mannered, so if Tom is starting to shit on him, it's pretty bad. And it seems like it's almost an inside joke. Whenever Adam starts rambling, everyone else on the podcast is like, here we go. And they know it's going to be some giant, boring rant. I mean, PBD is always like, where's this going? What are you talking about? Like, what's the point of this? Like, recently when Adam started talking, he's like, oh, I could go forever talking about this, but I'll make it quick. And PBD's like, you better. And then PBD just got up and started walking around the studio looking at hats and not even paying attention to what Adam's saying at all, which I think Adam was probably a little offended by.
So I'll be super quick because I can go forever on this.
Don't go forever, but just give your super quick.
I said I was going to go quick.
Go ahead.
I said that.
Do it.
You already hit me with a what's your point? I haven't even gone yet. This is a monumental story.
I can interrupt you in just a minute.
Tom, I know you can, buddy. This is a monumental story, but it's not going to go anywhere. So
does that piss you off?
It pisses me off, but I also what I want to do is recommend to the people out there what they should do, because I fell for this thing. We all know this. I'm kind of
no. He's
PBD's behind me now.
Hat shopping. Let him go.
Okay, gotcha.
And PBD especially hates when Adam talks about relationships and gender dynamics, because Adam has no wife or kids and still kind of lives a bachelor lifestyle and goes clubbing. And he'll complain about how it's really hard to find women that are respectable enough to start a family with. And he also advises men to wait to get married and have kids. But whenever he starts talking about this topic, PBD always disagrees with him. So a few months ago, when they were covering how people don't really want to have kids as much anymore, as soon as Adam started talking about it, he's like, all right, this is going to take a second. And you get to hear PBD just be like, oh my God, here we go. And then he brought up how Tom was in his 40s when he had his first kid. And PBD's like, you're always making fun of Tom. And he calls him out, which PBD seems to be really defensive of Tom, even though he sometimes makes fun of him. But he feels like Adam's too mean to him, I guess. And Adam also brings up some story about how he told some lady that she was too old to have kids. And then she started crying. And PBD is like, what is the point of this? Like, what are you saying?
This may take a second, Pat, so just bear with me.
Oh, my God.
The biggest lie that people of society have been told is the lie of modern feminism, and I'll double down on that. Because, this guy, he said this is based on a survey. Let me tell you what I'm basing this on. My life, feelings, what I've seen. I see what's going on here. So there's a big difference between men and women. Look, I've been very, there it is, Benny. You can't get pregnant. I don't care what they say. Stop chest feeding. It's not going to happen. But look, I've partied enough for 10 lifetimes. I've been very open about that. I've been all the parties. I've been all the yachts. I've been all the mansions. I've been all the trips. I've done it all. The only thing I haven't done is genuinely have a family with kids. So that's what I'm solving for now. And you might say, Adam, you're 45. Is it too late? Not even close, bro. I know plenty of men who have basically landed that plane in their 40s, some in their 50s. How old were you when you had your first daughter? How old were you?
Oh, Bailey, I was 44.
Okay, there you go. So the challenge is, if you're a woman.
Listen, look, guys, let me do this. For those of you guys that are sick and tired of Adam always taking shots at Tom, can you send Tom a message and tell him how amazing he's looking lately with all the Stefano Ricci suits he's been wearing? Honestly.
By the way, there's plenty of times where I make fun of Tom's age. This is not one of those times. This is where I'm advocating that Tom took time to become a man of status, of valor. You think so, PBD? I wouldn't do that to Tom, Pat.
Well, listen, we're going to see. But go ahead. Keep going.
So I'm at the White House the other day.
Here we go.
And I'm having a conversation with a beautiful woman in her 40s. And she says, what do you want to talk about? She's interviewing me. And I said, I could talk about whatever. I could talk politics. I could talk business.
Are you going to give a shout out to like 7 people right now?
I mean, Pat.
Shut him out. Go ahead.
You want to know what my point is? How can I get to my point if you keep interrupting me, sir?
Shout out to your point.
I don't appreciate you bullying Tom. Go ahead. Go ahead, Kamala.
I don't know if we have that kind of time.
So I'm at the White House and I'm speaking with this woman. You're in your 40s. Your prime is gone from you. You better hit a Kobe Bryant last second shot clock if you're gonna have a kid.
You told her that?
Yeah. And she goes, "You're right." You're like, "You're right."
She starts crying.
I mean, she was sad.
Is that like a pickup line?
No, it was
Like,
not a pickup line, Pat. PBD, I'm trying to tell a story here, sir.
I'm really trying to follow where you're going with this.
Well,
Go ahead.
Stopped interrupting me, sir. I'd be done with the story.
Hey, keep going, Adam.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I can't get over the top.
But there's more women than ever freezing their eggs. There's more women than ever considering having a baby alone. Imagine that.
How do you do that?
They have an egg.
Yeah.
They have an embryo. They put the sperm in. and they have a baby.
Let me tell you.
And there's no man around. And this, unfortunately, is the future for women. And then I'll land the plane here.
Land it.
I've interviewed all types of people. What is
glass of wine and a turkey baster?
Tom, I just was trying to be nice to you. Don't make me do this to you now. Thank you, sir.
We're going off the rails here.
You go ahead.
Going off the rails.
PBD, when we interviewed Tate.
So he gets really annoyed by Tom and vice versa. Also, recently they covered the scandal with the Patriots head coach, Mike Vrabel, cheating on his wife with a reporter. And everyone on the podcast, except for Adam, is like, come on, he can't be doing that. You know, he's supposed to be in a position of authority and he needs to be a role model. But then Adam chimes in and he's like, what's the problem with that? What's the problem with cheating on your wife? And then when it gets back to Tom, he's like, I can't believe what I just heard.
To be that big in the spotlight, and you're Mike Vrabel, Super Bowl champ, and all that stuff. You're a role model to people. Besides the organization and your family and her family, it's just, I mean, like, and that's it, bro. The devil is so freaking good. Your life is going great. You have everything. You have all the money. You have all the all the success, and then all of a sudden, it's lust. It's that feeling. It's the adultery, and I mean the top 10 commandments. Not good.
Honestly, I haven't been following the story. I don't want to weigh in here, but he's the coach, and who was the lady here?
She's a reporter apparently.
And they had a relationship.
They had a relationship.
Okay, and I'm genuinely curious. What's wrong with that?
They're married. Both of them were married.
Okay, so it's a cheating story.
Yes.
Yeah, for years.
So playing devil's advocate, what's wrong with that? Well, cheating.
What do you mean? They're both married.
Okay, in the eyes of God, I get it, but
we're not using social standards. We're talking about the moral turpitude clauses that are in all the contracts.
No, I don't know the story here.
Let me go to Tom then. Go ahead,
Are we
Tom.
saying that you can't cheat? Is that what
Tom,
this is?
go ahead, Tom.
Is this your job?
I'm trying to recover from what I just heard.
Tom, you're going to be okay, buddy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Then also Adam and Vinny get into it quite a bit. Like with the Epstein files, they always argue over that. And Adam always tries to downplay Epstein's operation. And anything that has to do with Israel, Adam will always try to downplay it. Like recently, there's a big story about how an IDF soldier destroyed a statue of Jesus, and they covered it on the show, and Vinny was really offended by it. But of course, Adam is like, come on, this is all selective outrage. This is just one person that did something they shouldn't have. We need to focus on the bigger problem here, how Islamic terrorists hate Christians. And then him and Vinny just start going at it.
Israel is in Lebanon for what? For what? Destroying who? Hezbollah, okay? That's the mission. That's the threat. You've already seized almost 20% of the land for the buffer zone. What are you smashing a statue of Jesus, okay? Has nothing to do with the mission. I know the soldier, again, does not represent all of Israel, but that's discussing, I'm curious, why the hatred towards Christians, okay?
So if we're going to label anybody anything, let's label this one person an idiot. But while we're processing labeling the selective outrage and the selective hypocrisy, I mean, stop it. Okay, so you've seen a video of like a religious Orthodox guy spitting on someone, or someone, what this guy did, smashing a symbol of Jesus. Okay, the Christian people are the most persecuted people on earth. They're killed, they're kidnapped, their churches are bombed. By who? Say the name. Islamic terrorists. Let's focus on that. So let's chill with the selective outrage. How dare you smash a photo? Horrible.
But can I say one thing though? I completely disagree with selective outrage. It's something that we were seeing. People were denying it. We're seeing it. It's not an isolated incident.
What bothers you more?
No,
nothing but this, or thousands of Christians being killed in Nigeria.
No, but Vinny, can I say one thing?
Each has its own thing. That
what bothers you more?
I agree with you.
No, let me. I want to.
Obviously, Adam, you're not going to get me to got you moment. Of course, it's thousands of people getting killed. This isn't a got you. You can't address this story. This is a messed up story. So and somebody else is reporting
you're treating
doing
it the same.
I'm not.
You're treating thousands of people being murdered
Adam,
with the same selective outrage.
You're telling me how I
idiot smashing
Are you telling me how I feel?
A statue.
Are you telling me how I feel?
Here's what I'm telling you how you feel.
Christ, a statue of Jesus
don't care about your feelings.
So it seems like there's a common denominator here. You know, everyone's sick of Adam. Like every time he talks, PBD, Vinny, Tom are like, here we go again with this guy. And I bet behind the scenes they talk about it and they all vent to each other about him. But PBD still keeps giving him more chances. Like he's definitely on thin ice after that Dave Smith debate. And also him and Tom keep getting into it, which I think PBD would take Tom's side. And the audience is always complaining about Adam, and they usually praise Tom. So we'll see how much longer PBD can put up with him. But let me know what you guys think about it, and check out the Patreon. I just posted a new video on there about how Candace Owens is in big trouble, and she finally might have met her match. And also I covered how Dave Chappelle is totally out of touch now. That dude is so full of himself. It's so cringy. So make sure you check out the Patreon. There are over 200 other exclusive videos. There's a ton of stuff to go through. So if you're a fan of the channel and you enjoy the content and want to keep up to date with everything, make sure you check it out. There'll be a link in the description.
Memo, here you go, Dave. Remember this memo from Wesley Clark that you used to cite everything?
This is
that you used
adorable.
to cite. Yeah.
Adam, I'm not quite sure. What is the point you're making?
The point is this: Dave has zero credibility at this point.
Well, you don't really get to decide
and he
that.
ran
You know,
into
the people,
somebody
the audience gets
that
to decide
completely
that.
bullied. What audience?
Okay.
The four
Well,
people
can
that show up
can
to
I
your comedy
respond?
show at the ha. You live in America, tough guy. You have the luxury of sitting
I
in
didn't
your
say
little
the country.
studio
I'm saying
with
the
your hooded
regime.
sweater,
The regime.
like you're 17 years old.
Adam, I'm
Who's
17 years
Who's
old.
your favorite president
I
of the last 15
have
years?
a wife and children. Who depends on you, Adam? Your mom?
Okay, I also
Yeah, I mean,
have
if you want to make it
significant
personal,
other. So you want to
if
go
you wanna
personal?
make it, you have a significant
Dave,
other.
we can
Okay.
go as
Anyway,
personal as you.
When you go and be professionals, that's not how I handle debates. I don't handle debates that way. That's not my MO. So if you're close to me and you're handling it that way, that is not my style. This next phase requires all of us to recreate ourselves, and that includes you. And you have to make a decision on what you want to do with this next phase. You got to recreate yourself.
Sure.
All right, so Patrick Bet David's co-host, Adam, recently did a debate with Dave Smith on Piers Morgan's show, and Dave made an absolute fool out of him. Well, actually, Adam just made a fool out of himself. You know, Dave really didn't have to do much, but it was so bad PBD had to talk with Adam about it publicly because he knows Adam is terrible for his brand. Even PBD's fans can't stand him. Every podcast for like the past year, there are always a ton of comments talking about how annoying he is and how PBD needs to fire him, which after this debate, he might be considering if Adam doesn't change because this was so humiliating for Adam and PBD. I think PBD is probably more embarrassed about it than Adam because Adam has no shame. This guy went into the debate with the strategy of just bringing up someone else's debate with Dave. Like, he just kept saying Dave has no credibility left because he got destroyed in this debate with Coleman Hughes. So he basically just went on the show to tell Dave that he shouldn't be taken seriously and he has no credibility. But it just completely backfired. You know, Adam was already a total joke, but after this, I don't think anybody will take him seriously ever again. I mean, it almost felt like this guy was just trying to make himself look like an idiot. Piers had to ask him multiple times what the point is of bringing up that other debate, which most people watching probably haven't even seen. So Adam's like, oh, well, I can bring up other debates if you want. So that's like his only strategy, is just referring to other people's debates. So when Piers mentions that, Adam remembers the Douglas Murray Dave Smith debate, and of course Adam thought Douglas owned him by making a big deal about how Dave has never been to the Middle East. So Adam tries to use that tactic on him too, and it just ends so badly.
To pretend that it was an even match, an even debate, he put you in a body bag, and you're out here still doubling down on all your positions when he went methodically and surgically.
This is the saddest thing. I've never been in a debate where someone just fell back to someone else's debate. Boom, boom, boom. Name one of the booms. Make the point for yourself. Me and you are supposed to be debating here, brother.
The memo from
Say
Wesley
something.
Clark. The memo from Wesley Clark. Your
So
whole
what's your point?
foundation for your Israel. So listen up, little guy.
My point to you, Adam, would simply be it's an unusual debating strategy to spend 10 minutes of this debate talking about another debate that most viewers may not have seen.
Yes.
Wow.
Okay. Kind of back? Sort of?
I mean, there's other debates that we can bring up. The fact, Dave, when's the last time you were in the
Other debates. We're on.
Okay, so this is
I'm
what you're
asking
falling back to now. I have not been to the Middle East. Go do your best Douglas Murray acting job. Adam, brother, I was prepared
You've
to come
never
in here on
been,
friendly
right?
terms.
So why
you are
I
humiliating
don't care
yourself
if you're here
right
to
now,
be friends.
dude.
I'm
No,
really
you're
not.
humiliating
I'm really not. Dave,
yourself right now.
You've
Yeah,
been
you are.
humiliating yourself. Do you see what's going on where Piers Morgan lives in London? Do you see what's going on all over the world?
I've been an advocate
Why are
of
you
strict
whitewashing
immigration
terrorism?
controls for many years.
You said that Dave
God.
couldn't talk about the Middle East because he hasn't been there much. When was the last time you were in England?
I spent much time in England. My ex-wife was Welsh.
When was the last
she
time?
She wasn't a sheep shagger.
When was the last time?
The last time.
She wasn't.
The last time I was in.
She wasn't a sheep shagger. What does that got anything?
Europe, in England, in the Middle East. Where would you like me to go?
No, England.
The last time I was in England was about 8 years ago.
Right. So this idea, let me tell you.
The last time I was in Israel.
Let me tell you.
The last time I was in Israel.
This idea.
was 3 years ago.
Oh, Adam,
there is
dude,
a weird. There is a weird
Pierce,
idea.
do we have to put this episode out? I like Adam.
There
We
is
don't
a
have
weird
to edit
idea.
this.
There are many people.
Are you
on the,
saying that not going to a country?
Adam, many people. Hang on.
So I don't know why Adam would agree to do this. Like, how did he think this was going to go well? Already everybody finds him completely insufferable, and he thought this would help. So PBD was not happy about this appearance because he already gets a ton of shit for having Adam on his show, which is the only reason anybody even knows him. But I don't think Adam has enough self-awareness to realize how bad he looks and how he'd be nothing without PBD. He says he never reads comments, which is probably a lie, but he seems to think this debate went fine. He acts like he doesn't even realize everybody thinks he's a joke, or maybe he just doesn't care, but he might need to start caring because PBD has had enough with his shenanigans and has been publicly calling him out on it. Like, also, if you remember last year, the whole crew seemed to be fed up with Adam because he acts like a diva, he parties too much, and he swears too much on the show. PBD had to call him out for that multiple times.
We're in Vegas. He went to, was it Dre's? Where were you? Were you at Dre's?
Yes.
Dragging Adam out of the club. Adam still hasn't slept. He's hammered. He smells like tequila.
Disgusting.
And vodka and a few other smells. We don't want to get into it.
But I got coffee. I got coffee. I'm okay.
But he got his coffee. He got everybody here working for him, getting him coffee, tea, napkins, back
diva.
rub.
Total diva.
The biggest
coffee.
diva that you got. Go to the back. All the people have been so nice to us, okay? Adam's put the entire crew to work. I'm so upset at Adam. They're so respectful to us. They're so nice to us.
You would associate with Andrew Tate. I can't believe that you would talk to Candace Owens. Oh, yeah? Shut the f up. This is what we do. We talk to people. We hear the truth.
That's a regular thing for us. The reason why I'm getting upset at Adam is I'm asking specifically, stop dropping F-bombs. I've asked him so many times. I don't like it.
My bad, sir.
So PBD isn't afraid to let his co-host hear it on air, which some people think is inappropriate. Like, it should be handled behind the scenes, but it's good entertainment. It's always pretty funny. Like, also recently, right at the start of one of the podcasts, PBD had to start lecturing his co-host.
Sometimes people won't learn unless their bare ass is shown.
Take it away from him.
For the millionth time, Adam told you 20 times, turn on. Can you just grab the phone? Honestly, just grab the phone from him. Tom.
Done.
No,
Done.
do me, Tom, no, I'm going to ask you one time. Put your phone over there, please. Can somebody grab Tom's phone and put it over there, please? Every podcast I have to ask you, and Adam, just ask you right now, we're live. Please give the phone to Mikel and put it over there. Thank you, Mikel. Okay. All right, let's get right
Tom,
into it.
we still love you, though.
Every time podcast.
So during the most recent episode, he brought up Adam's debate and was politely trying to tell him it made the brand and him look really bad. I think he's starting to be embarrassed that Adam's even associated with him because Adam's just so unlikable. And PBD is always talking about how people are reacting to things in the marketplace of ideas. You know, he's definitely been reading the comments about Adam, and he asked Adam how he thought he did during the debate, and I don't think his response made PBD feel any better about it.
Let's get right into it. Opening topic that I want to address with you guys is this. Adam, you were on the Dave Smith. You and Dave Smith did a debate together. Obviously, the market has responded. Dave has retweeted and said something about this is the end of Adam funeral. He made some comments that went viral. You've responded. You made some videos. I want you to share with us, because the audience is curious. They're asking me, what is your impression on how you did on the debate with Dave Smith?
Well, despite what you think, I haven't listened or watched any of the internet comments. Zero. You. I don't go onto Twitter. I don't check the comments. It's just not something
what he asked, brother.
And I'm listening to a song called "Ain't Nothing Gonna Break My Stride, Ain't Nothing Gonna Slow Me Down," and that's how I feel about this. There's no doubt that Dave Smith is smart or wise or well-read.
Yeah.
But just because you're smart doesn't mean you're wise. Now, do I think Dave Smith is smart and capable? Sure. Do I think he's funny? No. Do I think he's right? Definitely not.
I'm asking you, how do you think you did?
I think I did fine. My intention wasn't to play nice. It's a big difference between the internet and comments in real life. I walk around in real life. I have zero issues.
You don't have issues there. That's not the conversation
so
I'm having.
The conversation that I was just basically establishing is that Dave Smith, as potent as he might be on a podcast or even on Joe Rogan's for that matter, people don't support this guy.
I think Joe's had him on 20, 30 times.
Irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant. So ask whether you agree with the guy or not. You know, Joe likes Dave, right? So the question you got to ask yourself is, from my perspective, there is issues, there is approach, there is what's next for you.
And PBD said he's already tried having this conversation with Adam off air a few times, but he never listens. So that's why he's forced to do it publicly now. But still, Adam isn't taking the feedback very seriously. Like, PBD keeps telling him something needs to change, he needs to evolve. But Adam's just like, I don't care what anybody thinks, I'm going to do what I want. So this is not the response PBD wanted to hear. And I think he's almost completely fed up with Adam at this point. Like, I'd imagine after the Dave Smith debate and how Adam handled the criticism from PBD here, he's definitely on the chopping block. Like, I don't think he'll ever understand how bad he looks and how bad that debate was. And PBD tries to explain it to him and how debates are supposed to go. And Adam's response is to bring up the Dave Smith-Coleman Hughes debate again. It's hilarious. And then you could tell PBD is just like, all right, I'm never going to be able to get through to this guy.
And the reason why I'm doing this with you openly, and I'm talking to you openly with you, is there's an element of also representing where you're coming from. When you go and be professionals, that's not how I handle debates. That's not my MO. So if you're close to me and you're handling it that way, that is not my style. And by the way, the reason why I'm having this direct feedback with you publicly is for the following reason. This is how I roll, Adam. I will give you private feedback and have your back 100%. But if my private feedback that I'm giving doesn't land, and it feels like you have immunity to go run around and say whatever you want and keep saying, I don't give a shit what people say. I do, but it's recreating for the next phase of what is that next phase for you. And that's a very important thing for you to be thinking about. This next phase requires all of us to recreate ourselves, and that includes you in a big way. And I've said this privately 8 weeks ago, 9 weeks ago at that dinner place we went to, and I was very direct with you. But you're cornering me to have to say this publicly to you right now. And you have to make a decision on what you want to do with this next phase. You got to recreate yourself.
Sure. I'll just break this down real quick. We didn't have this discussion prior. You just kind of preemptively brought this up, and I'm totally okay with it. If I wanted to have a ideological debate with Dave, I would probably rephrase it that the world is a dangerous place, and he wants to pretend that he's an ostrich and not engage with anybody. Debate.
Forget Dave Smith. This isn't a Dave Smith conversation. That could have been John Doe. I'm not talking.
But the point is that I'm trying to make
with ideologically,
we're not aligned.
What is the purpose of a debate?
To find the truth.
The purpose. It's a clash of ideas.
Sure.
So somebody can watch and say, "Wow, good point. Never thought about it that way."
The reason that I brought up the Coleman Hughes, and I encourage people to go watch it. This was the sort of like the swan song event. Imagine you hype up this event. Here's what's going on. The SLS is coming this weekend. Yeah. Here's what's going on. And this debate takes place, and it was a 12-0 drubbing. So that's my point. Should I have conveyed it a little bit better? Sure. Should I have not brought up someone else's debate in my debate? Maybe I'll learn that for the next time. That's fine. But the reality is this. He got whooped, and I called him out on it. That's all it was.
Yeah, but it was your fight and his.
Sure. For the next time, I'll debate him just heads on.
So I don't know if Adam will be around much longer. You know, if PBD gets rid of him, it's over. Like, nobody will listen to him on his own. Like, right now, the only reason people listen to him is because they're forced to when they listen to this show. People just suffer through it, and they always say Adam's the worst part. Like, if Adam gets fired, I'm sure people will be celebrating in the comments. So he really needs to be careful. But let me know what you guys think. And check out the Patreon. I just posted a new video actually about Dave Smith on Rogan's podcast. They got into an argument about Tulsi Gabbard and also JD Vance.
I actually wonder if PDP's keeping him around because he just doesn't like the thought of completely slashing a man's income away. Which, I mean, good on him for, I guess having a heart, but sometimes you just gotta cut them loose, dog. Okay, there was something else that I was gonna do, and I can't remember what it was.
Maurice Pearl, who's a former managing director at BlackRock,
thought that was there for a second. Abbas 20. Is that on Steam? Be on good old games. Who the fighting fuck? What the fuck, Steam? Run, buckle. You're done, buckle. Norm Macdonald versus Creepy Hollywood Bread.
There was a time when a comedian could walk onto a talk show and tell the truth about the most powerful people in the world. And nobody did this better than Norm Macdonald. When he went on The View, they asked him about the presidential election, and within seconds, he called Bill Clinton a murderer on live television.
I think we should get the homicide out of the White House and get like a fresh start, because we don't want any more murderers.
The host immediately scrambled to shut him down.
Yeah, you know, we're not allowed to, you're not allowed to put out no accusations without
That's a little
darling.
too
That's
far.
the way it does
let's
work.
just go on to the next question.
Norm just keeps going. So Barbara Walters, one of the most powerful women in American media at the time, threatened him on air.
I'll tell you what's a matter of record. You will not be invited back if you don't shut up.
He still wouldn't let it go. He tried to sneak in manslaughter as a compromise.
Let's talk football.
All right, manslaughter.
This is 20 years before Bill Clinton's name popped up all over the Epstein files, with photos of him at hot tubs and at parties with girls with their faces blurred out, implicating them as possible victims. They were likely taken around the time the show aired, meaning he was very much active in Epstein's circle at the exact moment Norm was warning the public of what he was. And this View appearance was watched by millions, so the fact that he's this relentless tells you how much he wanted people to think about it. He answered a fake phone call from his producer to mess with the hosts.
You know Matt Strauss?
Yeah, the producer.
The producer, he told me it would be funny. He said, like, why don't you carry a cell phone on and then let it ring and then pretend like there's a guy on it.
And when they tried to move on to a different topic, he just kept steering it back.
I love.
There's no stopping you, is there?
No, you seem to like Bill Clinton.
They really, and this man leads into our show on Friday night.
I know.
It's all right. His career's over after this anyway. Who cares?
The host had brought up Bill Cosby, and then Norm said this.
Bill Cosby is a great man, first of all. There has never been any accusations toward Bill Cosby about any...
Bear in mind, this was literally years before the Cosby scandal broke. So here, he's way ahead of his time. Norm then later delivers the perfect joke about Cosby on comedians in cars getting coffee with Jerry Seinfeld.
Now, do you think Cosby's legacy will be hurt? Yeah. You do, huh? I mean, there was a comedian, Patton Oswalt, he told me, I think the worst part of the Cosby thing was the hypocrisy. And I disagreed. You disagree with that? Yeah. I thought it was the right thing.
Norm was banned for 15 years after that first View appearance. He'd been ripping on the Clintons for years by this point, so it was kind of expected. He'd even roasted Bill for being a sexual predator to his face at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, an event originally meant to broker positive relationships between the president and the press.
The U.S. State Department, folks, has just issued a travel warning for all women moving past Dick Morris's table.
He attacked Clinton's fundraising scandals, casually implying the president was charging for everything.
Before I sip this coffee, actually, sir, how much is it? How much would a cup of coffee cost in a place like this? I didn't want to get, I didn't want to see $90,000 on my bill later. I thought this was kind of sad. I heard last night that President Clinton charged Abraham Lincoln's ghost $10,000 to sleep in his own bed.
He joked about the head of ABC News and the affairs everyone in the media knew about but wouldn't report on. The joke being that sleeping around was so normal at the network that sleeping with your own wife was the scandal.
There's a rumor that last week, a certain, I don't want to say who it is, a certain gentleman in ABC News, he went to a party and he got really drunk and he ended up having sex with his own wife.
He also pursued journalist Larry King, who is famous for marrying much younger women.
Table 10, wherever you are, table 10. We're sorry your waitress hasn't been there in a while. Larry King just married her.
Months later, the world found out about Clinton's affair with the White House intern Monica Lewinsky. Then there's the infamous painting of him in a blue dress found in Epstein's New York townhouse. The artist confirmed that the blue dress is a reference to Monica's blue dress, which was a central piece of evidence in Clinton's affair. Lewinsky's dress famously contained Clinton's DNA and was cited by lawmakers as proof he lied. Clinton appears in 3,584 documents, 63 flight logs, and 195 emails in the Epstein case files. Norm had his card marked while everyone kept their mouths shut, and we know the Monica controversy is simply a drop in the ocean. But before we continue, I want to tell you about our video sponsor Fume, because cravings aren't just about nicotine, they're about the habit. The hand-to-mouth motion, oral fixation, the momentary pause when that loop is broken and cravings spike. You see, Fume replaces your habit with a flavored bubble with your journey pack. But this was one night of thousands. Norm did this every single week for years on Weekend Update, a new sketch in Saturday Night Live featuring headlines that were both lethal and uncannily prescient.
This weekend, veteran news anchorman David Brinkley apologized to Bill Clinton for an election night commentary in which he called the president, quote, boring and uncreative. Admitted Brinkley, there was certainly nothing uncreative about the way you moved Vince Foster's body.
The guy he was talking about, called Vince Foster, was a White House lawyer and close friend of the Clintons who was found dead in a park. The official ruling was that it was self-inflicted, but allegations surrounding the Clintons' involvement has never gone away. Norm leaned into it hard week after week.
Although the report does concede, Foster was deeply depressed because President Clinton was trying to murder him.
He crossed Clinton with O.J. Simpson, who at the time was the most famous accused murderer in America, the implication being that Clinton wanted O.J. to murder his wife.
Well, more O.J. Simpson news. On Friday, the Juice officially endorsed Bill Clinton for president, adding, quote, I'd like to help him any way I can. To which the president replied, well, there is one thing.
Norm went after Hillary too, framing her as a compulsive liar around her claim she was named after the first Western mountaineer to summit Everest, Sir Edmund Hillary.
For years, Hillary Rodham Clinton has told people that she was named for the first man to climb Mount Everest, Sir Edmund Hillary. But as Esquire magazine recently pointed out, Sir Edmund did not climb Mount Everest until 1953, 6 years after Hillary was born. However, the First Lady does have a good explanation for the discrepancy. She loves to lie.
Andy had a whole running thread of jokes about Bill actively trying to get rid of her by sending her to space and leaving her there.
Astronaut Shannon Lucid, back on Earth after a record 6 months in space, was welcomed home Tuesday with a phone call from President Clinton. Said the president, quote, this is just the beginning. One day we'll be able to send an American into space indefinitely, and I hope it's a woman.
On Weekend Update, he had a desk and a script, and it was framed as comedy. On The View later on in his career, he said it out loud as himself on one of America's most obviously pro-establishment shows. But in both cases, he was exposing exactly how debauched and messed up the elites truly were, decades before the public understood the factual basis for his comments. That was a recurring theme over a remarkably consistent career that had many other high-profile targets. Michael Jackson got absolutely destroyed at a time when he was the most popular musical artist in the world.
This week in a secret ceremony in Australia, Michael Jackson was married for the second time. Asked what makes his new bride special, the King of Pop said, quote, "She has taught me about the power of imagination, like imagining that a grown woman is a 10-year-old boy." You know he's a homosexual pedophile, right? You understand?
And there's this bit on Conan which deliberately blurred some boundaries and left Conan looking stunned.
And if it's a boy, he's going to have sex with it.
And the MJ jokes kept escalating until they couldn't get any more brutal if Norm tried.
He hangs out with young boys. He's a child molester, for God's sakes. Michael Jackson is a homosexual pedophile. He's already molested a one-day-old boy.
You can hear how the audience is split, some groaning, some nervous laughing, some finding it hilarious. Bear in mind, this was way before Jackson's criminal trial, decades before leaving Neverland. MJ's legal team was one of the most aggressive in the industry. Norm's boss at SNL, Lorne Michaels, kept on warning him about lawsuits. Norm honestly didn't care.
You want a lawsuit by Michael Jackson?
Oh, he's suggesting passive
And then I
aggressive.
go, that's cool. I like a I'm just answering his question. I go, that'd be cool. Michael Jackson suing me? And
Eventually, those Weekend Update roasting sessions became a comedy tradition that people learned to love. He outright just joked that Tom Cruise was gay without even needing a punchline.
In an interview in this month's Vanity Fair, actor Tom Cruise attempts to end once and for all rumors that he is gay.
Or there's this joke about Marlon Brando falling off the Hollywood wagon.
Last week on Larry King Live, Marlon Brando made the shocking statement that Hollywood is, quote, run by Jews. In response, outraged Jewish organizations made it snow in New York in April.
Norm deliberately mismatched his casual delivery with the severity of what he was saying. He just ducked and weaved his way out of trouble by using his tried and tested strategy of telling the truth with enough sarcasm to make anything appear marginal.
you can tell the truth, word for word, absolutely true. But when you do it, you use a sarcastic accent.
But he'd eventually make one enemy that would punish him in the most cowardly way possible. O.J. Simpson was charged with murdering his ex-wife Nicole Brown Simpson and her friend Ron Goldman in 1994. The trial became the most watched event in American television history, and despite what most people considered overwhelming evidence, he was acquitted. From his very first Weekend Update, Norm called O.J. a murderer, and then he did it again and again for years across 60 consecutive shows.
O.J. Simpson's lawyers say they don't want the families of Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman in the courtroom during the trial. They're afraid the presence of the family members will just remind O.J. of how much more killing he still has to do. Well, O.J. Simpson's lawyers stopped feuding this week, finally. The Dream Team, F. Lee Bailey and Robert Shapiro, were able to put aside their differences and express their admiration for each other after O.J. threatened to cut their heads off.
Never letting the public forget. The trial verdict was a cultural earthquake, and here's what Norm said the night of the acquittal to the cheers of the audience.
Well, it is finally official. Murder is legal in the state of California.
The jokes then get darker and more absurd as the trial faded from the news, but Norm never moved on.
I mean, it
In
kind
his
of
book,
is.
O.J. Simpson says that
You can get off for murder in like 5 years on good behavior in Cali.
would have taken a bullet or stood in front of a train for Nicole. Man, I'm going to tell you, that is some bad luck when the one guy who would have died for you kills you. This week in the O.J. Simpson trial, after grisly photos of the murdered Nicole Brown Simpson were shown in court, O.J. turned his head away and wept. It was at that moment that he realized he would never be able to kill her again. According to retailers, the most popular Halloween mask this year is O.J. Simpson. And the most popular Halloween greeting is, I'll kill you and that guy who's bringing over your glasses, or treat.
He inserted O.J. references into completely unrelated stories.
And the Pope came out with a book this week, which contains a series of essays examining faith and morality in today's secular world and the changing role of the Catholic Church as it approaches the 21st century. The book is entitled, God Himself Told Me That O.J. is Guilty.
Every single week, no matter what the news was, he found a way to call O.J. Simpson a murderer on national television. He even joked about O.J. at the ESPYs.
And there's Charles Woodson. How about that? And what a season he had. That is something that no one can ever take away from you. Unless you kill your wife and a waiter, in which case...
But this whole time, the head of NBC's West Coast division was watching his every move. Because he was O.J. Simpson's personal friend and golfing buddy, he allegedly threw a party for the jurors who acquitted Simpson, and he desperately wanted Norm to stop. Obviously, Norm wasn't planning on that anytime soon. So, he just fired him and removed him from the Weekend Update from the start of 1998. The official reason was declining ratings, but nobody bought it.
What a fucking pussy, dude. What a BNWO, BBC, sissy cuck beta. I want OJ to like me. If Norm keep making fun of him, he won't like me no more.
And that same excuse has been used to fire many comedians from similar roles since then. The NBC executive also told Conan to stop booking Norm on late night, but Conan thankfully ignored him and kept booking Norm at least 25 more times. A year later, Norm was then rehired in pretty much the same career arc Shane Gillis followed years later, and his opening monologue was one for the ages.
How did I go in a year and a half from being not funny enough to be even allowed in the building to being so funny that I'm now hosting the show? How did I suddenly get so damn funny? It was inexplicable to me, because a year and a half, let's face it, is not enough time for a dude to learn how to be funny. Then it occurred to me, I haven't gotten funnier. The show has gotten really bad.
It was a classic industry U-turn where cancelling someone merely strengthened their resolve and popularity. Norm was still the best in the business and the best man for the job. But for all the people he went after, he was far from indiscriminate. He was painstakingly careful about whom he accused and what he accused them of, which means when he picked someone, there was a reason. In 2008, Comedy Central asked Norm to perform the roast of his close friend Bob Saget. So Norm called to discuss what he was going to do.
And he called me and he said, Saget, I can't say mean things about you. You're my friend. I don't even want to do it, but I'm going to do it because it's you.
Then Norm told Saget he was going to read jokes from a 1940s joke book. Saget told him to at least throw in an occasional cuss word, but Norm refused.
I'm just going to read jokes from a 40s joke book. And I said, Norm, that's fine. I mean, you know what you're doing, but you got to curse. I don't want to do that. I said, well, just throw in an arbitrary fuck. Nah, I'm not going to do that.
So you've got a room full of professional comedians delivering the filthiest, most personal attacks they can think of, and then Norm gets up and cracks jokes like this.
No, but Bob has a beautiful face, like a flower. Yeah, cauliflower. No offense, but your face looks like a cauliflower. No, I think that Bob should join the Ku Klux Klan, and that's not because he's racist. He's not racist. It's just that he'd look a lot better with a hood over his head on account of his face.
Half the room didn't know what was happening, the other half were in tears, and then at the very end, Norm got suddenly emotional.
Bob, honestly, has never had an unkind word for anybody, and I love him, and I hope everybody else does. So.
Saget later said Norm basically didn't enjoy the roast format, which is ironic at first impression, but makes complete sense when you consider that roasting people without cause is just meaningless. The last thing Norm's comedy was meaningless, and that wasn't his style. So he made the very conscious decision to roast the roast.
Because he didn't want to hurt his friend, and also he didn't want to do a roast. He didn't love the form.
He was the master of playing on these kinds of contradictions, including probably his most famous joke when he told Conan he was a deeply closeted gay man who also wasn't gay.
The thing that nobody knows about me is I'm a deeply closeted gay man.
What? I mean, that's... You're a gay man?
I'm not gay. I said I'm deeply closeted.
What?
I'm as straight as an arrow.
So you're a gay man who won't admit it?
No. Do you know what deeply closeted means?
Yeah.
It means a man who will not acknowledge that he's gay.
Yes.
The joke is a perfect loop that confuses Conan, confuses the audience, and technically never says anything at all. That was late era Norm, where his jokes sometimes had a distinctly intellectual and sometimes introspective tinge. He'd always deliberately hidden how smart he really was, having moved up 2 grades as a kid and studying mathematics and philosophy at university at the age of 16. He'd also hidden the fact he'd privately been battling cancer for years and told almost nobody.
Well, I didn't know, but everyone else must have known. And then Jim Downey called me and said, you know,
more or less, Conan, fuck you for not telling me about Norm. And I said, Jim, I didn't know. And Jim Downey said,
I would think Downey might know.
No, Jim didn't know.
Yeah,
Did you know?
I did not know.
I think two things about it, and they're diametrically opposed. One is, I wish I had known, because I would have told him what he meant to me.
Yeah.
And then there's the other side, which is great respect for him wanting to keep it private.
Yeah.
And him not wanting people to treat him any differently because he was sick.
3 years before he died in 2021, he went on The View again to essentially apologize for blundering over the Me Too movement. Norm said he was glad it had slowed down a bit after the sexual misconduct controversy with Louis C.K., and The Tonight Show cancelled his appearance as a result. Norm first went on The Howard Stern to explain himself and made it worse, saying, quote, "You'd have to have Down syndrome to not feel sorry for the victims." That View appearance was a stroke of genius encoded in Norm's comedy. He sat awkwardly popping Tic Tacs while the host walked him through his mistakes one by one. Every time he said something supposedly sincere, you can watch him pop another mint as a clue that his heart was not in this interaction, even if his head was.
It's always bad when you have to apologize
For the apology?
An apology. And stupidly, I was about to say that word, and I stopped and said, what's the right word to say? And then I said a different word that was equally. I realized at that moment that I'd done something unforgivable.
They tried to confirm this humiliation attempt was working as intended.
Now are you thinking twice before everything comes out of your mouth?
Then he said something that sounds like a throwaway line but isn't.
What's offensive is anything over the line, and I personally think almost everything is over the line.
By that, he's saying everyone is offended by everything, yet somehow no one picked up on it. But this last line is the real tell, given that Norm spent years outing criminals before getting hauled in for a backfiring joke.
Yeah, I have been surprised because, you know, I never did anything. I mean, I spoke, but I mean, I don't want to be tossed in with people that actually did, not crimes, but sins, or, you know, I barely have consensual sex.
He waited until they were satisfied he'd served them enough remorse, then slipped in a last-minute jab at the end. It was basically the proverbial middle finger to the whole fake operation. The industry never gave him the career his talent deserved. Norm never got his own late-night show, which Weekend Update was supposed to be the stepping stone towards. His sitcom lasted 3 years and vanished. He was touring 44 weeks a year into his late 50s because he couldn't afford to stop. That's another reason he went where no one else dared, because as he claimed, he had little to lose. He was a compulsive gambler who lost everything multiple times over and wasn't materialistic in the slightest. He once joked that someone tried to sell him a guard dog to protect his valuables, but the dog would actually become his most valuable possession.
This guy wanted to sell me a dog in the store. It was $600, this dog. Can you believe it? $600 for a dog? Oh, man. I was looking to pay, you know, a buck. I just wanted a bargain dog, a nice discount dog, a cheap, off-the-rack kind of dog, any kind of, show me to your bin of dogs, my good man, I said to the guy. But this guy says, no, he says, why don't you buy this dog? He says, it's $600, this dog, but he says, this dog is a pit bull. He says, this dog will protect your valuables. You know? And I don't even have anything very valuable, you know. I buy the pit bull, that would be the most valuable thing I have. I'd have to buy something to protect it then, you know. I'd be out shopping for wolverines the next day there. Show me something in a timber wolf if you could.
If anything, the sicker he became, the more relaxed he seemed, and he kept up his sharp commentary on current affairs rather than retreating into the background. When Epstein was found dead in his cell, Norm posted a single tweet that cut to the very core of the entire topic. A man is a coin, no observe without reverse. If you like, remember Jeff Epstein as a monster, destroying lives with wicked nonchalance. But for me, I will remember him as the man who killed Jeff Epstein. You have to think about that last line again, where he says the man who killed Jeff Epstein. Norm is saying Epstein killed himself, but by framing it as something Epstein did to Epstein, he's making the death sound like a hit. Either Epstein killed himself and that's suspicious, or someone else killed him and it was covered up. which elegantly covers both bases. Before that more famous post, he posted something more to the point like his earlier style of comedy, saying Epstein was point blank murdered by his powerful friends. Considered that was his gut instinct and not a widely held view at the time, and when Norm had a gut instinct, he usually was right. Hey, did Jeffrey Epstein commit S? Was he on S Watch? Impossible. Was he murdered by his rich and powerful friends? At the same time, he also kept on defending others from the industry's injustices. When Shane Gillis was hired and then publicly fired from Saturday Night Live in 2019, Norm was among the very few in the industry to speak out. With the media labeling him as a bigot, Norm picked up the phone and talked to him for an hour.
Norm Macdonald was a cool one.
Really?
Yeah, that was a cool one. I talked to him for like an hour.
No!
On the phone, yeah.
Wow.
It was crazy. He's another guy that's exactly who you think he is, you know?
2 years after that phone call, Norm called it a draw with cancer after 9 years.
I'm pretty sure if the cancer dies, I mean, if you die, the cancer also dies at exactly the same time. So that, to me, is not a loss, that's a draw.
His legacy has only created more supporters for the very fact that it's going out of fashion. Every time another scandal breaks, everyone looks back at a time when influential comedians like Norm would go straight for the jugular regardless of the consequences. The question of why exactly he hounded powerful people doesn't have a single clear answer because he deliberately obscured his own motivations. He professed to not know or care about politics.
People had very strong opinions on the election. You know, some people had very strong opinions one way, and other people had strong opinions the other way. And I didn't have any opinions at all. I don't have really any opinions on anything. Like, you ever watch the CNN, and they'll have the polls, you know, and it'll be like, what do you think about embryonic stem cell research? And then it'll be like, see, there you go. It'll be like 52% yes, 46% no, 6% I don't know. See? And that's me. I don't know. So I phone up the CNN, you know, and I go, hey, listen, is this the TV? Yeah, that question you asked about the embryonic stem cell research? I don't know.
What he cared about was the corrupt human impulses that lie beneath the whole act, why people lie, who they protect, and what they'll tolerate to uphold certain ideals. There's now a whole class of people doing exactly what Norm was criticizing throughout his career. When Conan made this joke in his 2026 Oscars opening monologue, the reaction was colder than ever, and the elites hated it, even though he didn't call anyone out by name.
Well, at least we arrest our pedophiles.
He hits on a key point that describes something that has happened since Norm's younger days. Comedy has entered a new era where the source material is more extreme than ever. MJ, Cosby, the Clintons, and OJ all seem like outliers at the time, but we now know they're definitely not, and the structure is much deeper than a few creepy individuals. Dismantling it, whatever it really is, has become impossible. We're also less shocked because we're desensitized. Conventionally, art is supposed to get more extreme as time goes on. Hitchcock's Psycho left people throwing up at the shower scene in 1960. Now, kids watch gory Netflix horrors while eating dinner. Modern culture is headed towards some permanent state of maximalism where everything is more exaggerated, more dramatic, and the threshold for a reaction is higher than ever. A case like Epstein would have shattered the tone of public life for years in Norm's era, but today it's merely blurring into the ambient noise. Maybe that's why he still feels alive. He was operating in a culture that still had the capacity to be stunned by scandal, and he knew exactly how to play on that emotion. Now the scandals are more sinister, the evidence is available yet redacted, and the reaction paradoxically flattens because of how desensitized society has become. As Conan said himself in his Norm obituary, bravery means tremendous risk, and often loss. Norm was highly principled and he paid dearly for his refusal to compromise. At least the few risk-taking comedians there are left, like Shane, Conan, and Ricky Gervais, have Norm's jokes to look back on.
Norm was a real one, man. Norm was allowed to say the N-word, know what I'm saying, dog? Going over now?
So yeah, he comes into chat.
This was platonic. This was platonic.
So yeah, he's saying, he's like, in my chat, insisting that while he is a chaser, He was never, ever, ever attracted to this one trans person that he spent huge amounts of time talking to over the last several years, making excessive sexual comments towards and expressing sexual interest in. While he is a chaser, that one that he's had a huge amount of interactions, many of which flirty, that one he's not attracted to.
I mean, just not this one. Would you believe a pedophile who goes to meet up with a little girl and then says, "No, I was. This was platonic. This was platonic."
Great question.
I want to fuck other kids, but not this one. Would you believe them if they were saying that? Would you believe them? I want to know. Sorry, forget meeting up. They're flirting. They're flirting over Twitter. He's flirting over Twitter with the child. Man, I'm not interested in platonic friends, and I'm friends with Scrump's ex. Like this, this is nothing. I'm not interested in platonic children, and I'm friends with her dad. Like, this isn't good reasoning. No one believes that. I'm not interested in platonic friends. No one believes you. No one believes you. Because there's other males in this chat. No one believes you.
Facts. Damn, I'm talking
sense.
sense.
One of your quote unquote platonic friends, it's because you're playing the plausible deniability game, which you are, by the way. You are playing the plausible. Let's not mince words here. You are playing the plausible deniability game. That is absolutely what's going on. I'm just joking. Unless she wants to fuck me in the ass, in which case it's no longer a joke. Yeah, I'm not cheating. I'm just goofing around. No, the point is that I wasn't flirting with Lilith. No, that's not true, Dev, is it? That's not true. You said you were flirting with her, but there was no real intention, so it's not flirting, actually. But flirting doesn't actually require intentions. Flirting's an action. It's a description of an act. We've been over this extensively, Dev. We've been over this extensively. We've analyzed every angle of this. Also, yeah, you'll feel free to call in. Feel free to call in about it. Schrodinger's Gok. Gok coin. You were flirting, you just weren't quote-unquote pining, right? You just weren't simping. There was some flirting. You did make jokes about fucking her.
Okay. I think we get it. That's some of my original coverage, guys. Just so you can see I haven't flipped position there.
A private message of Scrump's. He was talking to other people. It was like leaked to me a few months ago.
Okay.
He's now saying that apparently I was like in love with Lilith and I was pining over her while he was fucking her the whole time. Like, completely fucking delusional bullshit. She's cute, but no, I was never interested because I'm not like a fucking retard simp.
That's not fucking true. You flirted.
Oh, really?
Not really.
Okay.
Not really.
Gotta do this without getting swallowed. Anyway, it was ridiculous.
Yeah, pining, definitely not. Wanted a good digging down from? Yes.
No, man. Can I just not have any honest, real conversation with you anymore because you're like this right now?
Listen, I'm on your side. I'm still saying.
What the fuck?
Yeah, then don't get swallowed.
He's so hurt. He's so mad. Literally, the seed is coming through so clearly, bro.
Listen, I'm on your side. I'm still saying.
What the fuck?
Yeah, then don't get swallowed.
What the fuck?
Can you restart?
I don't know how. How do you restart?
I don't know. I'm asking if you can.
Don't know.
Okay. Not like actual flirting, just like casual, just being like fuck Twitter flirt. You fucking say you fuck traps on Twitter all the time.
It's not flirting.
Yikes.
It's goofing around.
That's goofing around.
Flirting mean okay. For it to be an actual flirt and not just a joke, there has to be real intent behind it.
Chat, I need a poll.
That's not true at all.
I need a poll about
No garden this year, Astro.
about whether or not
Plenty of people flirt without actually wanting to like go the whole way and fuck the person. It's just like totally retarded take.
telling a woman.
So it's something you can only think if you're like a totally autistic shut-in who's never had any expanded friend groups or you know, mixed friend groups.
I don't have
you just only
expanded
ever
friend groups.
sat online gaming with other guys and your wife that you've known since you were like fucking 19.
Fuck her on Twitter, it counts as flirting.
Intent is a part of flirting, Naomi.
I'm not cheating, I'm just goofing around.
It's not cheating, though.
Dev framing his relationship with Lilith as normal is a bit dishonest. He was really interested in this trans baddie, so much so that he would go onto her Kiwi Farms thread and start defending her from A-logs. Not well, mind you, a lot of the messages are just gross sexual comments, but an attempt was made nonetheless. Dev also lied in my little Twitter spat with him, doing yet another quote retweet, which I'm sure makes him feel super badass, saying how he doesn't pay attention to my part of the internet, implying he never saw JStock's offer to debate. This is such an obvious lie, I don't know why he even typed this out. I have personally...
Yeah, he's seen it now and gone quiet on it.
Seen Short Fat Otaku in Queeman's chat. He is called into Turkey Tom's streams. He made a video about Chugga Conroy. He calls into Wick streams frequently. You engage with Destiny. You go into his offline chat and shit talk JStock when you're too scared to say it to his face. So much for those bullshit safe spaces you constantly complain about, by the way. In January, Dev tweets out saying, I actively killed my own channel rather than sell out to MAGA. I have zero regrets. This frames Dev as being a principled individual, one unwilling to sacrifice his values for things like money or social influence. Dev lied about Hassan, and when he was proven wrong, he refused to engage. Dev ran from debating JStock and lied, saying he doesn't pay attention to the space he himself is in as justification. Dev has a history of saying doxing is bad.
They stalk, they dox, and they're not above IRL harassment, including 4chan prank shit, like ordering a bunch
He
of
shows his beautiful mug.
Yet he participates in communities where doxing is not only done, but justified and celebrated. Short Fat Otaku is a coward, a liar, an unprincipled loser, grasping desperately for any sense of relevancy by epically quote tweeting Hassan, despite very clearly being in the wrong. But hey, Hassan is bad, so it's all justified.
Why are you
I guess.
smiling?
The entire point of principles is that they work for people you don't like.
I saw a really embarrassing comment on one of these morale videos that said something like, I don't like SFO. Why are you riding for the dog abuser, the dog shocker, or some shit like that? It's like, is that really... You've just outed yourself so hard here that the only way you look at anything is who do you hate? Who do you not like in the situation?
Or even your enemies. Dev is compromised and will lie about people he doesn't like to defame them, and will lie about people he does like to try to make them seem less bad than they actually are. Dev is the very thing he rants about in his videos and complains about on Twitter. There is way more I could put in here, like him trying to defend himself on his own Kiwi Farms thread and looking like a total fucking loser, but I'm sure you get the point. I doubt Dev will ever respond substantially to any criticism, let alone mine, and ultimately, I think that's fine. It probably wouldn't break 10,000 views anyways.
So, yeah, that's the first video, guys. So that caused a little bit of a stir. Food shops reacted to it. We covered that last night. And then a bunch of people reacting to it, food shops reacting to it. And then there was a bunch more fighting on Twitter. Guys, there was a huge amount more fighting on Twitter, and I literally just can't go over all of it. I'm not gonna. Fuck that.
I'm just not gonna go over.
But yeah, guys, basically he's on Twitter just like coping for ages while people run rings around him. So he's like, it's pointed out to him that, you know, he basically says, oh, okay, I was wrong, kind of. We'll get to that in a moment. But people start pointing out, they're like, okay, you're admitting you were wrong. But we were all telling you this the whole time. You were getting berated by hundreds of accounts telling you this, and you were doubling down like a retard. And he says, I'm not on this site 24/7. Now, we know that to be false, because I've already told you the J-Keef analysis here, which is that Dev's account has 82.7 thousand posts. Account created February 2023. 1,160 days since March 1st of 2023, meaning that it's about 71.29 posts per day. Now, if you start breaking that down more and think about waking hours and stuff like that, it starts to very quickly appear like, actually, Dev is on Twitter all fucking day. Actually, it seems like you're very rarely not on Twitter, ever, at any point in the last 3 years. So, strange credulity. And then JStalk points out that Mike from PA had directly corrected him. Now, Dev replies saying, well, of course I'm not just going to believe Mike from PA. Totally reasonable. Totally reasonable to not believe Mike from PA. But Dev didn't look at Mike from PA's claim, investigate it, and then determine the truth. Mike from PA replied, correcting
Oh shit,
Dev,
I didn't mean to fight him.
Dev just did like a retarded dodge. He's just like, shouldn't you just be claiming credit for this? So he was avoiding looking into it so that he could keep stating a false claim because he didn't want to fucking bend the knee,
little
admit he was wrong.
boy collar doing for you, asshole.
And it sparked a bunch of other fighting guys. Shoe on Head was coming out saying he's a creep. Aiden Paladin saying he's a creep. So you see here, Dev saying, Aiden Paladin acting like I'm some kind of creeper, but I literally had to tell her to go away and stop bothering me for years, is an insane level of gaslighting. This is the kind of thing that only the most delusional, drunkard bitches could bring themselves to say. Now that may well be true. That may well be true. I've got no idea. I've not looked into that drama fully. Aiden Paladin sucks though. But Liquid Sonic here, I feel like had a great take. Great suggestion for them, which is perhaps they could form some kind of truce that involves both of them removing their entire online presence forever.
Oh fuck.
Just an idea. Just an idea. I thought that was a good idea. I thought Liquid Sonic had a good idea
that's
there.
long
I
reach.
feel like that's a good way to make peace and move on.
I'm so low.
How about both of you just fuck off? Actually. Yeah, wait, Liquid Sonic wants a disabled woman off the internet? What's going on? What's going on? So with that in mind, guys, Morale has put out a second video today. A second SFO video.
It's very
As you
short.
can see, it starts with me, guys. It starts with me.
God, he's so full of himself.
This is a tweet Dev put up today, apparently owning his mistake, guys. Apparently owning his mistake. Where he says, yeah, I was wrong about calling the attacker a Hassan fan. I'm correcting the record right now. Turns out it was this other attacker who was a Hassan fan. My bad. Now this would be an embarrassing tweet at the best of times, guys. This would be embarrassing at the best of times. Because to say, yeah, I was wrong, but actually it was this other one. It was the other one I was thinking of. No, just admit you were wrong. Now, how about you just admit you were wrong? And don't be like a pathetic fucking loser about it. How about you just don't be a pathetic, unprincipled, cowardly fucking loser about it, desperate to leak out a W when you look like a fucking idiot and no one's sticking up for you. And how about you just admit you're wrong and don't do this gay shit?
Fuck!
How about that? Yeah, he also said Trump shooter. He didn't just say shooter. Now, that would be at the best of times, guys. Now, you'll notice I'm replying attacker, question mark. Because if you read here, it says, Michigan man charged with making terrorist threats in Illinois. Now, I don't know you guys, but I'm aware of 2 different phrases. Terrorist attack and terrorist threat. Terrorist attack, terrorist threat. Terrorist attack, terrorist... So, now, Dev is saying this is an attacker. But he only made threats. It was to multiple businesses. He was threatening businesses with bomb and shooting threats. Assumedly not because he was actually going to do a shooting, but to get them shut down. Now, if you want to call that an attack on the business, in the sense that, like, anything that costs a business money is an attack on the business, like if you criticize a business, you're attacking the business. If you leave 1-star reviews, you're attacking the business. I don't think that's what Dev meant. I think when Dev said attacker, what Dev meant was a shooter, bomber, knifeman, whatever we may choose. Some form of violent attacker, which this guy did not do. So even assuming this was at the best of times where he was correct about the comparison, this would be embarrassing to do. Unfortunately, Dev is wrong. Dev is still wrong, still being a stupid fucking rat here, and just looks even worse. Just looks infinitely worse than he ever would have if he just said, oh, whoops, sorry, yeah, Mike from PA got me. Mike from PA got me. That was retarded, wasn't it? And moved on. But let's take a look at this morale video. 4-minute 40 morale video. Second round.
Okay, so right after I uploaded this video, I saw a tweet by Dev that I had to include. So if you already saw this video, sorry, my bad. I'm re-uploading it with this segment. He does some of the most pathetic post-hoc cope I think I've ever seen, saying that he takes back his I was wrong because some other guy who got arrested for terrorist threats was a Hassan fan. Not the guy who did the White House shooting, by the way. Seemingly just some random dude. So just keep this in mind during this video. Dev does not give a fuck about lying about political opponents. He will just do whatever he can to justify lying about Hassan, despite him totally just being in the wrong and admitting so. So yeah, awesome. Enjoy the video. Saying that Short Fat Otaku responded to my criticism is not entirely honest, as instead of taking accountability for lying about Hassan, this dysgenic freak decides to go 4 replies deep with Kilo. Let's take a look at some of these genius responses. This crowd literally just hates anyone who doesn't rabidly dislike Destiny. Kilo responds saying, you don't figure it could—
It's legit, it's just the most transparent weaseling. It's so fucking pathetic. The one community that doesn't fucking hate your guts, and you're just like, oh yeah, they just hate me because Destiny. No, they're getting annoyed with you because you said something wrong and then doubled down repeatedly, acted like a smug prick about it. Then when you tried to admit you were wrong, you still acted like a smug, disgusting fucking rat. And then you were wrong in that too. And you're still not admitting that you were wrong in that second part. They also hate you because you've been on Twitter smearing Pixie and then refusing to back it up with evidence. 50 replies deep. And when people confront you in DMs, you still don't have evidence. People press you for it. Days, weeks, still no evidence. And you never show up on streams to defend it because you're a total fucking coward. You're a total fucking coward. It's so fucking embarrassing. So fucking obvious to everyone how you move. And there is a reason why everyone you've ever come into contact with, every community, now fucking despises you. And it has nothing to do with you being principled. It has nothing to do with you being principled, okay? Trust me, it's nothing to do with the January 6th shit. Why some people hate you for sure, it's not why
man!
Certainly nothing to do with not hating Destiny enough, or whatever the fuck.
To be the rabid dishonesty, Dev responds saying, what rabid dishonesty? Yes, I like traps. Yes, I'm bisexual. Yes, so is my girlfriend. Yes, I'm a liberal. Yes, I'm anti-Trump. Yes, I hate the far left and the far right. Yes, I've burned bridges with shitty people. People doing expose.
It's got the same energy as This tweet got the same energy as
They do so much damage.
Cry
And I'm a
more,
little boy.
retard. I love the US State Department. I love the US State Department. I love Israel. I love Jews. I love Palestinians. I love Has anyone ever had like Kinder Bueno ice cream? Cry more.
Same energy. I hate this, like, I hate the centrist. Like, this is very, Brianna Wu. Do you know what I mean? It's like, there's like a strain.
Kill this woman real quick.
Like, retarded, centrist, quote-unquote, meme humor from, like, 2018. That some, like, really out of touch old trans people, like Brianna Wu, where they're like, you know, the super hardcore, semi-ironic NATO shilling, Israel shilling. Sometimes they even joke about shilling Assad. You know, not that I'm like, you know, not that I would ever deny that Assad's fucking awesome. But yeah, the very Reddit centrist 2018 shit. It's like super embarrassing. If you do this shit, you need to be re-educated. Sadly. As much as I probably agree with these people on many things, they will be re-educated.
Is on me acting like I've been hiding anything are retarded. Taking a look at just these first two tweets, Dev is initially painting critics as deranged anti-fans who could never have real issues with anything he actually says. This form of otherizing is quite common in DGG or adjacent spaces and is used to prime an audience against critics or opponents. I would be good faith here and assume Dev doesn't think he was using a dishonic tactic, such as this.
Dishonic.
But his next tweet, he tried...
A dishonic tactic? Where I was calling out Dev's dishonic tactics. Thank God Morale's here to stop this dishonic hack.
Kimberly's so fucking awesome.
I just hear this Queeman guy compare communicating a bomb threat with a bad Yelp review.
Did you really just compare? Thank you for the $10, Kimberly.
Tries to tuck tail and cower, avoiding anything he's lied about, framing all the critiques against him as just embarrassing gooner shit. When Kilo presses him on the Hassan lie, he says, "Oh,
I think it's
sorry."
pretty impressive for a cat to speak English like a tool. You're hating. That's kind of real.
Who's using a dishonic tactic, such as this, but his next tweet, he tries to tuck tail and cower, avoiding anything he's lied about, framing all the critiques against him as just embarrassing gooner shit. When Kilo presses him on the Hassan lie, he says, "Oh, sorry, I was wrong about that." Personally, I don't see "I was wrong about that" as taking accountability. It is not only implying this was a mistake instead of a lie, which is wrong. There was zero evidence for the claim you made about Hassan, so you had to have either known there was no evidence before saying it, or you did zero looking into the claim. Not only this, initially you tried to obfuscate lying entirely by acting as if the critics only talk about your gooner.
It depends how you're using lie. Like, is lie intentionally, consciously, knowingly saying something false? I don't know that you can prove Dev did that, but he certainly just made it up. He certainly just made it up. He just sort of, he just plugged out of thin air thing when there's plenty of evidence to the contrary. Plenty of evidence he's actually more like Dev. More like Brianna Wu. More like Wick.
Shed. Clearly showing you not wanting to apologize to Hassan or lying about him. To dumb it down, think of it like this. If someone cheats on a college exam, gets caught, then says, "Yeah, I messed up," instead of something like, "Yeah, I cheated, and that wasn't okay," it comes off as if you're attempting to downplay your actions and not fully own up to it. Add this to the fact that Dev is only tweeting this out in a throwaway argument with Kilo instead of replying to his initial misinformation or taking really any other significant measure to correct himself. It would lead any reasonable person to conclude that Dev is attempting to dodge accountability for lying. To be clear, this isn't me shouting from some soapbox saying that Dev needs to take accountability and he needs to make a massive heartfelt apology to him. I'm saying that Dev is continuing to be dishonest in his method of avoiding taking responsibility for lying. At the time of me recording this video, his tweet lying about Hassan has almost 1 million views. So don't get me wrong, I do want him to correct this misinformation to some extent, but ultimately his avoidance shows he is yet again being a dishonest freak. Okay, literally while I'm editing this part of the video, I was sent a tweet. Shoe Head came out against Dev, calling him a liar. Awesome. I made a tweet with what.
So yeah, let's read this quickly. So. Basically, Mral tweeted this. I assume he found this on KF or some shit, to be honest. But it's a Shoe Head DM, seemingly, where she says, SFO is in my Discord server. It makes me not want to fucking go there. I feel so bad for all of them. But, like, this dude is getting so weird, and he's just sitting in my Discord. So, this dude is getting so weird.
What does that mean?
Okay. And he's just sitting in my Discord server that you have to pay for. I am dreading talking to him again. I need to tell my mods to kick him or something. I'll do it myself. I don't know. I miss them, but I also don't want to face this man. Now, Dev's response is to say, I didn't actually pay to get in. Okay. Shoe offered free invites during COVID. This was from years ago. So he didn't pay to get in. Shoe offered free invites to the Discord server during COVID. This was from years ago.
Fishing hook.
Yeah, if some ego is getting this triggered at somebody literally just idling in a Discord server, he shouldn't be on the internet. So, what's Shoe's story and what's Dev's story? Let's walk through this. Shoe's story is SFO is in a paid-only Discord server. I assume she thinks he's paid to get in there and doesn't know that he's used a free invite. That's what she's claiming. It makes me not want to fucking go there. I feel so bad for all of them, but like this dude is getting so weird. So she wants to go there because she wants to give her patrons, you know, interaction with her. But like this dude is getting so weird. That implies Dev is actively doing something weird. Not just being in the Discord. And he's just sitting in my Discord server that you have to pay for. Now this could be taken as him just being there. But it could also be that he's present, that he's actually typing in there. I didn't actually pay to get in. Shoe offered free invites during COVID. So he's saying, Shoe offered free invites to the Discord server. This was from years ago. If this ego is getting this trigger that somebody literally just sitting there, just idling in a Discord server. So he's saying, assumedly, not typing anything, just idling. He's just in there. He's like a lurker. He's not even really, you know, he doesn't even interact there. And that's all she's getting triggered at. But she's saying he's getting weird in that message. It's obviously not all she's getting, quote-unquote, triggered at, is it? Now this keeps going, guys. This keeps going.
Keeps going where?
So let's see.
And again, while I'm editing this part of the video, and I'm uncomfortable and that he's a bit of a weirdo, Dev responds saying that the Discord was free to join. Who cares? Blah, 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 whatever. Shoe Head just calls him a liar. Awesome stuff.
So yeah, Shoe Head says, he's literally lying right now. My Discord was never free to get in. I don't know why he has to lie about 6-year-old drama.
Love to see it. Also figured I'd throw this in here.
Okay, and we'll get to this in a moment. We need to finish the Shoe Head stuff first.
Do I believe Shoe though?
Careful out there.
Now, I feel like Dev's story starts to show some holes here. From what I was reading earlier. So he says, yeah, she was just lying here, which is not surprising. During the initial lockdown wave in spring of 2020, she temporarily disabled monthly payments for her Discord because she said that she understood people were having a rough time with money. So, all of a sudden, that's not Shu just sent out invites. That's you no longer had to pay to have the Discord membership. If you had the invite, you could get in and stay.
I'm ready for anything.
But that's not Shu sending out free invites. That's just her changing it so that the Patreon is not checking if you're still paying. In theory, you could still only... The idea was you could still only get in if you had initially paid at some point.
Looking gross there, Ed.
Shu replies, this literally did not happen. This isn't even a thing that is possible to do on Patreon. Patrons were automatically linked to the Discord if they donated $5. I never disabled
The fuck
that.
is that guy?
This is so weird and random to lie about.
They have 2 gorillas?
So then, now, this here, now, yeah.
So I think you can do that on Patreon. It is actually possible to do on Discord. I've done it myself. Also, I didn't dredge up 6-year-old drama. Someone else did, and I'm correcting them. More importantly, it's unhinged.
I'm going to kill you, Ed.
When you're behind your own blog.
Fuck.
Dude, it must be stressful having SFO in your Discord acting like a freak. Enough to make you pull your hair out. Enough to make you pull your hair out. Stole that from Bug Squad there. Stole that from Bug Squad. It's spicy. Okay. Thought that was good. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Why would I make the Discord free so a bunch of new people would flood it? It would be an absolute zoo. I'm willing to concede you are not lying and just mixing me up with someone else, or you're invited in from a third party and somehow there without paying. So, remember guys,
I wonder
Dev
if
said that Shu sent out free invites. That was the initial story. You did in fact make it free during COVID. That's how I and a lot of others at the time got into the paid areas. People needed the invite link to initially join, which before this I assume was given out by your Discord bot, but people were posting it all over the place. Anyway, I didn't intend to make you uncomfortable by maliciously idling in there. I'm in dozens of Discord servers, most of which I never talk in. I talked a handful of times in yours and moved on. Oh, so you did talk in there. Oh, so you weren't just idling. So you did talk in there. When you eventually kicked me, I'm not even sure I noticed right away. But you did notice. Because you did notice. My Discord was literally never free to get into. Again, you probably got the link from someone and got in. I never opened it to the public, dude, not once. You were misremembering or lying, which would be weird. This happened 6 years ago, probably easy to misremember. I'll be exact. The invite link to your Discord was posted everywhere, yes. But the paid channels in your Discord, which made up like 99% of it, aside from the entry room, you 100% made free during the initial COVID lockdown. It's okay if you don't remember it, but you did it. Yeah, and obviously it's just always an L to spurg like this, defending yourself from the creepy allegations. You know, it's always an L. It's always an L. Never looks
It
good.
will never not be an L.
So yeah, the story changes a bit there. There's a few holes in that story. It shifts around quite a bit. Not sure about that stuff. Now let's see the end of this morale video.
Sean Head just calls him a liar. Awesome stuff. Love to see it. Also figured I'd throw this in here since it worked last time. Here's Food Shops calling a 17-year-old girl who she was dating at the time her IRL lolly, as well as Food Shops allowing her to join her Discord server when she turned 18.
Right.
Food Shops claims this person was a catfish and claimed to be older, but they were banned from DGG for talking about dog cock.
So guys, look at this Jim Lee cameo from his days as a DGG moderator. Banned 2 days. Quote, I want boys to have cocks. Boys aren't people. I want boys to be all in about 5 minutes. Very bewildering. Take a break. That's awesome. That's awesome. It's awesome that's relevant. It's awesome that's relevant.
And then, once again,
Fully
when they
bored
were
that.
found out to be a minor, they were banned from Zonia's Discord as well for being a minor, so a bit strange, to put it lightly. Food Shops was like 26 or something during this, in fairness, if that matters.
Oh.
26 and 17, guys. What do we think? Personally, I'm going to say inappropriate. Personally, I'm going to say that's inappropriate.
Get killed, lady.
Okay. Is there more to this? Is there more I can do with the Espo stuff? Oh, yeah. Apparently he threatened Metica with his dogs. People remember this. People know what happened here.
Doc is here.
Oh, wait, is he?
V, you never linked the fucking thing in the chat.
Well, you can't do this, mate. You can't ask me for a link and then pussy out. It
You
makes me
didn't
look
drop the link.
Dude, I just DM'd it to you.
Yeah, that's why I'm here. I saw it, Ralph.
Okay. Yeah, what's up,
dude?
So you're here. Jim's here.
Hey, Jim. How's it going?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is he talking to me, or is this coming through Ralph?
Up by you giving or
on it on.
Yeah.
God, let's go through the grievances.
Say, how
Watch the stream. I think Jim was
Oh.
talking about. Well, it
Yeah,
happened
I'll
like.
be sure to do that.
I don't have a visual memory of it.
Oh,
I do remember Jim was talking about him, and
These are the classic, the good old days, man. Actual good old days. This when content was peak. This when content was peak. Content has never been as good as this. This was peak. This was as good as it got. Zidane era kill stream. Does it get any more peak than that? It doesn't. It literally doesn't. It doesn't. It will never come close again.
I told them
All these guys suck now. Literally, all these guys fucking suck now.
that Jim wants
Well,
you
they
on.
died.
And after that,
They
Jim
died.
said, I'm going to come on, just say a few things, and then I'm going to
Well,
leave.
anyway, he's here now. You're here now.
So
Yeah, are you basically chastising me for making this happen? Is this what we're
No,
doing?
I'm just saying. Like,
Pandore,
he's-
I'm
he's
coming to
trying
kill
say
you.
He didn't really want to come, and you tricked him. And anyway, you're here now. So.
Dude, Ralph seems so sober, so alert, so full of life and youth. Remember that, Ralph? Someone sent me a picture of Ralph when he was young and he had like fucking curtain hair. Someone sent me young Ralph when he was like harassing Brianna Wu.
I mean, I don't really have much to say. How's it going?
I can mediate. So, okay. Jim, Devil made like what I would call a very tame stream
Ouch.
about you, but you had plenty of grievances regarding that stream.
Oh
which
yeah,
I
no. You want me to list through them? Yeah. I mean,
let's go through the grievances.
There was the let me invite him on, then let me say I've got to go. Let me schedule a stream with them, and then let me not, cancel
Whatever.
the next day. Let me show up in Ralph's chat, but then not come on the stream with Jim. That I would think is kind of bitch material. Also, I find it funny with the I just want to talk about his history. Let me show this folder called Jim's Docs. I'm not going to show him guys, but I'm gonna have that sitting up in the corner. Like, come on! I mean, that's so fucking obvious. It's so transparent with that kind of shit, and then try to play it off like this isn't a doxing stream. I'm not trying to send a message, but I do have this folder front and fucking center called Jim's Docs. Didn't get it from my guest. I got it myself. I went out and got it. And I verified I don't think it's real, which means you took the time to look through it. So, like, I mean, it comes out as, like, petty shit. This isn't you're looking through history. I don't know what your fucking issue is, but it's been ongoing for a while. And I also like the life coach advice. Like, Jim isn't living up to his full potential. Yeah, tell me, Mr. 20 viewers a stream, how can I achieve what you have?
Some things never change, man. So some things never change. SFO's view count being one of them. Well, live view count. His video views have gone down massively.
That's fucked
Regarding the life coach, that's more Latman than me. I don't really care too much about that. The other stuff, though, that was entirely a liberalist plot coming from Sargon himself.
Yeah, that's really cute. I can't help it if
Wow, gay fucking deflection. Wow, gay fucking deflection.
Sargon's got people around him that do shit like this. You, crowd, others. I mean, maybe that's a character of people he has around him. I don't know.
How do you respond to this accusation, Devil?
Nothing really to say.
Dude, what a raped pussy. Dude, what is this? I don't even remember this stuff, man.
These are some hot bands. I was really, I mean, you were really
Oh,
laying
you
it up on
this
Twitter.
to happen, Jim. That's what you get. I mean,
Jim, I didn't dox you. I mean, I don't know if you're mad about me not
George
doxing you
Fadataku,
or about me looking at them, but it's not a big deal, man.
Oh, you know.
Like, what a fucking rat, dude. What a fucking rat.
Don't try to be this simpering little fuck.
You little
you're
rat.
transparent as shit by putting it up on your screen like,
Dude,
oh,
you remember when Mecha didn't have cancer? And he was, like, listenable?
I've got this. Ooh, let me try to
He has
intimidate
cancer
him
now?
by alluding to the fact I may or might not have his docs. Oh, and let me go through his history while showing that I might or might not have his docs. Don't try to back down, you little bitch. At least have the balls to be upfront about it. What a simpering little cunt you are.
Were you intimidated?
No, because you're a fucking pussy that can't intimidate shit. But it doesn't mean you didn't.
I mentioned this guy didn't fucking suck, bro.
The attempt was still made, wasn't it, faggot?
Whoa! Disavow that language. Terrible language.
Whoa, Queeman.
well, if you aren't intimidated, then it's not a threat. Like, it requires an act of intimidation for it to
That's
be
not how that works, you fucking moron, me. Romanian fucking mouth-breathing troglodyte.
Okay.
I mean, there's not much here. I don't know why you're mad about internet stuff, Jim. I mean, come on, we're just having fun.
Yeah, no, it's really fun. I mean, you don't look like a giant, massive asshole, Short Fat Taco, by having folders like that, and talking about it and alluding to it, and, you know, trying to play a badass when you're just a little bitch that, one, doesn't have the balls to go through with it, two, couldn't find the information if somebody dropped it in your fucking lap, and three, try to backpedal away from it like it's not a big deal. No, I think it was you were trying to attempt to allude to a few things with it, but again, you're such a weak-willed cunt that it just didn't work out for you. And V, don't give me this, half-assed defense that, oh, it's not a threat if you're not intimidated. Motherfucker, a blind guy could go wave a gun around because just because he can't hit shit with it doesn't mean there wasn't an intent on his part to intimidate people by waving the fucking gun around.
Well, Jim, I do apologize for rescinding that invite.
It really is just like, literally, Mecha puts himself in a call with like just 60 IQ people, and it's like, wow, this guy's awesome, isn't it? Wow, this guy's awesome.
You in the first place. That was entirely my bad.
Yeah, that
but
was your bad.
No, you got me on that, but I don't really have anything to say about anything else. I had a good stream. I had fun. That's about it.
Dude.
Okay,
It's literally,
right,
it's like the behavior has not changed in fucking 8 years, bro. 8 years ago, and the behavior has not fucking changed, man.
Go fuck yourself.
It was nice talking to you, man.
Yep, drink bleach.
It can cure the gay.
Think so.
Is this just a liberalist plot?
But just to get it straight,
100% liberalist plot.
If he would manage to prove that he didn't try to threaten you with the docs or anything like that.
How could he prove that, you fucking moron, V? He did it on stream, you fucking idiot. I just... Okay, well that's the SFO stuff. I can't listen to this fucking retard V any longer, man.
Hey,
But he
relax.
stays.
Are there any other things that he said in the stream that upset you?
Otter?
V, I like how you're trying to spin this. Like this.
Dude,
was
I'll
some great
take any opportunity. Like, I had to fill the stream out, and I will take any opportunity to rewatch old kill streams from like 2018. Okay, this literally, I remember. Right. It just puts me back. You know, it puts me right back. It's like so nostalgic for me. I remember listening to this shit every night.
Troll out by this faggot, which it wasn't. But it's pretty clear what his intent was. I don't think anybody that's, you know, has a functioning fucking brain couldn't see it for what it was. V?
What if the faggot subjectively, like,
What
in
the
the
fuck?
thought
Disavow.
that this is
So
good?
if I did a history of Sargon of Akkad and then I had a folder on my desktop that said Sargon's children's information, but I was like, that's not really his kids' information.
Well, you're mad I
just
didn't
have it
dox your
sitting there
kids?
for
You're mad about me
fun.
not doxing your
Don't
kids?
get mad, Carl. You know, maybe it has the information where your kids go to school, but I'm not going to show it. You don't think that would get a reaction, V? I mean, you don't think that's a clear
Yeah,
intent?
that's what trolling is, isn't it? Like, you know, someone sending certain pictures to one's mother. Don't you think that gets a reaction?
I mean, V, listen, I've seen you do this kind of spiel for Sargon, where anybody, I was actually really interested.
I'm doing it for Devo now. It's not Sargon.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is that you do this thing for Sargon, where you become this like little lap dog. Like whenever anybody talks shit about him, you protect him. Like you come on and you just bark, and Sargon did nothing wrong.
Wait, who's Chud? Oh, Chud Logic. Oh, does he still stream? Does he still stream? Is that guy still? I thought he quit.
All right, little gay boy, don't get mad at me when I start making fun of you.
Yeah, Mr. Peter retired. Really, he's actually been off like the last 2 days. It's crazy. Like literally, you know. It's crazy, bro.
Why are you putting your neck out for this? Like, what is it about this piece of shit that has you defending it? Why? I mean, like, is it really like, you know, that big of a deal that your fellow liberalists?
But Devo is not a liberalist, by the way.
Well, whatever. Is it really that big of a deal? Somebody in your circle?
Okay, why didn't?
Well, why did you mute me, Ralph? So it looks like I don't have...
It's this other guy.
I missed Naked Ape and I wasn't even around to listen to him. I used to love Naked Ape's videos, man. When I was like a fucking retarded right-wing teenager. When I was like 17, 16. I used to love Naked Ape's videos.
It's you probably your link
was blocking, but all right.
I didn't recognize that was Millennial Matt, but he wasn't invited, so I would definitely block him again. Anyway.
The Destiny one's still good. The Destiny video is fine.
Yeah.
So just like, why are you going so far out of your way to defend something that's really like it's pretty clear? It's shitty behavior.
Again, like, why are you going out of your way to attack people that I know when I'm on a stream? You know, let me put it this way. Naked Ape. I defended other people like Brave and Ruin, for instance. Like, I defended Tonka in the beginning. Like, if it's someone...
By the way, let me say this, Jim. You have to ignore this. You have to go and click his thing and then click ignore, and then he'll...
My hand hurts when it slaps you. Stop attacking me. Seriously, V. This is pathetic.
No, okay, that's your opinion. But I'm not going to change my attitude.
This is pathetic. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard from you. Stupider than the liberalist, than the fucking liberalist list of jack-off tips that you have online. It's stupid. You're not that retarded. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Ape, if someone would comment, listen, if someone would comment and say shit about you that I personally know is not true, I would defend you. Okay? And if that makes you think less of me, that's
not true, V. Quit with the bullshit. This is clear cut. And I haven't seen the stream, so
I can prove to you that it's not bullshit. I can prove to you that it's not bullshit. On my channel, there's video evidence of me defending Richard Spencer, defending Big
for fuck's sake.
I was one of the only ones that wasn't part of the outright and gave a fair shake of the Charlottesville event. I think I'm on record of every single time that I see something that I know is not correct, I'm calling it out. Now,
yeah, I've seen many of your YouTube videos. I know they can debunk me, but see, the
I'm
thing
glad
is,
you're a subscriber. Donate to my Patreon.
Why are you
Donate
defending
to
this?
my
This isn't
Patreon.
somebody lying, okay? Nobody's lying. This is just, these are the facts. He did
Because
something.
I
It's
have
fucked
been
up.
convinced.
Why are you
Listen,
defending
I
this?
will explain. I will explain why I'm defending it. Right? I'm
Uh-huh.
100% convinced that Deva wasn't trying to dox Jim. Like if you are asking me right now to put money on this issue, I am 100% convinced that he was not trying to get Jim's doxed.
Not trying to get Jim. Okay, so
It's
I
about
didn't
whether
watch
he
this.
was threatening him. It's about whether he was threatening him.
Jim.
Well, Naked Ape, let me set the stage for you. Short Fat Otaku starts his stream up, and he's got Latvi Man, somebody that was on the Medicare forums, and he's like, "We're going to talk about Medicare history." Then he opens up a folder, and in the folder there's all this Medicare shit, and then in the very first folder is Jim's docs, and then it comes out later on Ralph's stream that Latvi Man isn't the one that gave that to him. He went out and found it himself. So he added that to the fucking folder of Medicare history. So I'm not saying he's trying to dox me. I'm trying to say that he's a pussy that thought that would be like, oh, I got you, Jim, or oh, I'm going to intimidate you, Jim. But it just didn't work. And then V's trying to, obfuscate and try to make it sound like,
No,
well, if
but
you're
you
not
got cool
intimidated,
eyeballs.
it's not a threat.
No, but that's the definition of a threat. It's like if you're not intimidated, like in order to threaten
That's
someone, that
the
person.
stupidest thing I've ever heard from you. Like you always do this thing when you argue. It's one of the reasons why talking to you is a pain. Okay, you always do this. What about
words? I know.
this? What about it? Okay, what about this? What about that? Well, here's an example. Have you ever seen a spider on the ground? You just smoosh it. You just bring up this useless
You're
bullshit.
just a
Nothing to do with
smoosh it.
Okay, so first things first. If he did it with the intent to actually intimidate somebody, that's a shitty thing to do.
Okay, Devo, did you do it with the intent?
Yeah, he just fucking cutting me. It's so funny, man.
Of intimidated Jim. Be
Oh
fucking
my
honest.
God.
No.
That's what he told me, right? And given all the things that I know about him, I'm willing to believe him. Now, I guess you're not willing to believe him, and that's fine. There's no way I can prove it.
Yeah, but let's dig into a little bit deeper. Your argument isn't that he didn't intend to intimidate Jim. Your argument was it doesn't matter because you weren't intimidated anyway. So just stop talking about it. Liberalist conspiracy. Like you give.
Okay, so when I was being trolled and Jim gave me advice to stop talking about it, it fucking worked. The people trolling me went away, and now I was giving him the same advice because let's now analyze it from
V, I want to be really fucking clear here. No, V.
Okay, there's like different types of trolling and shit like that, and whatever's going on here is like, it's not SFO trying to get a laugh, and like SFO is there, and Metika's just like raped him and made him embarrass himself. So, yeah, don't talk about it is like good advice, but it's like anonymous people just trying to fuck with you so they can laugh at you. If it's like some other content creator who's trying to use underhanded tactics to get one over on you, and they're a total pussy and will fold, yeah, you usually want to confront them if you can.
Yeah, I want to be really fucking clear here. Are you Sargonites telling us that you want to enter the trolling game? I mean, do you really want to step into that fucking arena? If you want to play banter and troll around, if you and Short Fat Otaku and Sargon want to enter that world, I mean, that's fine by me, but be clear about it. Is
Dude,
that what
Freddie,
you want
imagine
to
if anyone had the fucking
I'm not
drive to
trolling
actually do
anyone,
this
and I'm
shit.
not making banter. I'm just observing that Devo stream usually has like 400 people watching, yeah?
I saw a fucking stream he did a couple days ago. Some video game stream with 20 people watching it. 20 fucking people watching it.
Yeah, 20 people watching it. The moment you tweet about it, a stream where allegedly you're about to get doxxed and you're tweeting about it,
you have it
he's
wrong,
got
Nick.
1,500 people watching.
Legit, I will. I'll say the snark publicly because I said it privately last night. Some streamers contributing very little with their streams should probably do something more like this. Frankly, I'm looking at Aiden right now. I tried watching Aiden stream about this SFO stuff last night, and here's the difference between me and Aiden. In my streams, you're desperately skipping around, trying to figure out where I'm talking. You're like, where the fuck is the commentary? Where's the commentary? You're skipping through and you can't find it and you're just desperate for the commentary. You go on an Aiden stream, every time he starts talking, you start spamming the forward arrow. Every time he starts talking, it's like, yeah, so my GPA at college. I don't care. I don't care. About 3 people watching pretend to care. No one gives a fuck about your college. No one gives a fuck about what you want to do with your life. Talk about the fucking video. Talk about SFO. Try to go one drama without descending into insufferable autistic nitpicking because you hate one of the people involved. Or you've got a pre-existing vendetta with one of the people involved that you want to express at every moment. Maybe do 5 minutes of reading on the drama and what people are saying about it before you go live. It genuinely, it blew my fucking mind. I was stuck between watching Beckett and watching Aiden last night, guys.
God damn it.
And this is terrible, guys. This is terrible because I ended up choosing Beckett. I shouldn't be doing that. There's no reason that I should be doing that. That's a problem. But at least Beckett was actually talking about food shops. Yeah, and Beckett's coverage, you know, I stepped in briefly because he was watching the wrong part of the VOD at one point. But, you know, I've spoken about my issues with Beckett plenty, and I can't take the, like, super performative commentary stream. It does very much annoy me. I was also saying that it is like watching a Beckett, like, this is the Beckett viewer experience. Where is it? Where's the video? Can I just find the video version?
You to use Luke's Flash Knuckle, the Strybog, and Manon's Menager Duo.
Can't find the video quickly.
I need find JP as a sensei.
It's this. This is Beckett's whole audience every night. This is the Beckett viewing experience. Beckett viewing experience. Why would you put it on the internet? Every 5 minutes. Just like the absolute most dross, nothing, coal commentary you can ever imagine. Saying absolutely nothing for 6 fucking hours. But at least it sounds like he's talking about food shops for most of it. At least it sounds like he's talking about the topic for most of it. You know? Aiden, I go to Aiden, I can't even pretend. I can't even pretend I'm listening to something about drama, because he is just talking about fucking college. Or VidCon. Or whatever the fuck. Every stream.
Why do we do?
Or he starts going on about, the science, but actually, the way lactose intolerance works, actually, the way lactose intolerance works, actually, in Italy, in 1939, this is one of the things I hate about Parry. This is what I hate about Parry.
Fighting arena while leaving such a teeming nexus of humanity to languish is twisted.
It's every fucking stream. So yeah, someone, you know, and listen. Rao's got his own. I'm not even saying Rao's the only ones that do it. Rao's got his own issues with not covering topics too.
Fledgling fighter such as yourself.
But I wish someone would just like do something better with their stream.
Who you are seems
if they're not gonna actually like cover topics and make any attempt to do fucking anything with their content. I cover stuff I care about, then end. Maybe you do that more now, Morale. I'm going to become a big video guy from now on. Why don't you think about weaving the two in together more, Morale? What, you know, it's great to, you know, do a stream right after you launch a video. Why don't you think about college? But maybe if that was a more regular thing, if people knew there were going to be videos and then streams related to that. You do like a video, goes over the core thing, then you can do like a 3-hour stream that goes over all the stuff you couldn't fit in the video in more detail. Maybe you even, you know you're going to be doing this, so maybe you could even, like, book people.
He's gonna penetrate me! No!
Maybe you could promote it in advance. Maybe that would help around. Maybe, you know, but people don't. No one's
He's
doing
injected
this.
me with Fent.
No one's doing this. Because of Destiny 2 and you, that's not because of me at all. These guys are all playing video. What do you mean? This is the biggest cope, man. This is Kathy's cope. Harry and Rao and everyone would be making such amazing content right now if Queeman didn't get them into Marathon. If Queeman just hadn't got all these guys into Marathon or Destiny 2, they'd be making amazing content right now. No, they were lazy bums before Marathon.
I'm a lazy bum.
That's been the case the whole time, actually. That's actually always been the case. I can't count the number of pep talks and heart-to-hearts and berating sessions, struggle sessions we've had with Parry about various details of his streams. I can't, you know. I had a long talk with Morale about videos the other day.
You'll have my gratitude.
You like this?
Queeman, you would love a job center. Okay.
A moment, if you would, indeed.
Yeah, this is just crazy.
Thanks, Jape.
It is just crazy. Okay, what else have I got? I think we're done with that old SFO. God.
I hope he doesn't cover the H3
Oh, maybe we
lawsuit.
just
Suck at that.
snark Beckett and Aiden quickly a bit more. Actually. Dude, Beckett made one of the most retarded arguments I've ever heard. This is Beckett's argument in Mrao's defense, guys. This is how Beckett argues the defense of Mrao. Let's hear it.
Is you talking about how you want to cross the road in case you were like getting pedophilic thoughts about a child. You're completely
Not this
fucked. Bro.
I like how like he's playing this as if like Mrao hasn't himself said that he would hit on a 17-year-old. And he would like knowingly hit on a 17-year-old.
Okay, but do you know what Morale doesn't have? Morale didn't get catfished by an actual 17-year-old that, and I swear to God this is true. Food shops like.
So yeah, that's the argument. At least Morale didn't get catfished by an actual 17-year-old. No, Morale just spoke to a 17-year-old. Morale didn't need to be catfished. You didn't need to be catfished. That's what Food Shops was just saying. You didn't need to be catfished. He was 21 at the time. You know, it's 2021. I can't remember exactly the age. I think it was his
I
birthday.
am a little Indian boy.
2021 at the time. Not the craziest thing in the world, but not good. He owned up to it. You know, not good, and he owned up to it. So it's like, okay, no one's gonna. We're not treating you as a fucking pedophile because of that. But he didn't get catfished. So saying in defense, well, at least he didn't get catfished. It doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? It doesn't make a lot of sense. It's a fucking stupid response.
Fresh chop.
Amaral, don't say W minus.
Over the ribbit.
The age wasn't the biggest issue of that interaction. Yeah, so, I mean, to be honest, the criticism people make of Food Shop's interaction with that person, you know, it is very different to Morale, because she was 26 when it happened versus 2021. Significant age difference.
This is a hate crime.
But the bigger thing is that it shows a lot about her attraction, because this catfish presents themselves as being like, they say, oh, I'm like I'm a Japanese girl, I'm really like small and petite and all this shit, and then they claim to be like 19, 18, they're inconsistent about their age. Food Shop sort of lets it slide and calls them like their IRL lolly. Chugga Conroy phrase, kind of funny, kind of coming full circle there. But obviously it's a little bit strange when you add it up with all the other stuff Food Shops have said. It sounds like you are actually just attracted to basically people who seem like children.
I like his eyebrows.
It's kind of, it's a bit different. It's a bit different.
I think it was like
anyway. Point there. That's Beckett's terrible argument I heard last night.
What did I do?
Totally retarded. I have to literally mute streams when I hear things like that. Like if I hear someone like Beckett say some shit like that, I have to literally turn the volume off on the stream. I have to just like grab I'm like laying in bed, listen to it. I just grab my phone, turn it off for 5 minutes. But just move on. Start talking about something else. I don't want to listen to you say this stupid shit. Because you don't want to hear it. You sound like a fucking idiot right now. Then the shit that was making me turn Aiden's stream off. What was it?
And instead of taking Ben Shapiro, have a little 1,000 views despite rarely of spies.
To look like, it just starts to look like pathetic on your part a little bit. That this fucking loser, whoever they are,
I need to
like,
learn
this ass
the
mouth.
art of the parry.
Oh, yeah.
Why do we do?
This was the first thing. This was the first thing. Aiden and a bunch of other, like, of these, like, super retarded people were basically complaining that Morale was too larpy and angry in his video because it had, like, any emotion delivery. These guys have grown up on Turkey Tom Slop, so they need, cartoons or digital medium. First pioneered by Walt Disney. You know what I mean? That's what they want. That's what they want.
This fake angry thing. I just don't get it. I just don't get, like, it's like after the first few months, calling this fat subhuman, like, you just start to look like, it just starts to look like pathetic on your part a little bit. That this fucking loser, whoever they are, as you like this ass man. I think Queema was right about this one. Like, not about this one. He wasn't making this point. He was saying this about something else.
Oh, I had to.
But I think it carries over here in the sense of like the fake played up anger. It's like Parry like doing the subhuman thing. It's
Back to
but he's
block.
like too fucking stupid to come up with new descriptors.
Well, it's
So-
a prepared video. The anger is always going to be sort of performative, but you have to perform sometimes. Yeah, you do. When you're making content, you do sometimes have to perform to some extent. Now, there's being too performative, there's being constantly performative, but being temporarily performative in a controlled way in a 10-minute video where you're trying to make it punchy and deliver a point that will land with people is fine.
Fuck.
So he just has to say the same thing over and over and over again. It's like, it's so forced.
Is actually a Hassan fan. Does Dev show any evidence for this? No, not at all. In fact, the show.
Guys, I've got terribly concerning stuff coming in from Jimbley right now. I don't know what this guy's planning.
Shooter was actually retweeting critiques of Hassan and disagreed with him politically. Hassan points this out, and instead of taking the L, Dev says, step up to debate or step off. What? You just lied about an attempt.
Wait, there's no what. Okay.
Shit.
Just to be fair.
Guys, I'm suggesting, based on the message I just received from Jimbley, go on Holly Market right now. Split bets between Trump dying and Cuba invasion. Okay, Cuba full invasion. Split bets.
To be fair, even if this guy is totally wrong, I think it's respectable to be this wrong and still willing to get into a fucking debate. Step up to a debate. This will be the easiest debate on earth. It's gonna look objectively horrible for him. So, I mean, I think it's like kind of a W that he's willing to debate despite being this wrong. $5 from Plants. Describe your lair. Describe my lair. It's just
awesome.
An apartment.
Didn't realize I had to hold back.
And a couch that turns into a bed, and a night table, and a desk with my PC, and then a bathroom, and a kitchen, and a closet.
Why are we talking about this? Why are we talking about this?
Step up to debate or step off. What? You just lied about an attempted president.
There's no debate to be had. It's a complete waste of time. Are you serious? Watching a fucking loser try to... watching a loser who can't swallow his pride and admit he was wrong try to defend it in a live context could be keynote. 150%. This got like people like this that can get proven wrong and still stand by the point and actually be willing to debate. They could make for like, those are the types that will give you some really cool crash outs, get like stumped in the debate. You should absolutely take him up on this because he'd win. First of all, Hassan would just win.
Potential assassin being a Hassan fan got proven wrong, and your response is debate me, bro. I'm
Anyway,
sorry,
you get the point
Dev.
here. You get the point here.
I don't get the point. Play more.
That's all I went to show. I was like turning off. The moment he starts talking about like moving or any stupid shit like that, I'm just like, okay, turn it off.
A hippo will rape us, dog.
What the fuck is going on? That shit scared me. I thought I opened an Aiden stream. No. No, you're safe. You're safe.
Hit with 10 attacks from
So yeah, awful pickings
Die!
when I was
fuck.
trying to find something to watch in bed last night. Beckett and Aiden. Terrible stuff. H3? You want H3 coverage? You want H3 coverage? Really? There's new lawsuit updates. The Snarkers weren't able to get their washing of the motion to hand over their docs approved. So in theory, they'll be getting the Snarkers doxes. Lauren Southern will be debating Andrew Wilson's wife. Crazy. All right, let's take a quick look at this video. We probably won't watch much of this, but I just need something for a minute. Okay? I just need something for a minute. Okay, 1 second. Then we'll get into more stuff.
Do you feel the warmth of collectivism?
You want to get knocked out?
Black power. I'm angry.
Stylo. This is awful. You're getting Brett Poll recommendations. 87 view video, my recommendation. Labour Transport Secretary Heidi Alexander dismisses leadership challenge tool. Pull that up.
And I'm here to show it. Today we're here to resist the capital imperative to work.
Why doesn't America have borders?
Because it's stolen land.
Do you think that endangers American citizens?
No.
Do you think the concept of a citizen?
You know what endangers American citizens is sending them to war with Iran as ground troops. Do you support that?
I'm not really here to discuss.
You're not here. You don't have an opinion. What is this?
Well, you can read. It's a Catholic worker. It's 93 years old.
Oh.
Have you heard of Dorothy Day?
I personally am more of a Marx religion's the opiate of the masses.
Yes.
So.
Well, okay.
What network are you with?
I'm Australian.
Yeah. I bet you're with Sky News.
Okay.
Are you with Sky News?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you.
I don't.
I know a thing or two about Zionist News Network. Zionist news, fake jokester news, exposed. Do you feel like?
What about St. Francis? You know anything about St. Francis?
I prefer St. Karl Marx. Maybe try changing your hair color if you want to mess with this crowd. Protest Monitor 1, Zionist News 0. So do you support ground troops in Iran?
Do you think Iran should have a nuclear weapon?
Sorry that you want to be warmongering and just cuck yourself out, and the only thing you believe as a MAGA person is what Donald Trump says. So you actually have no values. You said no new wars. Now there's wars. So what? And what? And mic drop. What's it like having a black cock?
A black what?
What's it like having a black cock?
A black cock?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not going to answer that. What kind of question is that, man? That's not a question to ask a man. I'm done.
That's the kind of porn I watch.
No.
That's just the kind of porn.
No.
Because that is what
It's a,
this dude.
It's only kind of adult films I watch.
Would you answer that question?
What's it like having a black cock?
No comment. No comment. You guys are pretty fancily dressed. I was wondering, are you guys with a group or?
Yeah, we're with the Brooklyn Black Panther Queer Liberation Movement. He doesn't look like he's working too hard. I'm just here to listen to the people of color.
That's good.
Having an inverted scrotum is not usually accepted, but I find in these spaces it is. For you just showed up, but for us, this is life or death. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, so it's serious for you. This protest is serious for you. How's it serious for you? How does it affect you?
It affects my members of my polycule, my queer brothers and sisters. It affects a lot of it.
Yeah, she's rolling with the white supremacists. That's why I told her she's
not
not a
but listen, dude, that shit. Ask him how.
black woman. Your skin could be black, but if you're rolling with the white supremacists, you're not black to me. Come on.
I couldn't agree
You feel
more.
me, brother?
I feel you. Yeah.
You're more of my brother than she is to my sister. You know?
You don't understand how much that means to me. I've actually never wanted to hear that more. Justice, no peace. You shouldn't make fun of people when they queef. Wow, when that black man told me that I was more of his brother than that woman, it felt like the first time I read James Baldwin. They're workers,
What does that
traitors.
mean?
Traitors. Falling into the capitalist system, you're falling into the imperialist regime. AOC, traitor. Obama, traitor. Mamdani, traitor. The only person worth being president is my old manager at Green Street Liberation Coffee. Justice, no peace. Healthy salads to eat. I'm sick, and I'm here to show it. Stand up, fight back. Who are you with, huh? Who are you with? Under attack. Science.
Hello, Clown Shoes Connor.
Up, fight back.
Trans lives are under attack. What do we do? What do we do?
Get involved. Take a stand.
I'm 83.
Take a stand.
It's not a war.
It's a war. We must fight all the corporations. Go! Go! I'm tired of people going to work copping out. There's a new school where my first encampment was. There's Reminiscence Cafe where I first learned I was pansexual. It's all coming back to me. It's all united in solidarity. I'm tired. We're gonna charge in the new school. Let's do it. School's over. Enough is enough, guys. School's over. Protests happen. Enough is enough. I'm mad, huh? I want you to know that. It's over, guys. Get out. Quit your jobs. Come on. Quit your jobs, guys. Come on. They're not quitting. We gotta go.
I know, it's fucked up. What are we gonna do?
These pants, thrifted. This sweater, my dad's. This hat, appropriated from the store. None of it bought. I'm not playing their games. Selling the flags of the Trump protest? Yeah. You were selling Trump flags.
When?
Back at the Trump rally at MSG.
In MSG, no.
Choose your side.
I wasn't there.
Choose your side. I'm watching. I'm the monitor.
That's fine. Monitor.
I'm the monitor. I'm the protest monitor.
Who's sitting? Who's sitting?
Which indigenous land are you wanting to get back?
So the Maple Bay Lake into the Onondaga people. Have you heard about Onondaga people? Yeah, and so we want them to give the land back and also commit to reparations. We don't want Kathy Hochul to veto any bills that comes across her desk that helps not only black...
Why stop at the lake? Why not give all land back to the Native Americans?
Hey, I agree, but hey, we gotta start somewhere.
Oh shit, what's up?
I just want to serve you. How can we better serve you?
It's not about serving, bro. It's not about serving.
Are you a member of the RCA? You remember the RCA?
I used to.
Oh,
Yeah, I used to.
are you here with us, or just want to make sure?
I seen some people I know, so I stopped by saying
I mean, you're just harassing black people. What are you doing?
Well, okay, no, I'm not harassing people. I just want to make sure that because he was with our table, and we have specific people dedicated to.
Okay, yeah.
I was just making
but
sure.
it is. It's a little. This is just bossing around a black guy like that triggered me a little bit. Religion may be the opiate of the masses, but I still practice Ramadan. Yeah, I had health care at my old job, but when I got overworked because there were a lot of people coming in to get like lattes and stuff, I lost my health scare in the middle of my gender reassignment surgery.
That's sad.
So they were halfway through.
That's
Oh,
sad.
fuck.
I know, so it was literally, I was like, what am I going to do with half of this? I need it, it's either ought to be all there or half off.
That's sad.
Yeah.
They could have helped you out.
I'm just trying to make a living.
You don't have to do this for a living. You gotta get a real job.
I mean,
Get a real job.
I applied for the activism position at
You know what?
No
It pays
Kings,
zero.
and it didn't work out. Oh, we're running into more of them.
Unfortunately,
The yellow vests are everywhere.
Understand this?
I'm not conservative. I've never been conservative.
You're actually kind of neutral, aren't you? You're just like any kind of buck.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. But like
You know.
seriously, you can get it.
Me?
Okay, woman.
She's
Understand? Like, don't follow someone.
Yeah, you can't follow someone that's rude. We're just trying to mind our own
So
business.
true.
Follow people.
I agree. Yeah.
So true.
They don't understand.
Stop making fucking social media content. We need to live in the fucking world. Not fucking social media.
I agree. I couldn't agree more.
Damn facts.
Oh my God, what is your problem?
You're so ignorant.
Jack, come back. I love you. I feel like you're a psyop. You're a psyop to make the left look crazy. You're here to invalidate the left wing and make them look deranged. I think she undermines the cause a lot. She makes us treat it less seriously, and content creators capitalize on that for views and content.
Yep. Facts.
What'd you go to school for? What'd you go to school for?
I went to school for gender studies.
Come on.
Yeah, I
Give
did.
me a straight answer.
For gender
Please,
studies.
Get the joke?
I went to school for gender studies.
Did you get the joke? Give me a straight answer.
Okay, this may be a joke to you, but it's not a joke to me. This is actually life or death that we're dealing with right here every day. So it's easy as white people to laugh.
You are good.
You're doing content, bro. The world is faking gay.
Yeah.
I'm not meaning gay as, oh, it's a negative, oh my God.
It's all the more reason to get people's real, authentic voices out there, right? The real, true voice.
No, it's about everyone coming together on a central message of the world is faking gay. But I know you're not going to keep this interview.
What?
Comrade Martin! Comrade Martin! Oh, I miss you!
Sorry, I'm a millions of working class people. They're thinking,
I'm gonna point the sign at. Okay. You gotta pick one.
Right, what are we getting to next? What do I got?
Bop. Bobby doo bop.
I guess Ethan Klein. Kathy's getting what he wants. Kathy's getting what he wants. So there is a new Ethan Klein lawsuit update, guys. That's right, Ethan Klein's blatantly vindictive, malicious lawsuits that any commentary YouTuber who's made videos on any topic relating to copyright, doxing, community responsibility, anything like this, any commentary creator in the last 10 years who's made any videos about any of those topics will have condemned actions very similar to Ethan's. Almost exactly like Ethan's. Sometimes even the exact same actions from Ethan just a few years ago. Some of these people are doing. Some of these people are condemning. And now they suck him off for doing the exact same shit. Because they're a bunch of worthless, dishonest fucking rats. Nicholas Diorio. Ethan is here today with a new update in his disgusting, malicious lawfare. Where apparently he has successfully managed to get the court to deny the Snark moderator's motion to quash the H3 subpoena for their information. So basically the idea is Ethan is subpoenaing Reddit, Discord, etc. for the information on the Snarkers. The Snarkers tried to stop it. That was denied. Stopping it was denied. So Ethan is showboating about the fact that maybe sometime soon he will be able to dox a bunch of people who were saying mean things about him online. Obviously, Nicholas Diorio, huge fan of stuff like this. Nick Diorio loves stuff like this when it's happening to when it's happening from Ethan, because Snarkers call him fat. That's right, guys, because Snarkers say he's fat and runs a show called Rape Review. Two things that are obviously defamatory lies that you can't say about them. It's justified for Ethan to dox them, try to ruin their lives, financially ruin them. Whatever he wants to do, basically. Honestly, if he wants to show up at their houses and just like personally rape them, I think Nick would be sitting there clapping, cheering, reviewing it. I think he'd give it a 10 out of 10. As we know, Nicholas, I won't take that far. He doesn't give arbitrary scores, deciding how much he enjoyed the rape that he was reviewing. He doesn't actually do that, but it would be fun. It would be funny if he did. That would be funny if he did. So let's take a look at Ethan Klein here. What's he got to say about his latest lawsuit update?
What is up, H3 Nation? Come on. It's Monday, right? It is. Welcome, everybody. We got a whole week of shows here for you, coming at you live from Los Angeles, California. The cloudy sky is gorgeous. Anybody notice beautiful skies out here today? It's like
I do the traffic.
Okay, geez. Doesn't mean you can't comment on weather.
No, I know how to stay in my lane.
Literally, traffic boy.
Literally, dude. It's what I'm paid to do.
Thank you to Cozy Earth for sponsoring us today. Love them. Thank you. Yep.
Wow, doesn't this go crazy?
How's everyone
guys?
doing?
Wow.
How's everybody's weekend? All right.
God,
Good.
Ethan's so pathetic, dog.
Ethan still got it. Ethan still got it, man.
Yeah, boy. Anyone
He's
else have
so
a chill weekend? Let's
So awesome
go.
comedy podcast.
Yeah, Lena's sister and her husband staying with us.
All right.
Oh, we carry
So,
it.
I know it's always nice when you guys have your family in town.
Mm-hmm.
You guys do anything fun with them? What do you do when they're here? You take them around?
Yeah, we picked them up from San Francisco over the weekend because they went.
What?
Connor.
San Francisco over the weekend?
Yeah.
The fuck?
Yeah, they went to go visit Lena's brother.
That's like an 11-hour drive, isn't it?
Yeah. So, I mean,
No,
six
Yeah, it's
one
like 6
way.
hours to San Francisco.
Oh, maybe? Okay.
Round trip.
It used,
I guess
to,
it's like
it
11,
used to take me
12
like
hours,
5 hours to drive from Ventura to Santa Cruz, but I wonder if it's a more. Oh.
Yeah, we
more direct.
We stopped at an Airbnb on the way and just hung out for a little bit, and then we got them on yesterday, brought them back.
You are a power driver, my friend.
I am.
And you enjoy doing that? Doesn't tire you out?
I'm feeling it more now. When I was younger, I did not feel it at all, but now I'm starting to. Yeah.
That would like ruin my whole week, frankly, if I had to drive 5 hours and then back.
I'm
5
sure.
hours.
Yeah, I'm sure this goes crazy if you're like a wine drunk hag with like nothing going on in their life, or someone with a severe mental disability, or a neurotic Jew scared to leave the house who thinks the entire world's against them, and you've been essentially radicalized, negatively polarized into a position where you'll just watch endless hate content that feeds your neuroticism and fear of anyone under 35. I mean, if you're one of those three groups, I imagine this goes fucking crazy. I imagine this podcast goes fucking crazy.
It's excruciating, man. Well, there it is. Chill weekends, guys. Come on, give it up for chill weekends.
Give it up.
Can I get a
What?
wayo for chill weekends? Big lawsuit updates. Did I don't remember if I mentioned this on Friday. I don't believe I did. The Snarkers were attempting to file a motion to quash on our subpoena to Reddit and Discord for their identities so that we could sue them, serve them even. And we've gotten to this really outrageous legal battle, in my opinion, where they filed like thousands and thousands of pages of stuff trying to make me look bad and whatever, yada yada.
10.
Anyway, we won.
That didn't work?
It didn't work.
Oh.
We won, and the judge actually, in her ruling, was rather scathing, if I may say so myself, because the mods they were pursuing not just a quash on the subpoena, but also a protective order. So they said like, we are so scared for our lives and our well-being that nobody, Ethan should never be able to utter our names because we're afraid for our lives. We can't sleep. We can't work. We're afraid for our reputation. Our families are going to hate us.
But you should have thought about that
We're all
before you
thinking, like,
said
well,
mean
if
things.
what you said is so bad that your friends and family will never look at you the same again. Kind of a self-report, right?
Yeah, that's not what they're saying, obviously. It's about the fact that you're willing to dox and harass them and utilize the entire might of the pro-Israel propaganda machine to go after people you don't like, much like you did with the ADL and Hassan. So, yes, people expect you to dox them, to slander them, to smear them, to go after their families, to send your audience after them, try and put them in the crosshairs of massive national organizations. That's what people expect from you, Ethan, because that's what you do.
But listen, I emphasized then, and I re-emphasize now, even basking in victory, that I was never my intention to dox anyone, nor do I intend for anybody to do that. It's simply just to get an identity do that to dox anyone, nor do I intend for anybody to do that. It's simply just to get an identity so that I can serve them lawsuit papers.
So why would anyone believe you when you have doxed repeatedly before? Numerous people you have either full-on doxed, in the case of the people you were suing, where you went out of your way to censor your lawyer's information and your own information, but not censor theirs. I mean, I think they're actually using the sort of like Shell TED Entertainment thing. It's not like Shell Company, but it's like they have like an address basically that's not even like their actual office address, so I think they needed to censor it. But they censored his lawyer's information and did not censor Casey Tron Denim's or Frogan's information. A deliberate choice that was made by someone who edited the documents and then published them separately to the court listener file, where they could just be accessed unredacted by anyone anyway. Ethan chose to publish them separately on the H3 archive.org account.
Get fucked.
Censored to remove the lawyer's information, but not the defendant's. One instance of doxing. Another instance of doxing. Ethan used the dox of Gato Fumador to menace them on Twitter. So that was actually 3 instances of doxing. That first one, that was actually 3 people. Third instance of, fifth instance of doxing. Ethan Klein used the DMCA system to get the information of Snark Reddit users and then start posting partial information, partial docs to his Instagram story in order to intimidate them.
What a coward.
No, Ethan was doing it on his Instagram stories. But it was Gato Fumador. He went after Gato Fumador.
For stealing my beloved intellectual property. I slaved away on that video. I worked so hard on that video. It's mine. And you took it. So anyway, the judge basically denied their protective order and their quash, and also said something that's actually going to be pretty devastating for Denim's case. She said she didn't make a fair use distinction, but what she did say is that she believes that Denim's watch party was more of a hate-watching party, and with the intended purpose of actually going to be pretty devastating for Denim's case. So anyway, the judge basically denied their protective order.
Kathy, can you send me the actual verdict from the judge here so I can read it myself?
And their quash.
Cool shit.
And also said something that's actually going to be pretty devastating for Denim's case. She said she didn't make a fair use distinction.
Is it the same judge in all cases?
What she did say is that she believes that Denim's watch party was more of a hate-watching party, and with the intended purpose of trying to deprive us of monetary and rightful gains. So essentially,
how would the judge come to that conclusion?
She watched it.
Well, yeah, great question. It's not a determination that judge makes. Kathy, you send me the actual stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's because it's what Denim said it was.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, got it. Right.
Yeah.
Not what she said it was. Denims
Yeah,
did not say that. Denims did not say that.
She just looked at it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
so,
that was a wild thing.
So one of the, yeah, and I can't get over the fact that, again, Denims refers to her stream as a watch party. And in my first legal victory against Matt Haas, the judge, in her opinion, explicitly states that she does not believe that watch parties are fair use.
Right.
And then Denims went and said, I'm doing a watch party. It's almost like poetic how it all ties together. My first legal case, which is, precedent, is now informing my second one.
Isn't this like misleading to call it precedent? I thought they didn't set precedent. I thought there was an explicit thing that it didn't set precedent.
What I fucking wanted to do.
Pretty interesting. But yeah, no, this is really bad for Denims because
I can't remember if Denims ever used the term watch party. I don't remember that close now.
the main factors of fair use is essentially market replacement, right? And this judge, who's in the same district as Denim's judge, and they do not like going against each other. Dan.
Oh.
They don't. Let's.
Fuck.
So let's see what's actually happening.
Kill yourself, bitch. Abraham.
Okay. The Doe defendants moved to quash PEI subpoenas on the grounds that 1, they acted in furtherance of their First Amendment right to speak anonymously, and 2, TEI cannot substantiate its claim for contributory copyright infringement against them. The court addresses the Doe defendants' arguments in turn. Subpoena legal standard. As a threshold matter, the court must determine the applicable legal standard. Defendants argue that the Highfields test applies because their right to anonymous speech protected by the First Amendment, whereas here the nature of speech is political. At the motion hearing, TEI explained that it did not issue the subpoenas in question under the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. Nonetheless, in its opposition, TEI invoked the test outlined in an action involving a subpoena issued under the DMCA. While DMCA does not apply here, the court looks to cases applying the DMCA legal standard. The Highfields test is not applicable to copyright action. Highfields involves claims of trademark infringement, unfair competition, not copyright law. Okay, makes sense. In circumstances involving alleged copyright infringement, the First Amendment right to remain anonymous, the Ninth Circuit requires a court to consider and weigh both the anonymous speaker's First Amendment interests and the subpoenaing party's need for identifying information. Specifically, when adjudicating a subpoena or other request for compelled disclosure would reveal the identity of the anonymous speaker, the court should 1. Notify the speaker and provide them with an opportunity to anonymously defend their identity. 2. Require the party seeking disclosure to make prima facie showing on the merits of their claim. And 3. Balance the equities, weighing the potential harm to the party seeking disclosure against the speaker's interest in anonymity. In light of the strength of the underlying claim, okay, yeah, alright, that's the end of that. The application of the DMCA legal standard, the opportunity of anonymous speakers to defend anonymity. The parties do not discuss this element in their papers. Because the court has permitted the Doe defendants to proceed anonymously, the court finds that the Doe defendants' present motion to quash indicates 1. They received notice of TEI subpoenas to Reddit and Discord, and 2. Serves as a method for Doe defendants to defend their anonymity. When the first DMCA element satisfied, because the Doe defendant received notice of the subpoena, filed a motion to quash the subpoena, and the court permitted Doe defendants to proceed anonymously. TEI alleges direct copyright infringement against Denims and contributory copyright infringement against the Doe defendants. The court addresses each argument in turn. Establish a prima facie case of Denims copyright infringement. TEI must demonstrate 1. Ownership of the copyrighted material, and 2. Violation of the accused infringer of at least 1 exclusive
Spider
right
Lily.
copyright holders. Infringement occurs when infringer engages in activity listed in 106. Among the exclusive rights enjoyed by copyright holders are the rights to reproduce the copyrighted work and to prepare derivative works based on the copyrighted work. TEI alleges direct copyright infringement against Denims. Doe defendants in response argued Denims did not directly infringe TEI's copyrighted works because Denims used the Countdown episode of fair use. Doe defendants specifically argued Denims' use was transformative. Denims did not supersede the original use. TEI's works are highly factual. Denims did not use did not negatively impact the market, and that TEI's thin copyright deserve little protection. In response to the Doe defense fair use argument, TEI argues that the Denims for Doe defense use of TEI works to constitute fair use.
I hit the fucking parry.
Party would provide this substitute. TEI's works are for commercial gain. 2. TEI's works contain numerous creative elements. 3. Denim stream the nuke in its entirety with the count of the episode nearly in its entirety. 4. Denim's watch party serves as a market substitute. TEI's work. Thousands of individuals watch their watch party for the opportunity to watch TEI's works. TEI further argues that Doe defendants' use of TEI's work did not constitute fair use because Denims did not provide sufficient commentary on TEI's works in their alleged inducement code. I read it in Discord. Here, the court finds that TEI's allegations satisfy the prima facie standard to show copyright infringement by Denim. TEI alleges direct copyright infringement against Denim on grounds that 1. TEI owned and registered the copyrights in the epic countdown episode and the nuke with the United States Copyright Office. 2. Denims accused the access the countdown episode and nuked TEI's YouTube channels without any license, authorization, or consent from TEI.
God, this is so unfair!
There was an implied license, actually. So I disagree with that. There was an implied license. Ethan said, I'm opening all my stuff up to use. We're not enforcing copyright. I don't strike anyone anyway. But clip whatever you want. He even said clip member stuff. Repost it anywhere. I'm inspired by the Hassan Industrial Complex. I'm releasing my IP. That's what he was saying publicly. Wait, fuck, this is slightly off screen. Whoops.
Fucking shit. Bro.
He said, unless you're just re-uploading the entire thing. That's what he said. Unless you're just like re-uploading the entire thing, I believe. Denims did not just re-upload the entire thing. Denims did a react.
God, I hate Guile.
Where do we get up to? So yeah. Denim's group viewing session of the Countdown episode Nuke constituted an unauthorized reproduction, public performance, derivative work of the Countdown episode and the Nuke in violation of TEI's rights as set forth, blah blah blah. TEI further alleges that the registration numbers for the Countdown episode Nuke respectively, blah blah blah. The Doe defendants argue this court should decide the issue of fair use and the present motion quashed, but this court must only determine. So yeah, immediately, it sounds like this judge is actually specifically not determining fair use, and that the Snark Mods lawyer or whatever's happening here may have just probably made the wrong argument here, and that the argument was not. The best argument here was not to say it's fair use, so you don't have a right to do this. But probably arguing on the tributary thing in the first place. But hey, I don't know anything about law. So, I could be wrong. But basically what they're saying here is the Snark Mods say you can't do the subpoena because for this subpoena to be legit, Denims has to have done copyright infringement. And her thing was fair use. So none of this is legit. The court is saying, we don't decide at this stage whether that's fair use or not. At this stage in the case, Ethan has demonstrated that he has a prima facie case of copyright infringement, And so we'll determine the fair use part later. We'll determine the fair use part later, but we won't make any judgments right now on the basis of whether this is fair use or not.
Get fingered, Daddy. Have any? I don't.
Yeah, this court must only determine whether TI has made a prima facie allegation of copyright infringement. So that means basically, you know, on the face of it, does it seem like there's the elements of copyright infringement? And yes, there's enough elements of copyright infringement for them to proceed with the case. So this is not the moment for them to decide whether it's fair use. So that can't be used to defend the side mods. To argue that TI did not make a showing of fair use. Wait, actually.
Together. My first legal case, and Denham's referred to. Yeah,
it's because it's what Denham said it was.
Yeah. She believes that Denham's watch party was more of a hate distinction, but what she did say is that she believes that Denham's watch party was more of a hate watching party.
Okay, so that's what we're looking for. So she didn't make a distinction on fair use, but I think it was a hate watching party.
I guess.
Okay. Target TI did not make a showing of fair use. The Doe defendants cite the decision by another district judge to make a prima facie case of copyright infringement for the purpose of obtaining a subpoena. Then a party must make a prima facie case that infringing use did not constitute fair use. Doe defendants apply this law to the merits to discuss the merits of fair use. Normally, fair use is an affirmative defense. In the context of a DMCA subpoena, however, the court must consider fair use in analysing emotional quash. Under DMCA, a copyright owner must first issue a takedown notice to a service provider, which notifies the service provider of the claimed infringement. That notice, in part, must include a statement that the complaining party has a good faith belief that the use of the material in the manner complained of is not authorized by the copyright owner, its agent, or the law. Therefore, in the DMCA context, the copyright holder, before sending a takedown notification, must evaluate whether that allegedly infringing use constitutes fair use.
Lester.
Noting that a party who served a subpoena under DMCA was required to evaluate fair use before sending its takedown notice. In addition, the DMCA subpoena is its own civil case. The motion to quash is dispositive of the sole issue presented in the case, whether the subpoena should be enforced or not. In the district court decision cited by the Doe defendants, the court discussed fair use in the context of a DMCA subpoena. Analysing that fair use factors find a copyright owner did not establish a prima facie case of fair use of copyright infringement. Okay. The structure of the DMCA thus makes it necessary for a court to consider fair use in determining whether to quash the subpoena issue of the DMCA. In contrast, the court need not consider fair use in deciding the instant motion to quash a Rule 45.
Take me out there, AJ Connor.
Given the differences between the DMCA and Rule 45 subpoena, the court declines to analyse the defence of fair use, determining whether TEI
I finally get to fight you?
facie case of contributory copyright.
Or do I have to fight you?
The district court.
Oh, I fight both? Oh no.
Will determine the issue of fair use. Indeed, a motion partial judgment on the pleadings regarding whether Denham's use of the content of the new is constituted fair use is pending before the district court in the underlying action. Thus, because that issue will be litigated fully in another forum, there is no need for the court to address the defence of fair use. Doe defendants allege contributory copyright infringement. To establish a prima facie case of the Doe defendants' copyright infringement, TEI must show that Doe defendants 1 had knowledge of denim infringement, 2 either A materially contributed or B induced them. Finding the plaintiff alleged prima facie case of copyright infringement because the plaintiff alleged following its complaint. 1. Ownership or registration of copyrighted work. Issue in the case. Defendants knew of the infringing activity. 3. Defendants actively participated in infringement by inducing, causing, contributing to the infringement of the plaintiff's copyrighted work. Doe defendants contend that 1. TEI cannot show that Doe defendants watched Denim's group viewing session, such they could know whether Denim's use was infringing and not fair use. 2. TEI cannot establish that Doe defendants induced, causing theory to contribute in a infringement by creating a discussion thread which includes a link to infringing canon. The court concludes that TEI meets its burden to show a prima facie case of contributory copyright infringement. First, TEI alleges ownership and registration of the copyrighted work at issue in the case. Second, TEI alleges that Doe defendants knew Denim's group viewing session infringed or intended to infringe TEI's copyrighted works and induced and/or materially contributed.
That's a fucking long blockstone.
Merely allege these facts, but points to specific evidence that the Doe defendants specifically instructed other potential viewers to watch Denim's watch party as an ethical way to watch TEI's programs. In this context, opponents of the claims wanted to watch their shows. They didn't want to give them views on YouTube or other streaming platforms that reward content creators based on the number of their viewers. Because the entire purpose of watching Denim's watch party was to watch TEI's programming in a manner that did not benefit TEI. So this isn't talking about just the purpose of Denim's stream. This isn't a judgment on the purpose of Denim's stream. This is talking about in the context of the post made, the purpose of watching Denim's there is to not fund Ethan Klein. This isn't the judge making a clear statement.
Take that, Column.
Yeah, which is obvious. TEI's allegations, supported by evidence, create a prima facie claim for contributory copyright infringement against Doe defendants. Although it may seem counterintuitive that opponents of clients want to watch clients' programs, they're engaging in a cultural phenomenon known as hate watching. Okay. And then they're citing Urban Dictionary. Brilliant stuff. Here, the entire purpose of Denim's watch... Oh no, now the judge is saying something. Here, the entire purpose of Denim's watch party was to hate watch TEI's works without giving any benefit to TEI. There is credible evidence that Doe defendants understood this goal and facilitated this goal by encouraging other people to watch Denim's watch party. Oh, no. Here. So in this context, the purpose. So again, yeah. No. So it's not a again, you have to read quite carefully. I think this is again in the context of the post that is being cited to support the claim of contributory copyright infringement. In the context of that post, the entire purpose of Denim's watch party was to hate watch. Yeah. In the context of your prima facie... Yes, exactly. The context of the post, in the context of Ethan's allegations, the purpose of Denim's stream was to hate watch.
Hey.
This is not the judge coming down firmly and saying, that's a hate watch, that's a hate watching party, like Ethan's spinning it as. This is in the context of Ethan's prima facie claim, prima facie allegation of contributory copyright infringement. In the context of the evidence provided, the purpose of Denim's stream is to hate watch. It's what it's being used for, according to the allegations made. As such, prima facie, there is a case to be made of contributory copyright infringement, and the subpoena can't be quashed. That's what's being said here. So let's see the next thing. This is balance of the equities. This is about the harm and benefit to each party. So let's see. If the court finds that Doe defendants' interest in their anonymity extends beyond their alleged contributory copyright infringement, the court must balance the equities, weighing the potential harm to the party seeking disclosure against the speaker's interest and anonymity in light of the strength of the underlying claim. Though defendants argue that the balance of equities weighs in their favor because if unmasked, the Doe defendants would face public exposure, real risk of retaliation, actual harm, financial and other burdens defending the action. The Doe defendants further contend that TEI fans have a proven track record of harassing, doxing people who are critical of TEI in decline, and that there is also great risk to the Does from the myriad of content creators covering these lawsuits in motion. TEI in response asserts that the balance of equities weighs in its favor because the Doe defendants are parties to the underlying action, and without the information, Doe defendants' identities, TEI cannot proceed with underlying action. TEI further argues it issued subpoenas in good faith, and no alternative exists to identify the Doe defendants. Here, the court concludes TEI's need for identifying information outweighs the Doe defendants' interest in anonymity. TEI seeks information identifying the Doe defendants so that it can proceed with its claims for contributory copyright infringement against Doe defendants. The Doe defendants are defendants in the underlying action, and without information regarding their identities, TEI cannot identify the Doe defendants as defendants, properly serve them with process, and ultimately proceed with the underlying action. Yeah, that makes sense. I think as long as they show the prima facie claim, I feel like the subpoena will go through. I feel like this isn't even really like this is like a fuck argument for Snark lawyers. But obviously they have to make every argument in the client's favor. The Doe defendants request a protective order allowing disclosure of their identities only to the court if the court denies the motion to quash. TEI in response argues that the protective order is not warranted, in part because solely disclosing the Doe defendants' identities to the court severely hampers TEI's ability to conduct discovery and proceed with the case. The court denies the motion for protective order. TEI must determine the identities of the Doe defendants and the underlying action against them. To the extent that the parties have further concerns about disclosure of information about the Doe defendants, the parties should seek relief from the Central District of California. Until the Doe defendants appear in the Central District of California, the court orders the following. Reddit and Discord may respond to the subpoena to TEI only. Additionally, no party may disclose the identities of Doe defendants or any other identifying information about the Doe defendants to any individual or entity not a party to this matter. So, this is a huge part that seems to be getting left out. Maybe Ethan says it later. So, this protective order is denied because TEI need the information to proceed with discovery. But then, the court says you need to seek more relief through a different avenue, and until you do that, we are ordering Ethan to not reveal any information. Of course, the district court in the underlying action may override these protections once the Doe defendants make their appearance in the action. Doe defendants request for attorney's fees. In the motion to quash, they noted they reserve the right to seek their attorney's. Well, I mean, you're not going to get that in approved, are you?
I hate this stupid bitch.
Wow. So that's that. That's the latest court update. Let's go back to Ethan's retelling of it. Well, I say we thought this is accurate.
Protective order and their quash, and also said something that's actually going to be pretty devastating for Denham's case. She said she didn't make a fair use distinction, but
so it's not devastating for Denham's case. The lawyers obviously tried to contest the whole thing at the earliest opportunity. This is their earliest opportunity to contest the base claim of copyright infringement. So they made an argument that contests that base claim of copyright infringement, trying to get the whole thing done. That failed. But that wasn't even the right avenue to take. It wasn't the right moment to really even make that argument. They were sort of, they were trying their luck. It's not devastating for Denham's case, The judge is merely accepting the prima facie case. The on the face of it, read of a fact that says there is enough here to litigate. There is enough here to take through the process.
What she did say is that she believes that Denham's watch party was more of a hate-watching party, and with
no, the judge did not say she believes that to be the case. The judge, within the context of the allegations you're making, within the context of the post made by the subreddit moderators, the purpose of Denham's stream in that context, as you allege, is to be a hate-watching stream, a hate-watch party. It is not the judge's statement that Denham's did a watch party or did a hate watch party. It is all within the context of your prima facie claim, your allegation, and the specific post made by the subreddit moderator.
With the intended purpose of trying to deprive us of monetary and rightful gains. So essentially,
how would the judge come to that conclusion?
She watched it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's because it's what Denham said it was.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
she didn't, Dan. Well, she didn't come to that conclusion, Dan.
She watched it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's because it's what Denham said it was.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, got it. Right.
Yeah. She watched it. Yeah, she just looked at it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
so,
that was a wild thing.
So one of the, yeah, and I can't get over the fact that, again, Denham's refers to her stream as a watch party, and in my first legal victory against Matt Haas, the judge, in her opinion, explicitly states that she does not believe that watch parties are fair use.
Right.
And then Denham's went and said, "I'm doing a watch party." It's almost like poetic how it all ties together. My first legal case, which is, precedent, is now informing my second one. Explicitly. Pretty interesting. But yeah, no, this is really bad for Denham's because one of the main factors of fair use is essentially market replacement, right? And this judge, who's in the same district as Denham's judge, and they do not like going against each other, Dan.
Oh.
They don't.
Let's go.
Has said that she believes that Denham's was acting in bad faith and
ouch,
doing a market replacement. So not good. It's not good. Not looking.
So where was that? Where was that?
But they're probably going to. The Snarkers are probably going to. What's it called? Appeal. Yeah. We'll see about that. But anyway, that was great. Honestly, it was really a relief. I mean, obviously, we always thought we were going to win. Their filing response was just like, in my opinion, extremely pathetic. And bad, legally bad, morally bad. But anyway, yeah. So we did win, and so it was really nice to learn. Finally,
Doesn't give you enough damage.
This stuff takes forever. Probably have an update on the Frogan one. People have been wondering what that one's been MIA. Probably have an update soon. And then Denham's. I mean, she's fighting it, right? So she filed a motion to dismiss on the pleadings, which, in my opinion, has close to 0% chance to succeed. We responded just last week. I encourage you guys to read it because it is absolutely...
Yeah, most of this, I doubt any of this is going to get... as long as people are willing to fight it, I doubt any of this gets dismissed before it actually goes to trial, right? Because there's enough there, right? You've got to make... That fair use argument is supposed to come in quite late in the process. It's an affirmative defense. It's once a lot of stuff is already laid out. So if it's going to the fair use argument, it's going the whole way, basically.
Absolutely devastating rebuke of Denham's. But I will say her lawyers probably got at least $50,000 for that filing that has pretty much 0% chance of success. So we wish her well. We do. And these are the same lawyers that represented Casey Tron, who, by the way, led her. So Love the representation you've
The
got there,
long
Denim.
pause
and,
is so
We're
weird.
having fun, aren't we, folks?
It's like Catman.
Honestly, I would
weird.
read you some excerpts from the filing, but go watch a lot through this.
We got face banks.
Katniss Evermeow.
We got priorities.
And don't forget about the starfish
I would read you the excerpts, but they'd prove my analysis completely wrong. They'd prove my analysis of what's happening there completely wrong.
Don't forget, dude.
That's kind of Banks coded, isn't it?
Banks is extremely Fred Durst coded. Yeah. Yeah, they are cut from the same cloth, for sure.
So anywho, moving right along here, actually, this is very exciting. Everybody gets happy when we have a new video from Lena and Tamara. We have a Mother's Day special.
What?
This week with orders of 125 and over, you get a free Teddy Glow Cuddle Bomb. No way, dude.
What?
Did this video come out?
It is out.
Oh, I didn't.
From 1 hour ago.
I didn't even see it. Did
Me
you see
either.
it, Lena?
No, I didn't.
It's up.
Kind of.
You scared to watch it?
nerve-wracking. Yeah.
Here it is, guys. Here's
Usually
the
we
bit.
get asked if it's okay. My God.
Well,
Well, that's that. Empathy enjoyer. Happy Doyle. That's empathy enjoyer. Everyone in this crew looks like a shelter ant. True. All right, guys. Well, this is what's next, guys. I think this is what we're taking a look at now. Taylor ends on Live and Learn, guys. That's right, guys. Taylor ends on Live and Learn. Has this been good the whole time, or does it get good somewhere? Who's been watching?
Holy fuck.
Let me try and see. Let's just wind it back like 40 minutes.
Well, I don't.
Look
I
at
don't.
her. Look
No,
at
further.
you. That's.
Law that was intended, it was to be essentially a worthless law that can never be enforced, and you're going to see a lot of litigation in the coming weeks to try to stop elections that are already underway.
Well, Peaceful, I'm curious, and this isn't like an attack, it's just like the natural question that comes up. Them, like,
For example, election.
Get a trifecta and just start nest.
Fuck off.
We should for it.
Yeah.
I've heard Hutch is spurging out and Taylor's owning him.
That our leaders talk that, so we'll stand up.
I don't. In the next strike on Brian Tyler Cohen's podcast. I don't know. It'll be interesting. I think
Not
you
so
know. On
anyway, a little bit for more, and I'm not.
Dems take a bunch of legislation.
I
Maybe
agree.
do something I think are about us. But yeah.
Did you guys see that there is a job opening? So if you guys are big chorus defenders here, they're hiring.
Oh shit!
apparently.
Oh, here we go. Okay, here we go. So, well, hopefully we all remember the chorus drama, guys. Hopefully we all remember the chorus stuff. Do we all remember the chorus stuff? It's like Progressive Victory, but ran by Brian Tyler Cohen, and they were doing like strategy meetings where they get talking points and all this shit, and Taylor Enns wrote articles about it, and everyone was spurging out and trying to pretend they don't understand what the term dark money means, and implying that dark money is literally any money paid between private parties ever. Just really dumb stuff all around, and Taylor Enns basically mopped the floor with everyone.
Applied after your
Yeah, that's what it's about.
and they rejected me. So I don't
Wait,
know.
oh, to be in
Wait,
the program?
really?
That's fucked up.
That's
They
not
should-
fair. That's fucked up.
Yeah, I was like more dark money.
But you would you disclose it?
Oh,
You would
absolutely.
disclose
That's why
it.
I tweeted it
Yeah.
out before it even happened.
So that's
but-
where's the problem? You know, like yeah.
We'll do it. I mean, but just so you know, I've been trying to get Hutch to come to dinner every day, and I say, Hutch, where are you? What's going on, honey? The food's ready. It's getting cold, and he's just staring at this big wall of post-its and pictures he's been writing in the
Oh,
festival.
no.
So he's gonna lead this chorus discussion with you, just so you know.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's going on? I mean, they're second class.
Dude, Hutch is so mad immediately. Dude, he's like visibly seething immediately.
And I say, Hutch, where are you? What's going on, honey? Like, food's ready. It's getting cold. And he's just staring at this big wall of Post-its and pictures. He's been writing them in the manifesto.
no.
So he's going to lead his this course discussion with you, just so you know.
Yeah. What's going on? I mean, they're second class finished. So
Dude,
they're-
choking,
I don't know that they
choking.
started. I think they're recruiting now for the next class, which is why they're hiring this partnerships person.
Bro, his eyes.
I mean, I don't
betrayed.
know. I don't want to focus on like the current sort of chorus stuff. I did want to talk about your article a little bit, if you don't mind.
Sure, let's do
Yeah.
it. Why
Okay.
not, guys? I'll talk about it till the cows come home. It's so crazy to me that when I was in
year's
DC, I ran
2070.
into someone from 1630, and she was like, "It's never gonna die," and I was like, "It's never gonna die. It's never gonna die."
Well, listen, I think it would help the discussion. Well, first of all, I want to say I think your overall focus on transparency when it comes to money and politics, that is necessary journalism that needs to happen. And in fact, despite the issues that I have with your article, and we can
Taylor,
dive
I
into
just
that.
want to say, I really respect you. Dude, you've been shit talking this woman on your stream like crazy, bro.
I did learn a lot about like dark money structures because your article made me look into it.
Maybe
And
he's
so
not gonna.
I do think that there's a really vital role for journalists to be discussing this issue. And so, I appreciate you bringing attention to that. And I genuinely mean that. But I want to ask you just a few questions before we get into some other things here. What do you think is the crux of, like, if you had to describe the crux of your reporting in this Wired article, like what would you go with there? How would you describe it? It's like the main points.
Yeah, I think the main point is basically like what I want people to walk away with, kind of what you just said, which is that like this massive, notorious dark money group is funding this program that influencers took part in that claim to be journalists, and that these influencers basically were taking undisclosed political money while promoting political messaging. For instance, I think that let me just give an example. So I think that consumers and viewers, readers, whatever, right, like news consumers deserve the right to know if the person that they're receiving information from is, one, taking political money, and two, taking part in like messaging sessions, like getting, sort of information given to them by certain political interests or whatever, right? I think that they should know that. Journalists, for instance, like myself, anybody that basically works in mainstream media, you cannot take part in any dark money political funding. That would be so unethical. It would violate every single ethics. You could never do that and work in mainstream media. But I think the problem with influencers is that, listen, and I have friends in that program, but like some of them, it's like, whatever, they're political influencers. They don't feel like they have to disclose it. I think they should disclose it. But there are a lot of other people in those programs that are calling themselves journalists. And a lot of them actually wanted to disclose it. That's how that article came to be, is that 7 people in the program came together, 7 of them, and were like, hey, we wanted to disclose it. We want to post about it. We're being told that we're not allowed to, and we'll be kicked out of the program if we actually publicly disclose it. We think this is really wrong, and we want to blow the whistle on it. We've recorded all these Zoom calls. Here's screen recordings of all these internal text messages. Here's, internal documents.
Hey.
Here's all of the contracts. Here's all the contract negotiations. Here's all the internal guidance on what we're supposed to respond to, blah, blah, blah. So I was like, great, okay, well, let me reach out to Chorus and 1630 and talk to them about this. And obviously they didn't want to talk on the record, but I hope that people from that article
No, I didn't want to do that.
demand more from the content creators, and demand that these content creators are more transparent about funding. And most importantly, because I don't even think it should all be on the content creators' fault. As I said, so many content creators did want to disclose, and they were told they'd be kicked out of the program if they did. The people that run these programs, Courier Newsroom, I don't know if you guys know Tara McGowan.
Trying to roll away from me.
No, I heard you talk
crazy.
about them before, but
Yes,
not
they're like the
familiar.
other big. You guys should. That's like your type of. That's like the.
How's this 100-viewer show getting pulls at Taylor Owens, Tim Miller? Well, I mean, some of the people on it have like big channels of their own and like quite high profiles. Like, and quite well connected. But Pisco's quite well connected, knows a bunch of lefties, and you know, IRI used to work for fucking what is it, Occupied Democrats, whatever the fuck, and produce content for them. Hutch has got like a huge amount of subs that he can probably pull weight with. Soy Pill's got a pretty big, pretty active channel. So, I mean, I feel like they've got enough clout to get a few balls.
Other big lib like thing that funds all the Democrats and stuff like.
Oh, you're not a lib, Taylor?
Listen. I love the libs. I'm not hating on anybody, but
Hang on a second. You like free speech. You don't like the libs?
I do. No. I actually really like a lot of people in. I like a lot of people in Chorus, and I like a lot of people in all these programs. But
And I have black friends, Taylor.
What'd you say?
I'm not a racist. I have black friends.
No, but I'm saying like that program is run transparently, right? There's a lot of other funding programs that are run transparency. Even Crooked Media, you could consider sort of a form of this, although it's quite different. It's a media company. But
so overall, though, you're putting the emphasis on disclosure. You think the crux of your article was about disclosure?
I think it's about disclosure and also unpacking what sort of, basically, if you sign a contract that says, if I take part in chorus-based events and that puts restrictions on my content, that should be disclosed.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that because that's worth diving into. But
you, Rao?
To your point on the disclosure, okay, so the section in your article where you dealt with the specific provision in the contract that barred the creators from disclosing that they were a part of a fund, like a dark money fund.
The program. They
funds.
talked that they were part of the funding program.
Right.
Yeah.
That, I think, was probably the strongest part of your article, because I think that does raise ethical concerns that are worth exploring and discussing and hashing out and kind of collectively deciding like what should the ethics be. But we'll get to some of that.
Well, they came out after. I mean, these content creators, several of them came out after the story came out and said, "We're proud to take dark money, and we don't owe you anything." You know, so I think that's the energy that some of these content creators have, and I think that's a huge disservice. I think if they start to play that game, they're gonna lose. They're gonna lose. Like that's not you. You have the disadvantage in that system. The right has significantly more dark money than the left will ever have.
Well, let me
ask. Was it in writing that they couldn't disclose? I don't know.
Yeah, it's in their contract. Yeah, it was in their contract. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, okay. I gotta hit one thing at a time here. I feel like you hit on like 5 things that I want to unpack, but
okay.
I want to keep my train of thought here. So the second question that I have for you is
yeah, Hutch is a total fucking pussy. Legit. Hutch is like a total fucking non-confrontational pussy.
I think it was in your conversation with Pisco, where you were speaking about the importance of journalists and editors disclosing their partisan beliefs in their reporting. Was that your conversation with Pisco or on Doomscroll?
No. Well, I don't think that you have to do that. I say that, for instance, one reason that I really like to be independent is because I like to make my views clear on where I stand on certain issues. I think that makes me a more accountable reporter, because when I'm open and I disclose, hey, I'm coming to this issue with this perspective. Am I wrong? Like, I mean, I go to sources with this all the time where I'm like, well, this is my view, you know?
Well, Taylor, in the interest of transparency, earlier, I know we're being friendly here, but you do hate Democrats and libs, right? Like, I'm pretty sure you hate
Sometimes
Democrats
they drive
and libs.
me
I'm
crazy.
pretty sure I've heard you say
I want them
that.
to win. I hate them because they keep losing. I want them to win. I want them to
Okay.
be Republicans. But I mean, obviously, I mean, I don't want the Republicans to win there, especially not Donald Trump. He's a fascist.
But on this point though, like I think you did.
But I do like what my point is like, if you are a journalist, especially if you're a public independent journalist, I think it's to your benefit and to the public's benefit for you to be transparent. And I think one reason people don't like mainstream media is that mainstream media will put out content that clearly has a political slant. You know, certain writers at The Atlantic, for instance, right, that like are going to skew a certain way, but they can't come out and say it. And to me, that's a flaw in our media ecosystem. I think that you should be transparent.
Would it be up to the journalists to disclose that kind of slant in the reporting itself?
No, because it depends on your slant. Like, what are you talking about? Like, for instance, I cover
talking about my
identity
slant.
laws. I'm very critical of ID verification laws. I'm very anti-surveillance. When I talk to the guy at the Age Verification Association, the trade group, I say, listen, I'm a huge critic of these laws. Convince me why I'm wrong. The goal of an article, like a journalistic article, is to be factual and truthful, and to get people to understand, sort of the truth of a situation.
Right.
It's not necessarily to share your opinion on something. Some articles do contain more opinion, but most sort of like investigative work, or especially something like this, it doesn't have my opinion in it. Also because like 15 people worked on this article, and my original draft was so like, it goes through like so much sort of editing and review, and so many people work on it, that it's just like the end product is mostly a result.
This does go somewhere. This is building up. They start getting heated, guys. Okay, well, it's just a lead up. We're getting some chorus rehashing here.
Like, what did the legal, how do we need to sort of reword this so that it's legally factual and it's
Diamond hands, guys. Diamond hands. It's coming. Okay. Now's a great time actually to do a quick chill. Guys, 275 people here, 75 likes to stream, almost 200 or so people. And please leave the cursor thumbs up and clicking or pressing the thumbs up on the mobile device. That'd be hugely appreciated. If you want to take your support one step further, you can donate directly through a stream moments link in the pinned chat message. You can also buy a membership to the channel, gift a membership to the channel, gift a whole bunch of membership randomly throughout the chat. Buy a super chat, you'll highlight a message and read it on TTS. Buy a super sticker, which your YouTube image will get, will be highlighted in chat, I'll describe it to you. You can go to discord.gg/Queeman, twitter.com/Queeman, or reddit.com/Queeman. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
stand up to some like defamation lawsuit, because that's what they kept threatening.
Well, my sense of this particular reporting is that I think you do have a slant. And I think you do. I think your opinion is
My
present.
slant is probably
talking about my slant.
Reporting. It's against dark money, and it is a transparency.
Well, no, that's not the slant that I'm talking about. I think you
Oh.
have an anti-establishment slant. I think you've discussed
The chorus is
described
anti-establishment.
Well, hang on, real quick. You've described yourself as on the left, or I think you even hinted that you were identified with the label of leftist. I think in your conversation with
in
James
certain
Cole,
on
and
certain
when you read
issues,
the article, it's like really clear that you have villains in the story and you have heroes in the story and you have kind of a larger narrative that I think goes beyond disclosure,
but like 15
right?
people were right. But like my name is on the top. But as you know, with an investigation like this, especially one that went to the top, that like 15 people worked on the story. So
well, I understand that, but like for example, so you assigned the label centrist to Olivia Giuliana.
which is how she self-identified.
No, she self-identifies as a progressive, right?
No, from what I found from my original reporting back from the New York Times, back when I had interviewed her years ago, she was identifying as a centrist Democrat.
Whoa.
Back in Texas. That was her whole thing. In
2024?
Maybe it was whenever I spoke to her, which was quite a while ago. But just to be clear, she never took issue with that. She never reached out for a correction on that at all. We would have been happy to, like, if she had...
I mean, nonetheless, that is an opinion, right? Subjective. It's a very subjective label.
No, it was how she... Well, first of all, I think we can correctly identify people's political sort of affiliations. For instance, if she's... correct me if I'm wrong on Olivia Giuliana, and Olivia Giuliana works for Chorus, but her whole thing was that she was a Democrat in Texas, right? Who had done a lot of work with like reproductive justice.
Yeah, right. So she focuses on abortion, LGBTQ+, climate, voting rights. When I look at these sort of policy priorities, that does not strike me as a when I think of a centrist, I think of Joe Manchin.
Okay.
I think of like Jared Polis in Nebraska, right?
If Olivia wants to reach out, and we honestly, the thing that you're bringing up mostly comes up on the right, because for instance, when I've covered Nick Fuentes, he will say, well, I'm not a white nationalist, or Chuck Johnson, who I cover all the time, or not so much anymore, actually, it's less relevant, but he would constantly say, well, I'm not a Holocaust denier, right? And so I think at some point you do have to take a look at certain people's, beliefs and what they've expressed and try to categorize.
How would you define
correctly.
centrist? How would you define centrist?
A Democrat? A Democrat that's probably middle of the road, like a middle of the road Democrat, like a Democrat that could operate in a red state probably, and a blue state maybe equal, like somebody that's sort
very
of appeals
broad
to
though. That's a very broad.
Well,
Strybog.
Yeah, centrist is a broad term, you fucking idiot. What do you mean?
the road Democrat, like a Democrat that could operate in a red state probably, and a blue state maybe equal, like somebody that's sort
very
of appeals
broad
to both.
though. That's a very broad.
Well, it's kind of like the centrism itself. Like as I think about it and sit here, there's a kind of identified more Schumer-oriented Democrat, more moderate Democrat associated with a centrist label,
Well,
and it is kind of vague, right? It's a kind of vague
but
term.
Also, like, hasn't, yeah, I wouldn't say that the chorus. I mean, chorus has made content.
Dude, look at Hutch. Rape face. Just instant rape face because Pisco fucking disagreed with him.
Like, I guess I would say it's a very vague term. It's probably the most broad term because I don't think we want to get it again like too specific.
The important thing here, Taylor, is to Hutch's point. Based on, and I found this when I read your article too. You use centrist as like a pejorative, right?
No, for this one we say that like when
No, in general you do. You view you don't like the Democrats, and you especially don't like centrist Democrats. This is just like your ideological
on certain issues. I think it depends on the
Well,
type
no,
of.
Do you use centrist as a pejorative?
In
is the
general, you
question.
use centrist as a pejorative, right? Like you view these people as like these feckless do-nothings, and like I'm not like.
I think you're completely putting words in my mouth that I have not said. I think I don't like Chuck Schumer, and a lot of like there's a lot of what he says, but there's a lot of people that are quote unquote centrist that I absolutely respect and work with and that worked on this article. Like there's people that like, just to be clear, this article went through so many editors that have such a range of political beliefs. And I hear you that maybe you disagree that Olivia Juliana is classified as we described her, a centrist Gen Z influencer who spoke at the 2024 DNC.
I
she
think
has
when you
not
look at
taken
her,
issue with that, and
well, that's not really that's beside the point. I mean, whether or not she disputed it, I think if most people, well, hang on, just let me real quick. I am trying to be. I'm not trying to cut you off very much, so just let me say what I like. I think if like a reasonable person went to Olivia Juliana's feed and they saw her policy priorities, I think that they would colloquially understand her to be just sort of like a standard Gen Z progressive Democrat who's focused on progressive issues.
Progressive is also the reason progressive has come up so much, and somebody was trying to get me to write a story about this recently, which I was like, this is not really my beat, is because so many people have tried to replace the word centrist with progressive, and this has been like a thing that influencers were actually given. This is totally separate from my story, and this is like something else. Maybe I'll write about it. I don't know. Probably not. But there is an effort as certain words become stigmatized or have negative, maybe you're saying this has like a negative view with some people, they're trying to use other words. So you see them use the word progressive instead of centrist or the word whatever.
No. I'm not talking about self-assigned labels. I mean, I think most people would look at her policy proposals and think, okay, that's just.
What do you think about Biden, Hutch? I mean, let's be honest, right? Like, so if Biden were described as a centrist Democrat,
Olivia Juliana was a Biden dead ender, so she absolutely is a Biden Democrat.
That does not.
Would you describe Biden as progressive?
Hang on, yes.
AOC and Bernie were Biden dead
exactly, yes. AOC and Bernie Sanders were.
Describe them as Democrats. I guess they're not.
AOC
they're progressives, right? They're progressives, right? That doesn't make them as centrist.
I would call them democratic socialists, right?
Well, listen, if you had to choose between progressive and centrist to describe AOC and Bernie, what would you choose?
It totally depends on the context of the article.
I feel like you're being
because
a little
Bernie has
evasive
been
there.
no, because look at what Bernie's been doing with his AI policy. Like I think
nobody would call him a centrist. Nobody
I
would
wouldn't call
reasonably
him,
call
but
him
I wouldn't call him progressive either on certain things. I
don't understand what these words mean anymore. I mean, like more broadly, you said that there were 90. Did you see a list of 90 people? Is that how many people you saw?
You're not using the right contemporary American political pejoratives anymore. Why aren't you using the correct pejorative for this position?
No, just to be clear, I understand that you take issue with the way that editors categorize these people, but
that's an opinion, though. You're inserting.
It's not an opinion. Well, this is Chuck Johnson saying that us calling him a Holocaust denier is an opinion, or us saying that Tucker Carlson is a right winger is an opinion. All we can do is try to best reflect the ideology that often we use self-described ideologies, but all we can do.
I think she self-describes as a progressive at this point. So that's where I'm a little.
To fight you again?
Maybe, but I would say again, if you ask actual people that are further to the left than her, they will say not. So
well, that's the issue. That's the issue.
Right, and that's
a social democrat is like basically believing in liberal solutions to the problems, right? It's believing like a welfare state and stuff like that fits neatly within liberalism. A democratic socialist is someone that wants worker ownership run democratically. That's the difference between social democrat and democratic socialist, isn't it?
Bernie Sanders is centrist, but it's not accurate.
No, but that's the issue, because I think you're framing your article from the position of like the left.
But I
foot,
didn't even write
right?
that line. But I didn't even write that line. So like I just.
Well,
that's
your
what I'm
name's on
saying.
your name's on
Of
ours.
course,
so you sign off
but
on it,
I
right?
want you to understand how journalism works, right?
Okay.
The way that journalism works, it's not just that Wired is my personal blog and I can go and write whatever I want, right? And I can just go and publish on Wired and nobody's going to look at it, right? No, especially with an investigation like this, the way it happens is I find information, right? I get people trying to whistleblow, in this case, about a program that they're in. And I go to an editor and I say, hey, I have all of this source material, all of this people, would you be interested in a story? Yes. Okay. I work with that editor to draft the story. It then goes through rounds, in this case, rounds and rounds and rounds and rounds of review from many different editors that not only transform the story, rewrite parts of the story, add things, take things away, but also then it goes through legal review. Then it goes through copy edits and stuff. Like
Yeah, I
it goes through.
understand.
So, but I just want you to understand, because I think, yes, my name is at the top of the story because this is my reporting. This is my reporting that I brought forward fundamentally. But if you're going to take issue with like random sort of characterizations, and again, I
I
understand.
don't think it's
again,
random. I think it was
well,
deliberate. I think it was deliberate.
Okay,
framing.
well, I guess.
Why
you'll
don't you
have
get to
take it
there? I
up
mean, like,
with- you'll
why
have
don't you go
take
there
it
and
up
just
with
ask
an edit-
Taylor?
With the copy editor.
I'm trying to have a conversation with her. I don't know why you're jumping in here.
Leave me alone, Pisco. Leave me alone. Stop backing her up.
No, because it's kind of a stupid critique to be like, hey, centrist, kind of in the eye of the beholder. Like, yeah, so
Really?
Joe Biden would describe himself as a centrist.
Pisco's sick of it, man. Pisco's sick of it. Pisco's not having it. Pisco's not having it. That's awesome. Kind of a stupid critique, though, isn't it, Hutch? Okay. Yeah, let's cook.
Can I have a
Okay.
conversation with her? I don't know why you're jumping in here.
No, because it's kind of a stupid critique to be like, hey, centrist, kind of in the eye of the beholder. Like, yeah, so
Really?
Joe
That
Biden would
was
describe
awesome.
himself as a centrist Democrat, correct? Yes or no?
No,
Wait, can you answer that first? Can you answer that? So the question, the question you should ask,
We
is,
can have a
Taylor, did you?
conversation after. Let me finish my
The
track
question
with-
that you should ask is, Taylor, were you attempting to imply something nefarious when you use centrist there? Were you trying to imply that they were aligned with the DNC?
Well,
ask the question about her intention.
Listen, Taylor, respectfully, I think you were doing. I think you were doing that. I think you were.
I didn't even write.
think
I
you-
wrote the list of influencers' names. I didn't even originally.
Well,
have the
here we have.
qualifiers.
But we have another spot here where you say that.
Wait,
you said that
wait, Hutch,
hold on.
before you do the next thing, because
I can't.
Taylor, you did say that I was putting words in your mouth, but if you search on your Twitter centrist, it's very clear that you use this as a pejorative term, and like that can be your opinion, that's fine, but to claim that that's not like your ideological spin is a little
But sure,
frustrating.
but I would say, in what context is it? Is
Yeah, exactly. You're gonna call you centrist as a pejorative in certain contexts, right? Obviously, everyone does that. Everyone uses centrist as a pejorative in certain contexts because no one is in the center on everything, and everyone usually has some like moral standard. They expect you to not be a centrist on some issue somewhere. They expect you to not be a centrist on gay marriage. They expect you to not be a centrist on abortion. They expect you to not be a centrist on Holocaust denial. They expect you to not be a centrist on
Let's be
murder, rape.
friends.
There's lots of things people expect you to not be a centrist on. So if someone's talking about centrists on rape and murder, for instance, yes, it will almost always be used as a pejorative. So fucking obvious. Come with more than just, you said centrist as a pejorative.
Is this a dude or a lady?
is in what context? Because I think, sure, certainly, do I get annoyed at certain centrist people? Sure.
I think that there was an intention there to be
Okay,
disparaging,
but-
and
okay, but
I
Kevin,
think it's
this
broader
is
than that.
just okay, but this is just honestly, I didn't write the sort of things. It's fine if she had
It's
taken.
your
If she
name.
just let me
You are
finish
credited with
instead
the
of
story,
just let
Taylor.
me just let me finish.
Well,
Uh-oh,
you
guys,
you
we're
have been
in
cutting me
interceptions.
off pretty consistently throughout this.
No,
entire
It is
video.
her name on the article, but there's two different arguments here, right? You're responsible for everything in the article with your name on it. Correct. What Hutch is doing is he is creating an argument about Taylor's intention in why she put something in the article. If it was actually added by an editor, then that intention argument falls apart as much as she is responsible for the output.
Right.
Sure.
Well, then this is just not going to be how we're not going to be able to have a conversation because we're
don't-
talking about a story that was that was edited by so many people, and I don't know what to tell you
So
other than
are you- Okay, so are you distancing yourself from that label?
Oh my
then?
God! I don't.
Rob
if
job.
Olivia Juliana had reached out after that story and said,
Roberto.
"You mischaracterized my views. I'm not a centrist. Take it out. I'm you mischaracterized."
Robin
me."
would be
I
cute,
been
but
happy to bring
Roberto's
that to the
funny.
editor, and the editor could have
Well, I don't.
looked
I don't.
at her,
well,
looked
listen,
at her positions, and just and decided whether or not that was
Well,
correct.
Taylor,
Because this is how
her
journalism
opinion.
works.
But Taylor, her opinion is not especially relevant. Like if you're saying that,
Olivia's?
if you're saying that the language,
Olivia's opinion.
if you're saying that the centrist language.
Oh my God.
I don't
is
know
not
which one
something
to
that you
pick, so I'm
is
gonna
that
flip a
your way
coin.
of saying that you're
Heads,
kind of distancing
Robin,
yourself from that
tails,
language.
I
Roberto.
don't. I would have until this conversation called Olivia Juliana a centrist because she's a Democrat in a red state, and I would imagine that most
Robin.
people that are the Democrats in the red states lean to the center. Also, the last when I had spoken to her years ago, that was my understanding of her, and also
Well,
that's again, no, I have never. We did not receive any criticism
Robin
of this. This is
Hood.
the first criticism that I've even heard of this.
well,
so
I think it's
I'm
important because
sorry-
I do think that
I'm
it was.
sorry you feel this way, but this is just completely
You don't need to apologize to me. I'm just.
unproductive.
Well,
I mean, it's just completely
I
unproductive.
feel like you're becoming quite defensive and evasive right now.
No, it's
And I feel like
frustrating
I'm
because I
feel
feel like
I'm
I'm
asking
dealing
very.
with the white nationalists because this is all I do all day is go back and forth with the white
Hutch is
nationalists.
flawed by
Dude.
choice, but it's not.
It
just so you
is
know.
the same ridiculous argument where it's
These
like,
guys
oh,
love it,
You think the
man.
white
questions that I
nationalists-
asked you amount to like being questioned by a white nationalist?
I will
that
tell
seems a
you, they are
little
the
much.
exact. Why don't you listen? They are the exact same words you're using, the exact same method of saying, right? When we write about Tucker Carlson, and I've gone back and forth with Tucker Carlson's team on this exact issue, right? We'll say, well, we characterize you as XYZ, far right. Right? Far right is actually even more common than the right with white nationalists. And every time I write about a
He's
right wing
indeed our
influencer
man.
and we say, well, we are, whatever, here's the article, here, we're asking you for comment, blah, 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 blah. They will say, I'm not far right. I'm not far right. I'm progressive. In some cases, they even say, even Tim Pool types, I'm actually progressive. Okay, but
Dude, someone pull up the old clip of Fuentes going like, I think Black Lives Matter, and all that shit. Where's that clip?
All right, listen up.
I'm gonna kill you, Ryu.
It's like the first ever like episode or some shit of AF or something, where he does like some college podcast thing. Does anyone have that? I can't see it.
they're
the
not.
point-
Just let me finish.
Well,
So
Taylor,
my
you've been
po-
cutting me off this whole time.
Well,
Respectfully.
okay, respectfully. All I am saying is that when you're writing an article, we do our best to be accurate. Now, if Olivia Juliana is not a centrist and that's so inaccurate, again, she could happily request a correction from Wired. She never did. No
Well,
one
Hutch,
brought this up.
can I
This was
reframe this? 'Cause,
never,
like,
ever raised.
The point is not necessarily whether or not it's accurate to call her a centrist. If this was like the specific pedantic sticking point, I can see
Well,
this
that
like,
seems
oh, this
what
is
it-
for.
that
Well,
seems
but
like
no,
the
but
whole
it's
conversation that we're
it's not. What Hutch is getting at is that this article is clearly viewed as, hey, we're painting these poorest people who are taking this money as these kind of shills, these DNC operatives who are just paid to get these talking points and just repeat exactly what the do-nothing centrist Dems do, right? And that's kind of where the perspective that he's saying this is kind of like an opinionated.
That's taking a lot from an article that doesn't say a lot, and I don't doubt that that's how TikTokers were taking it, and that's not how TikTokers and people
Taylor,
on Instagram threads are
can I-
taking it. But if you actually read the article,
Taylor,
you will
Taylor.
see that it is quite clear what we say, and this is not a DNC.
Listen. But,
This is
you-
poor Shelby at the DNC had to literally kept being like, guys, this is not a DNC program. Obviously, they support the DNC. But the
Taylor.
DNC has its own influencer program.
On August 27th, you tweeted, the 90 influencers involved appear to be primarily centrist, pro-DNC,
Yes.
who have not spoken about Palestine are pro-Israel. Those are your words.
Yes.
But you just said a moment ago you're kind of distancing yourself from that framing.
No, I didn't. What are you talking about? You.
That's what Soy Pill just confronted you with, and you said, well, I can
My
understand why
God,
people walked
that they
away
were
with that.
centered-
Those are your
Yeah,
words.
Soy Pill confronted her with a narrative about something nefarious happening. Taylor is saying she simply analyzed what are the general positions of this group of people. She said these are the general positions of this group of people.
I'm sorry. They are centrist. Like, again, if Olivia Juliana is not a centrist, and that is factually wrong, and these people are not centrist, and this is factually wrong, that these content creators that are making content with Chuck Schumer, that are making content with Hakeem Jeffries, if they are not, if I was wrong, if this article is wrong, and it's factually wrong, then I highly encourage them to ask for a correction. But no one has asked
Can we do
for
it
a
step by
correction
steps?
saying that they are not centrist. No one.
Let's just do it step by step. Hutch, is it your contention that it's inaccurate to call Olivia Juliana a centrist?
I do believe that, yes, and I think that she
In
used
virtue
that
of
word
what?
intentionally. Well, I don't know why you're
Well,
playing
no,
dumb here.
s-
Do you
s- separate-
understand that when Taylor
sep-
Dude, Hutch is such a fucking bitch. Answer the question, you bald pussy. Just go with the fucking questioning. Stop getting hurt that your friend isn't backing you up and just make your argument. Pussy. Crazy, man.
Separate that word. It's a pejorative.
No, hang on a sec. So
You
separate
understand
that
that,
intent.
Kisco.
So
You do.
you can make a critique of an article based on its accuracy or based on whether there's some bad motive.
I'm
in
trying
using
to
that
get
term.
to a larger...
Is it your contention? I know, but let's
No,
just
you
do
wanna-
it step by step. Let's do it
I'm
step by step,
trying
right?
to, but you're
Is it
jumping in.
inaccurate? And so,
Okay.
and if it's inaccurate, why is it inaccurate?
It's inaccurate because her policy priorities do not line up with what any reasonable person would assert to be a centrist. When
And
you
this
look
is
at
what
the
they'll
things
say
that
of
she's
Tucker
advocating for.
Carlson and
Okay, that's
far right.
that's fine.
I mean, you can
how
say
do
you can just make this argument about anything.
But what does it mean to be pro DNC or pro?
They
What does that mean?
Pro DNC means pro Democrat, like pro sort of the Democrat establishment, what I would say, which is very much Chorus's goal. And pro Israel means that the majority of people that we found that were public, which is why I think it's so crucial for them to actually release these names publicly, because I think if this is not the majority view held among their creators, they should release these names publicly to make it clear what is the ideological makeup of their Chorus class. But a lot of the people that we found were also pro-Israel, meaning they were expressing support for Israel against and
How many
basically
creators out of like all the creators that you saw?
little boys.
Pro-Israel posts. Can you name names there?
Well, that's the point, right? Is that they haven't published the roster. They haven't published the roster, but a decent amount of ones that we checked.
Did anybody in the people that you mentioned in the article, so like Olivia Packman, Brian Tyler Cohen, did any of them post pro-Israel content?
You'll have to go check their specific feeds, but Brian
Well,
Tyler Cohen.
You claim that they were primarily pro-Israel, right?
Yeah, well, some people that are pro-Israel just don't speak about the genocide in Gaza at all, for instance, and that's
not the
another
same
thing.
thing as being pro-Israel.
Yes,
You
because
know
a way that pro-Israel narratives have been shaped by the media is by not mentioning the genocide. So intentionally refusing to cover genocide, especially as it was this politically relevant topic.
Is that what you were
also-
alleging?
No, I'm just saying, like, if you look at the pro-Israel kind of creator landscape, there's a range of pro-Israel people. There's people that are straight up making content with the IDF. They're super overt about it. And then there are people that are a little bit more behind the scenes, people that are a little bit quieter about it. They might not be overt, but they're still
But by the way, that
taking
you
place in
so
pro-Israel kind of
you're
activity.
suggesting that if somebody chooses not to discuss the genocide in Gaza, and like that makes them pro-Israel. I find that to be
No, that's not
Well,
what
you just-
I said. That's not what I said.
Wait a
What I
second.
said
That's-
is that
that is what
some
you just
people.
said.
No, what I said is that some people who are pro-Israel, the way that they sort of, the way that their content.
Dude, the thing is, if Taylor Enns is like on the brink of being the most unlikable person ever, but thankfully she's correct about most of this, so she's getting away with it. The condescending, no. I can see that just fucking punching Hutch's soul, which is so you're just fucking hitting this guy's soul. No.
Content manifests is that they are not as overt. So what they'll do is they'll try to
Challenge
tamp
or
down discussion.
humor?
They'll be sometimes deleting comments, a lot of times just intentionally ignoring the issue, or when they're asked, to interview a politician, especially this was a big issue in the lead up. to the
Kuba, I'm coming to kill you.
You had people saying, like, sort of
In
minimize
Japan, at your house.
minimize it, attempting not to get people on the left to talk about it.
Okay,
And
does that
some creators in
qualify,
that
or
program
does that apply to any creator that was mentioned in your article?
Well, you'll have to go through and do an audit of all of their content, but it's certainly
Well, isn't
applied
that
to
your
people that
job,
were-
though? You made the claim.
Yeah,
you said that,
and we
you said
did
that
find
the
that.
group was primarily pro-Israel. Isn't it
Yeah,
your
from the-
job to go through their
from the
their?
group that from the group that we saw, from the amount of creators that we saw, that was a common theme. But that
we
wasn't
saw-
necessarily a
You didn't say a common theme. You said they were primarily pro-Israel.
yeah, from the group of creators that we saw, that we were
Okay.
evaluating.
So I'll ask again: was anybody that you mentioned in your article someone that you would say was pro-Israel?
Well, you'll have to go look at the article and figure that out for yourself based on the creators.
Wait, I'm
Not all of
speaking
the
with
creators.
you. I don't understand.
But we're not going to, there's a lot of creators that we spoke to for this article that we know are in chorus that weren't mentioned in the article.
I'm just asking you if anyone in your article you consider to be pro-Israel.
Well, I don't know. You'll have to, I really don't. I don't remember which creators that we named and didn't name off the top of our head, but I think you can just go and look at them and frankly ask the creators themselves. That's
Well,
a great thing
I
to
just
do
don't know why
as
you would
well.
say
since-
that 90 influencers were primarily pro-Israel.
I mean, you
but
didn't
can't
win.
say
No,
the
we
person
said
in
90,
your
we
reporting.
said the creators in that we were able to suss out as being part of the program. So one thing that we asked, is for them to publish a roster so that people could take a broader look. Maybe this is just a section, right? Maybe this is just a small section. That
So it
certain
could be an
people can contribute.
unrepresentative section.
Exactly,
you're
exactly.
saying.
It could be a totally unrepresentative section. They could have
But what
like,
was the methodology to decipher whether they're pro-Israel? Was it to,
mostly whether
to look
like
at-
their own statements or whether they had shown up in other influencer, like pro sort of Israel influencer efforts broadly. I mean, there are people also that I've talked to in this program that identify as Zionists privately and don't want to identify as a Zionist publicly. So I'm not trying to put specific creators on blast. I actually don't think that being pro or anti-Israel was ever something that was necessarily, something that would get you in or out of chorus at all. But it clearly is a.
That's useful to clear up. So
yeah,
as
and
you
I
sit
said
here,
that
there's
I said that after the story went out. Yeah.
But in your-
as you
But in your conversation on Current Affair, you did absolutely buy into the manufacturing logic that those hosts were presenting, which they were saying, like they were heavily suggesting that the creators that were invited in the chorus were chosen because they were not speaking up about Gaza.
So you're talking about a guy that used to work for Brian Tyler Cohen, who was working.
No, I
for
understand
Brian,
that, but
or-
you-
or
you
sorry,
agreed
no,
with
he
that
worked
framing.
for David Pakman. Well, listen, I'm not going to disagree with whatever he wants to say was his experience working for David Pakman, one of the leaders of Chorus. This is his former
He was
producer.
commenting on your reporting. He was
commenting.
he was going beyond his experience, and he was suggesting that Chorus was choosing creators because they were not speaking up about Israel.
He said that he was told when he worked for David Pakman that he was not,
Fuck.
that they were not supposed to be overt about the Israel stuff.
No, I
and you can
understand,
go
but
back and
that's a
listen to
different-
that and take issue
No, no,
with
no,
that. But
that's
he
not what I'm
worked
talking about.
he worked for David Pakman. I'm not going to argue with him working for David Pakman.
Taylor, he was speaking about your reporting. They were
He's-
they were
in the
characterizing your
context of
reporting.
his job, he worked for David Pakman. He
Nope.
was David Pakman's producer, so he would know better than anyone whether David Pakman, what his boundaries were around issues related to Israel and what sort of content they wanted to put up. He would know. He was literally David Pakman's producer, so he knows a lot better than I do. He has a lot more visibility into David Pakman's content than I do.
I think you're being evasive again because I'm not talking about his experience. I'm talking about his characterization of your reporting.
Well, his
And then-
characterization is shaped by his experience, which he has a lot more of than I do.
But you bolstered that suggestion of manufacturing consent about this issue in Gaza.
I'm
You
gonna
absolutely-
again defer you to him. He actually worked for
No,
David
but
Pakman,
you
so you
agreed with the framing, Taylor. You agreed with the framing when they were having that conversation.
He worked for David Pakman, so if he says
If it didn't Pacman get leaked, like asking some fucking question about Israel or some shit, or talking about like how hard it is to talk about Israel or some shit, wasn't I saying about this? On closed doors meeting tomorrow or some shit like that.
these were the lines that David Pakman drove when he worked for him, and that David Pakman told him this, and he had visibility not into just David Pakman, but all these sort of people that David Pakman worked with, I am gonna listen to him because again, he's a primary source.
Okay. Another part of your reporting referred to an older article that you wrote, I think a few months before this chorus one, and you had described a 2024 situation where the Biden administration was Your quote was snubbing creators who had lightly criticized Biden. Do you remember saying that?
I think you're talking about my Washington Post article when I wrote about the Biden administration effectively blacklisting content creators.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And in your Wired article about Chorus, you described that as the Biden. You said in 2024, President Joe Biden's White House snubbed several prominent content creators after they lightly criticized the administration over its policies on climate change, COVID, Gaza, and the TikTok ban.
Yes. Yeah, they did.
Okay.
Yeah.
My issue with that is the word lightly, because I actually clicked on that article and I looked up the creators that you mentioned in that article. One of them was Aiden Cohn Murphy. He was tweeting that Biden created a man-made famine, was ignoring the law to enable
Yeah, but he was
genocidal
blacklisted before
attacks.
all of that. He was blacklisted for the climate stuff.
Well, you mentioned him, and so like when you say
Right,
lightly,
but right, but at that point he had only lightly criticized.
Think
So
all
Biden-
in stream
the Biden
no, that's not true. I went through